morning. Can you hear me? Geoffrey Nice is my name. I'm going to speak for about 25 minutes to explain a few things about the tribunal, and then that will be followed by about 15 minutes from Mr. Hamid Sabi, counsel, and his fellow counsel, and the first witness will start at about 9:45. If you can't hear me for any reason, put your hand up and we'll find out whether I'm speaking too close to the microphone or too far away. The Uyghur Tribunal meets in public for the first time today at the start of 4 days, today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, of hearing evidence. There will be a second 4-day hearing starting on Friday, the 10th of September. Members of the tribunal from your left are Mr. Tim Clark, Professor Audrey Ostler, Professor Raminder Kaur, Ms. Catherine Rowe, then there's me, Professor Ambrina Manji, Nick Clark, Mr. Nick Clark, who formed the tribunal with me and is its vice chair, Dame Parveen Kumar, and Professor David Lynch. The tribunal is investigating the People's Republic of China, PRC for short, for genocide and crimes against humanity alleged to have been committed against the Uyghur, Kazakh, and other Turkic Muslim populations in the PRC. Of note, all 11 of the crimes that can establish a crime against humanity may be considered, including apartheid, first formalized as a crime in any statute in 2002. The tribunal follows, but is entirely separate from the China Tribunal that investigating forced organ harvesting, on which Mr. Vetch and I both served. That tribunal focused on Falun Gong practitioner victims, but heard and accepted some evidence about Uyghurs being subject to crimes against humanity. That judgment and the evidence leading to it will play no part in the work of this tribunal until and unless spelt out and explained. This tribunal will assess evidence presented to it and nothing more. The China Tribunal, however, made clear that incarceration and torturing of Uyghurs made pressing the need for their alleged suffering, past and present, to be addressed with the utmost urgency. With that in mind, discussions with various United Kingdom parliamentarians and individuals, including Luke de Pulford of United Kingdom NGO Genocide Response, led to meetings with the World Uyghur Congress. Its president, Dolkun Issa, asked in June 2020 for this tribunal to be formed to investigate ongoing atrocities and possible genocide against Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic Muslim populations. The tribunal was formally launched on the 3rd of September 2020. Some of those assisting in establishing the tribunal and those in the World Uyghur Congress hold firm views about some of the issues that the tribunal has been asked to investigate. They have all recognized that the tribunal takes no account of and will not be influenced by the views they hold, just as the previous China Tribunal judgment will be disregarded. The tribunal will reach a judgment by December, it is hoped, on the basis of the evidence presented to it and nothing else. The tribunal is a people's tribunal, of which there have been a number since World War II in Europe and elsewhere. For those unfamiliar with people's tribunals, 2 examples show how they may serve a public purpose by answering a question that needs or needed answering, but would be left untouched by national or international courts or other formal bodies. The Women's International War Crimes Tribunal on Japan's military Sexual Slavery, delivered its judgment in 2001 on events that happened during World War II. Like all such tribunals, it had no powers to sanction or punish, but found criminal culpability in those responsible, including the long-dead wartime emperor, for forcing women into the sexual slavery of soldiers of the Japanese Imperial Army during the war. The women then surviving, and history itself, gained immense benefit from the judgment. The Russell Tribunal, formed by philosopher Lord Bertrand Russell and others in 1966, inquired into alleged criminality by the United States of America in the then current Vietnam War, acting with urgency in the hope that its evidence-based findings might affect the conduct of the war. In each case, those tribunal decisions are the only assessments of culpability reached at evidence-based processes. Failures by nations or international bodies to deal with such questions as people's tribunals usually answer are normally or always a reflection of concerns, or worse, unstated and hidden, about the consequences of confronting a powerful state by public examination of what to that powerful state may be a sensitive issue. Now, it is very unlikely, effectively impossible, for the allegations leveled against the PRC to be tested before any formal court such as the International Criminal Court or the International Court of Justice, or to be dealt with by any other national or international public evidence-based process. And that is why this tribunal was formed and why it has acted urgently, at speed, to have these hearings and the hearings in September and to deliver judgment in December, so that its judgment, whatever is found, may assist in decisions that have to be made by any who interact with the PRC for as long as these allegations continue to be made. The tribunal has made clear from the start that if any official body, national or international, were to organize a public, evidence-based assessment of the allegations, there would have been no need for the tribunal to be established or for it to continue with its work. People's tribunals have no formal power, and their jurisdiction, if needed at all, is rooted in the obvious right of citizens to fill gaps or voids in knowledge left by governments and international bodies and courts. This right has been exercised in this case, as already explained, pursuant to a mandate from the World Uyghur Congress. People's tribunals can help with the citizen's right to know what the citizen needs to know to perform personal and public duties. They always allow testimonies of those said to have suffered to be heard publicly. Thus, they reflect both a right to know and a right to tell. They serve to create a permanent body of evidence and a record, if found, of crimes perpetrated. Their judgments reach conclusions of fact and law by first establishing facts and then applying the known law. Their judgments are for others, governments, institutions, corporations, and individuals, to act on if they choose as they interact with the country or body involved, in this case, the PRC. Allegations made against the PRC are grave. To start with, on the face of the witness statements, the evidence, of course, yet to be tested and assessed, on the face of those statements, breaches are revealed of Articles 1 to 13 inclusive, 18, 19, 23, 24, 26, and 27 of the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights. Although not binding in effect, such breaches are reflected in different ways in international humanitarian law. Crimes against humanity and genocide, which are crimes under international humanitarian law, are obviously as serious as crimes can be. And they're similar to each other in some ways, but materially different in one respect, namely, the contracting parties to the Genocide Convention undertake to prevent and to punish genocide. The International Court of Justice, world's highest court, has made clear that any contracting party to that convention must employ all available means reasonably available to them the instant it learns or should have learned that there is a serious risk that genocide may occur. No parallel covenant-based imperative exists for crimes against humanity, but it is a fundamental principle or norm of international law that states must prohibit, must not commit, and must prevent in some way and punish perpetrators of any such crimes. Focusing on genocide can show precisely why people's tribunals can be necessary in a modern state. Several parliaments around the world and one government, the United States, have made pronouncements adverse to the PRC about genocide of the Uyghurs. But no contracting party to the convention has shown itself to be duty-bound or obliged to act in any way by honoring the Article 1 undertaking. Now, how can that be? How can there be no serious risk of genocide occurring sufficient to require a response to Article 1 when 3 or more parliaments and one government have said genocide is actually happening to the Uyghurs? Consider the United Kingdom, which acceded to the convention in 1970, 21 years after it entered into force. No government since, of any political colour, has justified action by reference to the Article 1 undertaking. In 1971, Sir Alec Douglas Hume, as Foreign Secretary, responded to a suggestion of action over an alleged genocide by arguing, first there must be an accusation, then it must be dealt with in the courts of the country concerned, then it must be dealt with under the auspices of the United Nations Court, but no such court has been set up. Therefore, accusations of genocide fall on barren ground. The present government's position is little different. However, times have changed, and the terms crimes against humanity and genocide have, at the initial instigation of lawyers and politicians who recognized the need to do everything to avoid the repetition of the horrors of 2 world wars, those terms have become common currency. Citizens around the world now use the terms and expect countries to act in accordance with the law concerning them. So it is a misfortune that the United Kingdom's government, and perhaps many others, finds itself by combination of policy and limitations of international judicial systems unable even to consider the duties it may have under the Genocide Convention, simply because there is no judge to say whether genocide is occurring, a requirement not to be found in the convention itself, but formulated within the United Kingdom. And the government cannot think that those who are not judges are incapable of deciding on evidence whether genocide is happening. Under the United Kingdom's legal system, a jury of randomly selected United Kingdom citizens could decide the issue if an individual were charged with genocide under a statute that makes genocide a national crime and that was passed into law 20 years ago. This particular misfortune of government serves to demonstrate that there is a gap or void to be filled if citizens are to have confidence that their government is fulfilling immensely important duties it has and must discharge on the citizens and on its own behalf. All members of the tribunal, counsel to the tribunal Hamid Sabi, head of research Aldo Zamit Borda, and others work entirely pro bono, without benefit of any kind. No one working for the tribunal is permitted to make any financial contribution to the tribunal. No one in the tribunal has any particular interest in the Uyghurs or other Muslims in the PRC or in the PRC itself, beyond the interest that they may have for others around the world said to have suffered injustice at the hands of a state. Thus, no one in the tribunal has any interest in the tribunal's judgment beyond ensuring that it is correct and just. The 7 other members who formed the tribunal with Mr. Vetch and me were recruited not from a single profession or discipline, but to ensure the judgment to be reached will benefit from diverse decision-making experience of a diverse group of citizens. The tribunal may, without offense, be thought to be at least as qualified as the hypothetical random jury to deal with the evidence to be received and the law dealing with genocide, crimes against humanity, and possibly other crimes. Funds are, of course, required for hire of this venue, witness travel, interpreters, translators, and at very modest rates, junior researchers, the chief operating officer, and 1 lawyer for what they do. Funding came initially from the World Uyghur Congress, but the donor base has expanded considerably since, including by crowdfunding. The tribunal website reveals the range, although not the identities of all financial contributors, including by a moving account of a generous financial support given discreetly by the late Akil Noorani, a young lawyer in training to become a barrister. The tribunal has no rules of procedure and will operate by free evaluation of evidence, unrestricted by technical rules on admissibility. It recognizes the need to assess evidence according to its proximity to subject matter, direct first-hand evidence of events at first sight, ranking above documentary or hearsay evidence. There will be witnesses giving evidence of facts, most often of things that happened to them personally, sometimes of things told to them by others. There will be experts giving opinions on various matters. For all witnesses, their witness statements or expert reports will have been read and confirmed in advance as accurate or corrected and will stand as their evidence. Counsel may ask questions of detail or additional questions, and then the panel members will ask questions. However, any witness's evidence is, in combination, the witness statement, which will be available on the website, together with answers to questions given here. For some witnesses, most likely expert witnesses, the time allowed for questioning in these hearings may mean that more will be required of them, and that can be allowed for by further written statements or reports added and posted to the website before September, or by the witnesses returning in September. This process has to be fast-paced and dynamic, because the subject matter is urgent. And if the allegations are to any substantial extent accurate, then achieving a properly researched and considered judgment may serve the interests of a very large number of people. People's tribunals do not need to move at the speed of international courts, and this one won't. Absent the provision of Uyghur English simultaneous interpreters, where witnesses speak in Uyghur language, all relevant interpretation will be consecutive. Self-evidently, this slows questioning. With the witness statements standing as evidence, an oral summary of the witness statement will be given by counsel or a member of counsel's team at the start of a witness's evidence with questions to follow. And for best use of time and for certainty of translation, questions will necessarily be concise, it being understood that no discourtesy is intended by brevity or even by seeming curtness of any question. For witnesses, and there are several, who have previously given detailed accounts on television, in books, on radio stations, of the matters of which they will speak to the tribunal, the following. The PRC has from time to time attacked the evidence or personality of such witnesses. Counsel will raise the subject of attack, where possible, with those witnesses. Restriction on travel into this country as a result of COVID, together with some UK visa requirements for those willing to come to London to give evidence, have made the logistics of hearing 35 or so witnesses at this hearing extremely difficult. The result is that we will have a number of witnesses appearing by video from a number of different countries, speaking in what may be to us unfamiliar languages, with interpreters in different jurisdictions, all in different time zones. And in these circumstances, it is, of course, possible that things may not always go according to plan, and it's hoped that will be understood. Expert witnesses, speaking in English, may express opinions based on their expertise, but will not be invited to give opinions on the final mixed factual legal issues that are for the tribunal alone, and any opinions on those issues that are expressed will be disregarded. It is important for the tribunal to have best evidence, including evidence of the PRC's position in respect of the allegations made. The tribunal must and will do all it can to hear the other side. It has written on several occasions to the PRC's embassy in London, inviting the PRC to contribute to these proceedings. To date, the embassy has neither acknowledged nor replied to letters sent. The tribunal has also written to governments believed to have valuable evidence, whether favourable or unfavourable to the PRC. For example, any country with diplomatic presence in the PRC is bound to receive reporting from embassies and consulates that will include evidence-based accounts of what is known of PRC intention towards Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and others. The tribunal recognises how there may be reasons for keeping diplomatic reporting confidential. However, where a country may be committing such crimes as are alleged against the PRC, and where this tribunal is the only body conducting public, evidence-based hearings, it might be thought there was a broad duty to the world's citizens to be forthcoming with such evidence. The United States of America, Japan, Australia, and the United Kingdom have all been asked to provide evidence. All have declined to assist or have failed to respond, except for one country, pointing us to very well-known open-source material. Some weeks ago, the PRC announced the imposition of sanctions on certain individuals and organizations, including this tribunal. The basis for these sanctions in law of the PRC itself is unclear, as is their scope, but they have not been without effect. Two highly respected experts in law were willing to advise the tribunal on relevant law. That is no longer possible, wholly as a result of sanctions. One witness has withdrawn, similarly, because of sanctions. Plans to have a woman counsel ask questions of women witnesses, if and whenever desirable, have also been made impossible as a result of sanctions. No criticism of any kind is made of those whose ability to help the tribunal was affected by sanctions. Their reasoning was faultless and completely understood. The tribunal has not felt it appropriate since announcement of sanctions to invite anyone else into what is said to be a sanctioned environment, other than for a few people doing administrative tasks or helping with arrangements at these hearings. Anyone volunteering to help now at a more senior level, knowing of the sanctions, might be impugned, fairly or not, as not being neutral towards the PRC. Alternative arrangements to deal with the consequences of sanctions have been made and will be announced when appropriate. On hearing of the sanctions, the tribunal explained by immediate press release that the sanctions would not affect the work of the tribunal, would not be held against the PRC in reaching its judgment. And we went on to say, we continue to hope that the PRC will respond to our invitations to cooperate with the tribunal and provide evidence to help the tribunal in its work. And that remains the tribunal's position. Counsel to the tribunal and his team are not in any sense presenting a case or arguing in support of the allegations that have been made. Their function has been to locate, make available, and present a balanced range of evidence from which the tribunal will be able to assess the allegations fairly, starting with no assumptions or presumptions of any kind. Counsel will be able to identify what legal issues may arise, but given that they are part of the tribunal, they will not be invited to advise the tribunal on the law in the way that the independent experts might have done. The break-in proceedings from June until September is in part a logistic necessity, but it also brings advantages to a dynamic process. First, evidence broadcast from the these June hearings may serve to stimulate others to provide further evidence, whether supportive of the allegations or otherwise, something the tribunal encourages, and that is facilitated by the Submit Evidence item on the tribunal's webpage. Second, expert evidence given in these June hearings can be subject to correction or challenge in the September hearings, again via the website or by direct approach to the tribunal's counsel. More will be said about these things at the end of Monday's hearing. Pre-reading by the tribunal members of witness statements and of other material suggests that many issues may automatically arise in the mind as evidence is given, including whether certain treaties and laws are now too narrowly or too broadly drafted, whether the definition of genocide in particular should be expanded, whether the Declaration of Human Rights is truly universal, and other such things. A People's Tribunal can allow these or similar issues to be raised and discussed. They may have value for parts of the tribunal's work. But the tribunal cannot and will not overreach the jurisdiction it has assumed, likening itself, where possible, to a jury. It may well make no recommendations in its judgment and will confine itself to reaching conclusions of fact and law, the law as it is, when satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that it is right to do so, and only on the basis of evidence received. Mr. Sabi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the tribunal, and good morning to all of you. And my name is Hamid Sabi, and together with my colleagues, Dr. Zamit Borda and R.F. Abraham, we act as counsel to the tribunal. Dr. Zamit Borda will explain the efforts of our research team in collection of evidence and the database of the tribunal, while Mr. Abraham will outline the legal issues that may arise for consideration by the tribunal. Counsel's remit has been to obtain evidence from all available sources in connection with mounting allegations relating to predicament of Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic minorities in West China, and assess, evaluate, and present all that evidence to the tribunal. Counsel was assisted by a large research team in this endeavor. As the chairman mentioned, the council does not present a case for or against the PRC. Our duty is simply to present all the evidence relevant to issue under consideration. As Dr. Zamit Borda will report this morning to you, all the evidence collected and collated by the team, including those deemed to be repetitious or not relevant, are available to the tribunal members on the tribunal database. Apart from evidence publicly available, the team was assisted, amongst others, by evidence emanating from World Uyghur Congress and the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database, pursuant to its effort in collecting evidence and contacting witnesses. However, in order to ensure impartiality in the collection, assessment, and evaluation of evidence, the tribunal established its own independent evidence-gathering assessment mechanism to collect evidence from all sides. The function was and remains independent of any organization. The Council team has reviewed over 300 witness statements that are considered highly relevant and probative, and of those we have selected 40 witnesses, of whom 24 of them will be testifying during this session. Over 50 experts have been approached and studied. Their work was methodically assessed, and they were contacted by the team. Of these experts, 14 are testifying during this 4 days hearing. Again, as the chairman mentioned, the Council further contacted governments of the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, and Australia, requesting evidence and explanation of allegations emanating from West China and those governments' policies in that respect. While the United Kingdom government has expressed general support in public for the tribunal's work, it has not offered any assistance. Both the United States and Australia in recent communications have indicated willingness to assist the tribunal. As and when any evidence becomes available, that evidence will be submitted to the tribunal. Council wrote on 4 occasions to the government of the People's Republic of China through their embassy in London, inviting the PRC to participate meaningfully in this process by introducing special counsel or an observer, as well as presenting evidence supporting its instance in relation to alleged incarceration of Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in camps in West China. In fact, on 28 March 2021, PRC sanctioned this tribunal and its chairman. On 25th May, China denounced the tribunal as adopting illegal proceedings and called it a serious provocation to the 25 million of ethnic groups in Xinjiang. Other than that, the Council has not received any acknowledgement or response from the PRC. The members of the tribunal have been provided with copies of all these correspondence. I now ask my colleague, Dr. Zamit Porda, to address you in connection with evidence-gathering procedures of the Council team.
Thank you, Lead Counsel. Sir Geoffrey, distinguished members of the Tribunal. In the short intervention, I will outline the work of our research team and our work in the area of collection of evidence and investigations. Immediately upon its establishment, the Tribunal set up a research and investigations unit that was responsible for the collection and analysis of publicly available evidence from various sources. I headed that unit. Please allow me to share with you and give you a sense of the scale of the effort. The unit engaged over 25 researchers and also collaborated with the International Criminal and Humanitarian Law Clinic at the University of Laval. Over 8,000 research hours were spent analyzing, assessing, and evaluating evidence from reports of governments and international organizations, reports from non-governmental organizations, from the government of the People's Republic of China, and other sources connected with the PRC, from online sources, and various other sources. The Tribunal has also received detailed testimonies from fact witnesses and written evidence from leading experts around the world. Researchers working with the unit analyzed and reviewed hundreds of thousands of pieces of evidence. Our researchers had robust methodologies in place to impartially analyze and categorize any and all evidence received by the Tribunal or obtained on its own initiative, according to whether or not it was relevant and probative to the issue at hand. Researchers collected evidence irrespective of whether it appeared to be inculpatory or exculpatory. The tribunal categorized and inputted all of this evidence deemed to be of high or medium importance into an evidence database. We also kept a record of evidence deemed to be repetitious or non-relevant. The tribunal, from the available evidence, has catalogued and documented allegations of grievous abuses committed against the Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic minorities in the Xinjiang region. The available evidence suggests acts such as mass surveillance and monitoring of the Muslim populations in the region, detention of millions of Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in camps, treatment which may amount to torture or degrading treatment of detainees in these camps, separation of children from their parents, the denial of the right to practice their religion or speak their language, sterilization, forced labor, organ harvesting, disappearances, and in some cases, deaths. However, we have also documented evidence from the People's Republic of China that firmly denies that any such abuses have been or are being committed in the Xinjiang region. The position of the PRC is that its camps provide vocational training and are needed to fight extremism. From this perspective, the PRC has stated that it has always undertaken counterterrorism measures in accordance with the law. All of this evidence, including evidence of the allegations of abuses and evidence of the PRC's position on this matter, which was taken from public sources, has been made available to you, members of the panel. Finally, in order to promote greater transparency, and with a small number of exceptions specifically authorized by members of the panel, this evidence has also been made available and accessible to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burda. The tribunal, as explained, has before it a large body of evidence, both inculpatory and exculpatory, in respect of the allegations emanating from Xinjiang. The tribunal will make various factual findings in respect of those allegations and may then apply the relevant law to those facts to make legal findings. Counsel to the tribunal have provided several expert reports that consider the allegations emanating from Xinjiang to constitute violations of numerous provisions of international law. It is for the tribunal to determine whether that is the case, considering the evidence before it. The tribunal also has available to it, on request, treaties, jurisprudence, and legal commentary in relation to the relevant law. The relevant law is the international law that applies to the People's Republic of China as a state and/or individuals or organizations who are non-state operating within the PRC. That international law binds the PRC by virtue of either treaties the PRC has ratified or rules of customary international law which binds all states. Therefore, pursuant to these applicable treaties or customary international law obligations, the tribunal may consider the law relating to the following international crimes as relevant. First, the crime of genocide, by which is meant the commission of certain prohibited acts with an intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, racial, religious, or ethnic group as such. The prohibited acts of genocide are limited to 5, namely killings, causing serious bodily or mental harm, creating conditions of life calculated to destroy, forcibly transferring children from one protected group to another, or imposing measures intended to restrict births. The words as such denote that the prohibited acts must have been committed against one or more persons because such persons were members of the particular protected group and specifically because of their membership in that group. Second, the tribunal may consider the 11 underlying prohibited acts which constitute crimes against humanity. Those prohibited acts, if purposely committed, as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against a civilian population could be found to constitute crimes against humanity. The acts include, but are not limited to, enslavement, torture, murder, apartheid, and/or persecution against an identifiable group on ethnic, religious, or cultural or other grounds. Third, the tribunal may consider the prohibition of torture as a self-standing international crime. Fourth, the tribunal may consider violations of international law relating to the prohibition of racial discrimination, segregation, and/or apartheid, whether by virtue of the application on the Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination or rules of customary international law. Fifth, the tribunal may consider violations of prohibitions relating to slavery as set out in the Slavery Conventions or rules of customary international law. In the event of any doubt, the PRC is bound by peremptory norms of customary international law that include the crimes I have mentioned: prohibition of genocide, crimes against humanity, racial discrimination, slavery, and torture. These obligations are owed to the international community as a whole. The PRC's compliance with these obligations is therefore the concern of all states as much as it is this tribunal's. The tribunal may also consider the alleged acts or omissions by agents, organs, or officials of the PRC or non-state actors to fall for consideration under the following international treaties by which China is also bound: the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The PRC is duty-bound under international law to respect, protect, and fulfill in good faith all of its obligations. Under these treaties and customary international law, the PRC must interpret, apply, or fulfill its obligations in line with international jurisprudence and guidance. As a minimum, the PRC must respect and ensure respect for the rights guaranteed under those treaties to all persons in its jurisdiction without discrimination. That entails not only refraining from any conduct that undermines the enjoyment of those rights, but also investigating all allegations of violations of those rights by state and non-state actors, and also providing effective remedies to individuals who suffer harm. When applying the relevant law and jurisprudence to the facts, the tribunal may consider the full extent of the duties to prohibit, prevent, and punish violations of international criminal law and international human rights law, as outlined in my submission. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our first witness is Kolbinar Sadiq.
Can I make one point through you, Mr. Sabi? Kolbinar Sadiq is a woman, and as I explained, the possibility of having women witnesses taken through their evidence by a woman member of your team was rendered impossible by reason of the sanctions. Where women witnesses may be giving issues of evidence about sensitive issues, they have been alerted to the fact that there may be a man asking them questions in the first place. Their attitude to that's been considered, and the tribunal will, in most cases, ask most of its questions through women. And I hope that meets what would be current norms for dealing with sensitive evidence through women witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, that will be considered. Can we call Ms. Kolbinar Sadiq to the stand? What happened?
Is this witness speaking through an interpreter or by sequential translation?
She will speak through interpreters.
Thank you. And you should identify the interpreter first, or translator, because she will be serving us in the case of many witnesses.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Kolbinur Siddiq was a teacher in the camps. She was born in Urumqi, East Turkestan. She taught Chinese language at local 24th primary school for 28 years. On 28 February 2017, she was given a new assignment by the party committee office at Saibakh District Education Bureau. She was assigned to teach national language, that is Han Chinese, to a bunch of illiterate in designated locations. She was then forced to sign documents swearing her to secrecy, and then she was sent next morning to the camps. She taught in 2 camps for almost a year, a men camp first and then a female camp. She's a direct witness to the camp system and can attest to many ill treatment taking place in those detention centers. She witnessed the extremely poor sanitary conditions, the overcrowded cells, the weekly medical examination, blood sampling, injections of unknown substances, interrogations, injuries sustained by the detainees. She was forced to request for early retirement, and to add injury to insult, she was forced to live with a Chinese relative designated by the party. She was able to get her passport in September 2019 and join her daughter in Netherlands. Ms. Kolbinur Siddiq, you were a teacher for 26 in schools in Urumqi when you were asked to go and teach to a bunch of illiterates in a camp, and you started the work on 1st March 2016. Can you briefly describe for the tribunal the conditions of the camp? Please remember that the tribunal members have read your rather extensive report and they are fully aware of it. But would you please briefly highlight the points in the first men's camp? Thank you.
Kolbinur Hanım, siz burun o'qituvchi bo'lgankensiz. 2017 yılı kampda o'qituvchilik, majburiy o'qituvchilik bo'lgan. Shuning uchun tunji erkaklar lagerini qisqacha bizga tushuntirib bera olamsiz? Bizning qo'limizda bütün sizning bayonotingiz bor. Shuning uchun o'zingiz shu qisqacha bizga tushuntirib bergan bo'lsangiz, erlar lagerini.
Bo'ldi. Salam xonimlar, apandilar. Men jazo lager shahidi Kolbinur Siddiq. Bu Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining bugungi qimmatli guvohlik berish fursati berganiga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat aytaman.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am Kolbinur Siddiq. I am the camp witness, and I am honored to have this opportunity to give evidence in this People's Tribunal today. Thank you very much.
2017 yılı 3. aydan 9. aygacha vatanimiz Sharq Turkiston Urumqi shahridagi Sanfango 5. kanit tog' ustiga qurilgan erlar kampusida majburiy Xitoy tili dars o'tishga evatildim.
I was sent to male camp in March 2017 until September 2017. The camp was called Sangfangu, and it was located on the top of a hill of the mountain.
Mana bu ekranda ko'rsatilgani Sanfango 5-kentteki erlar kampüsü. Bu erlar kampüsü tağ üstü qurilgan bo'lib, atrofi egiz tomlar bilan qo'rshalgan, uning usti elektronlik simlar bilan o'ralgan, saqchi harbiylar qurolliq, intayin qattiq qamal qilingan bir joy edi. Xuddi bu yerdagi harbiy saqchilar urushga tayyor turgandek shunday holat edi.
This is the camp where I taught. That was number 5 camp that located on the top of the hill. And the place was surrounded by the high voltage cables and barbed wires. And the place will give you a impression that the soldiers and the police are ready to fight.
Bu yerde tutqun qilingan erlar kamerlar içi qarang'u, ularning derzlari butunlay qalaylarga qilib qo'yatlangan, ular quruq simotda yotadi. Har kunligi bir taldan Xitoy momisi va quruq sho'girsi ichadi bular.
People in the camp, these males, they were locked in the cell where there is no beddings. They slept on the concrete floor. They were given one steam bun and a watery soup.
Bu yerdagi Xitoy saqchilar tutqunlarni odam qatorida ko'maydi. Ular hattoki atalmış sinflarga kirib chiqish jarayonidami ishiklardan, temir ishiklardan xuddi itga o'xshash o'milatkizib chiqib kiradi. Ularning itga o'xshash o'ltirilishini, azoblanishini, qiyin-qistoqqa elinishini ko'rib shulardan huzurlanadi ham xo'sh bo'ladi.
The police, the guards in the camp, they didn't treat the male prisoners as human beings. They were treated less than a dog. They couldn't walk out the door in a normal way, but they have to crawl out and crawl in. They enjoyed watching them being humiliated, and their suffering was for them is their joy.
Her bir kamerada 40'dan 50'gacha tutqunlar yotadi. Hem bu yerda opchi bir tuvalet bo'lib, har kunligi 3 vaqt, har qitimda 1 minutdan tuvaletga kirish ham yuz qo'lni yuvish vaqti beriladi.
In every cell there were about 40 to 50 inmates, and there was only one toilet, and they were given 1 minute to use the toilet, and every day only 3 times.
Bu yerdagi tutqunlarni her daim ders vaqtlarida, tushlik aram vaqtlarida, kechlarda chaqirib echkitib so'roq qiladi. Chunki birinchi qavat so'roqxona yarasida bo'lg'achqa sinf intayin yaqin. Bular chiqibda yarim soatgacha bularning intayin qiynalgandagi azobli ovozlari butun binoga angladi, binoni zilzila keltirdi.
During their time when there was no lessons, they were taken out for questioning. The interrogation facility was in the basement and not far from the class. And half an hour after they were taken there, we could hear the screams, the horror, what is happening to them.
Bu kampdagi erlar choy soqollari butunlay tushirib etilgan, ustiga bir tutash erlarning ish kiyimlari kiygan, uning ustida seriq jiletkaning ustida nomer besig'liq. Shu nomerdan bularning bu tutqunlarniki 7-8 mingdan ortiq ekanligini belgili bo'ldi. Bular har kuni har xil qiyin qistoqlarga, zo'rliqlarga, dafsanchiliklarga, osh yalang'ochlarga bardashlik berib yashaydi. Bularning chiroyida qandidori yo'q, kuch mag'dur qatti yo'q edi.
The male prisoners, they wore the camp uniform and then a gray like pajamas, and then orange or yellow color vest, and the numbers was printed on the vest. And from the numbers, I would believe it was up to 8,000. Up to 8,000 inmates were locked up in that facility, and they had to endure all the humiliation and sufferings.
Ben bu erler kampusida 3. ayının 1'den 8. ayının 28'gacha 6 ay turdim. Bu jarayonda bu kampdagi tutqunlar bir haqiqatdan bu juyinib baxmidi, muncha kirib baxmidi, ularning butun kiyimlari, badallari pishlab ketgan edi.
I was there from March to the 28th of August. They never had an opportunity to have shower, and therefore they developed lice and their clothes was full of lies in the end.
Thank you. You were then spent 2 days in your normal school and again assigned to another camp. Can you also briefly provide the tribunal with the details of the second camp, which was a female camp?
Bu yerden chiqib siz 2 kun uyingizda turgandan keyin yana bir lagerga o'qituvchilikqa evatilibsiz. Shu yana bir lagerni qisqacha, yana qisqacha so'zlab bergan bo'lsangiz.
Buldu. Ben 2017 yılı 9. ayının 1'den başlap şu vatanımız Şarkı Türkistan Ürümçi şehri Togun'daki kız ayarlar lagerda yani mecburi ders ötüşke evatildim. Bana bu Togun'un silinigan 6 qavatlik bina, balkonsuz bina.
I was then in September sent to this camp called in Togong. Here is the camp that you can see. That's a female camp.
Bu kız ayarlar kampüsü mü? Binanın teşimi intayın qattiq qo'rshalgan, yana o'xshashlar elektronik simlar bilan o'ralgan. Bina ichi, teshi, qo'ri hamma joyda saqchi, harbiylar qurolliq intayın qamal qilingan 6 qavatli bino edi.
This was a 6-story building and it was secured, layers of security outside and inside. It was also barbed wired and high voltage cable. And so from inside, it's also very secure.
Bu joy qamal qilingan qiz ayollarmi 9,000dan ortiq, hatto 10,000ga yaqin 90%dan yuqori 18 yoshdan 40 yoshlar chamasidagi qizlar edi.
I believe there were over 9,000, perhaps 10,000 female inmates were interned in this facility.
18 yaşında.
Okay. Over 90% of women were aged 18 to 40 years old.
Bu binanın her bir qavatiga birden sınıf o'rlashtirilgan. Her bir sınıfga 300 o'quvchi botidi. Bularning her bir kamerda o'xshashlar 40dan 50 kishi qiz ayollar yotadi.
So in this building, in each floor there was one classroom that could hold over 300 so-called students, and in the cells also over 40 were locked up in a cell.
40 kişi önemli.
To'g'ri, 40 tane. Bu joydagi qiz ayollarning hammasining sochlari tushirib o'tilgan. Ularning chiroyida qandidar yo'q. Bular har hafta dushanba kunida tug'maslik ukol urildi, dori berildi. Bulardan har dushanba kuni qon elinadi.
Similarly, the females in this camp also, in a very miserable situation, you can't see any blood flowing in their face, faint. And every Monday, they were given a pill and injections and also extract blood. The pills and injections is to stop them from having children.
Bu qiz ayollar turayotgan kamerlarning ichi qorong'u, lekin bularning tualetlari qiz ayollar kamerning ichiga o'rlashtirilgan. Har kuni bular navbat bo'yicha ashuni to'kib, dijonlik qildik-a.
There is no toilet facilities inside the cell, so there was a bucket. So they had to use that bucket, and then someone has to take that bucket out once a day.
Kunde bir qitim
to'g'ri. Bu joydagi ishonchlik tunishimdan va saqchi kadrlardan bu joydagi qiz ayollarningki to'xtamasdan har kuni so'roq olib chiqadiganligi, so'roq jarayonida Xitoy saqchilarningki har xil shaklda dafsanchilik qilib, bosqinchilik qilib, hattoki o'pchi bosqinchilik qilishlarini angladim. Bosqinchilik qilishdan keyin yana Xitoy saqchilari qo'lidagi to'kaltaklar bilan shu qiz ayollarningki maqat yo'llariga, hatto jinsiy yo'llarga tiqib, ashlarni xo'rlaydi va qiynaydiganligini anglab, men o'zimni bosolmay, o'g'rab yig'lab ketgan edim.
During my time there, I heard from a close acquaintance, police acquaintance, that every time these women were taken for interrogation, they were not only tortured but also raped, sometimes gang raped. That, as if that was not enough, the police also used electric prods and insert that into their vagina to make them suffer. And when I heard this, I was so devastated and I couldn't bear it.
Ben bu işlerini hemen öz kulağım ile anladım. Andan keyin bu kız ayollarniki sınıflarga atalmış kirip çıkış, hatta ki küçük orunlukta oturup kopuştaki hareketlerden bularning qanchalik azaplanganligi, oltası kopamaydı, kopsa olturamaydı, hatta şundaq teste mengishtim çocuq qiyinlatdı. Aşlarning şu turqilaridan, şu ahvollardan, şu holatlardan bularning qanchalik qiynalganligini ko'rinib turadi.
I could see when they came, walked, when they came to the class, when they sit down, and when they stand up, they had difficulties to sit and stand up. And from the way they walked, I could see that they suffered and how what kind of ordeals that they have been through. I could see that from their appearance that they have been suffering.
Ben bu kız ayollar kampüsüne kelgen günüler bu yerde tug'maslik dorisi içip ukul urilgan 18 yaşdan 20 yaşlar atrofidagi bir qizning odati to'xtamay 1,5 oygacha og'rib qansirab o'lib ketganligiga shohid bo'ldim.
I witnessed a young girl who was 18 to 20 years old, and due to the medication, the pill and the forced injection, she suffered bleeding. For over a month, 1 month and a half, she didn't stop bleeding. In the end, she died because of that.
Ben öz gözüm ile görgen bu facialarni, bu zulümlarni, bu azaplarni öz quluqimda anglagan bu dehshatliklarni bir kun unutib qolganim yo'q. Chunki men bir ayol kishi, mening qizim bor, hech kim bunday xo'rliqlarga qolmasin.
The things that I have witnessed and I experienced, I cannot forget. Even for a day, I cannot forget. I am woman myself, I have daughter. I don't wish anyone to suffer like that.
Ben 2017 yılı 10. ayının ahiri bu kız ayollar kampüsündeki 6 aylık dersini davamlaştıramay, özüm qattiq ağrıp ketib, do'qbalni setib davolanishga majbur bo'ldim. Shuning bilan bu kız ayollar kampüsündeki ders o'tishim tamam bo'ldi.
At the end of October, I became very ill. Due to that, because of the medical condition, I stopped teaching there.
Thank you very much. Would you please explain to the tribunal that when the students were brought to your classes, were their feet and hands chained or they were free to walk?
Siz mushu sinfga kirgan vaqtda bu kelgan o'quvchilar erkin ma'natimi yoki ularning qo'llarida, putlarida kishan, qo'llarida nimalar?
Men abay deganga o'xshash, men bu atalmish sinfga kirgan vaqtimda u yerdagi tutqunlar qo'llarida zanjir kishan, tutqunida ular hattoki kamerdan chiqib kirguncha temir eshiklar, zanjirlar bilan 30 gradus ochilgan bo'lg'achqa, bular xuddi ishtiqa o'xshash o'milab chiqib, o'milab kiradi. Andiki atalmish sinfda bular kichik o'rindiqlarda zo'ngzib o'tirdi, intayin qiynalib, intayin azobliq yashaydi.
They were chained, shackled. When they came, even when they left their cell, and the door was only partly opened and with a chain on. Therefore, they have to crawl out and crawl in. They didn't walk like a normal human being. And even in the class, they had to sit on a small stool.
Were they called by their names or by numbers?
Pardon?
Were the students called by their names in the classes or by numbers?
Bularni normalda chaqirgan vaqtida ularning ismi orqali chaqiratdinglarmi yoki nomeri orqali chaqiratdinglarmi?
Biz ularning ismini men bilmaymiz, ism atashma ma'ni qilindi. Ularning faqat jilikisining ustiga qo'yilgan nomerlar va besilgan nomerlar, shu nomer orqali chaqiriladi, nomer orqali biladi ularni.
It was all by numbers. I didn't know the names of any of them. We called by the numbers that was printed on their jacket.
Finally, Ms. Siddiq, could you briefly explain to the tribunal when a relative was introduced to you by the party?
I beg your pardon.
In 2017, the Chinese government introduced a relative to come and live with Ms. Siddiq and her family. Can she briefly talk about that?
Sizningki shu 2017-yili tuqqan billi tuqqan bo'lish degan bir Xitoy kadrninki uyingizda tug'anligi to'g'risida qisqacha shuni bir tushuntirib bergan bo'lsangiz.
Buldu. Men yana 2017-yildan buyon Xitoy hukumatiniki har bir oilaga majburiy o'rlashtirilgan qo'shmoq tuqqan Xitoy kadrlarini kutishga majbur bo'ldim. Bu Xitoy kadri her ayda bir hafta uyimizde qunatdi.
So in 2017, under the becoming family policies, the male cadres were forced to live with the Uyghur families was forced to house male cadres, and I was also one of them. And the male cadre who lived in my house, at least he would live 1 week a month.
Bu qo'shmoq tuqqan Xitoy kadrining qo'lida Xitoy hukumati tushirgan hujjatlar bor edi. Ya'ni buningda 5 ta birga bo'lish degan hujjat, bu Xitoy kadri shu hujjatdan foydalanib, har xil po'qirliqlarni, dafsanchiliklarni qiladi.
This male cadre had a document that was given to him, which says 5 together policy. And because of that 5 together, he had freedom and abused that freedom, tried to do all sorts of terrible things in my house.
Bu 5'te birga bo'lish hujjati birga tomoq yetish, birga tomoq yeyish, birga uyg'onish qilish, birga sayl qilish, birga yetish.
So this 5 together is cook together, eat together, and go out together, and sleep together.
5 tomoq
Study together. 5 together.
Bu Xitoy kadri mushu 5 xil birga bo'lishdan foydalanib, sobiq yo'ldashim bor yerdimi? Menga har xil po'qirlarni qildi. Men bu dafsanchiliklarni, bu po'qirliklarni qat'iy unuta olmayman.
Because of this 5 together policy, even in front of my ex-husband, my husband, he harassed me, sexually harassed me, and I cannot forget that experience.
Yani mesela biz tamoq yetish jarayonida bu Xitoy doim qishimga chiqib oladi. Chunki birga tamoq yetishni uyg'onish deb bor bizda deb. Bo'ldi sen qarab uyg'onsang bo'ldi deyman. Lekin bu Xitoy sen majbur mening qo'limni tutib turib menga uyg'otishing kerak deb, mening qo'limni tutib turib uyg'onishimga majburlaydi. Tamoq pishib bo'lgandan keyin birga o'tirib yegan vaqtimizdami, bu qasdanga bak issiqga uying, men bak isib ketdim deb, o'zining kiyimlarini butunlay savitib, faqat kaltishtalar bilan o'shada o'tirib birga tamoq yetdi.
And because the cooking together policy, he would come to the kitchen and say, well, I need to learn cooking from you. And he forced me to teach him holding and his hand. Also, when we were during the eating time, he would complain it's too hot. The room is too hot. He would take off all his clothes, just leaving a short, and would sit with us and eat like that.
Hatta ki Tamaklarına bek okşaptı, sen bek güzel hanım, ben senden bek hoş oldum, seni kucaklavasam bulamdı, suyuvasam bulamdı dep, sabık yolduşum bağ yedim o, beni uyadı, kucaklavalatdı, hatta ki beni ne çıkarttım, suyuvaldım, ben bu depsençiliklerden fakat berdaşlık veremedim, lekin yana külüp duruşka mecbur bopotladım.
He often said that you are a beautiful woman and your food is so tasty. And by saying that, he would come and hug me and kiss me. And I had to smile at him, even though I was so upset inside, but I had to present myself as that he is welcoming. And I can never forget those experiences.
Thank you, Ms. Sethi. The tribunal members may now have questions for you.
Good morning. When you were selected to teach in the camp after the thorough evaluation exercise that had been conducted, why do you think they selected you?
Endi şu bütün oğlanınki tanlash nemesi bilen en ahırda sizni tanlaptı, şu o'qituvchilik qilishga sizni tanlaptı. Sizning nazaringizda nima sababdan, nima uchun sizni tanlab qoldi?
Men oldi bilan Xitoy tilida o'qigan, bu maktabda 28 yil Xitoy tili darsi o'tdim.
I studied in Mandarin and I taught in that school for 28 years.
Ben bu mektepte birden bir Özbek milletim 2016 yıldan başlap bu Xitaylar bizden mektebimizde o'qituvchilarni har xil şekilde uçuk ders o'tishga, har xil şekilde Xitoy tili imtihon berishga o'rlashtirildi. Eng oxirida buni xulosalab, natijalab, imtihon nomeri natijasi eng yuqori bo'lganligini baholab shu yerga ivetdi.
So I was the only Uzbek ethnic in that school, and since 2016 there was an open class assessment process, and they selected the one who had the highest score.
Okay. You were told you were going to teach Mandarin to illiterates. When you arrived at the camp, were the men illiterate, and did some of them or many of them speak Chinese already?
Sizge savadsızlığı dersi ötsen dep yollaptı. Siz uyega bargandan keyin erlerinki savadsızlığını gördünüzmü? Yoki ul uyadagi erler Xitoycha biladimi? So'zlaganlarini angladingizmi?
To'g'ri, siz aytgandek, bizga yig'inlashganda, bizga uqtaganda, sizlarga biz bir turkum savadsizlarni yig'ib berdik. Shularga davlat tilida dars o'tsa deb ivatgan. Amaliyotda men borgan u atalmish savadsizlarga tarbiyalash markazida u yerdagi o'xshamaydi bular yig'in aytgan o'xshash. Chunki bu yer intayin qattiq qamal qilingan bir turma, bir lager, bir kamp edi. Bu yerdagi kishilar dastlab tutib kelinganlar diniy zotlar ulamolar bo'lg'achqa bular haqiqatan Xitoy tilini bilmaydi.
Well, as you have just mentioned, Your Honor, I was told that I will be teaching Mandarin to these illiterate people. But when I arrived there, the place wasn't like an ordinary school. It was a secured camp, and the people, majority of the men there were religious clerics, religious scholars.
Lekin 3-nji ayning 20-sidan 4-nji ayning 10-igacha tutib kelingan ko'p sondagi shu tutqunlarning hammasi 18 yoshdan 40 yoshgacha, ya'ni bular hammasi intayin oliy bilim yurtlarida bilim oshirgan oliy ma'lumotli, chet ellarda, Amerikada, Yevropa davlatlarida o'qib, qaytib kelib vatanga o'zining tuqqanlari bilan ko'rishib ulgurmay bu kampga tutib kelingan oliy ma'lumotli ziyolilar edi.
Qancha yoshda?
18 yoshdan 40 yoshgacha.
So later, the new arrivals were later. They mainly was aged 18 to 40 years old. Many of them actually studied abroad. They already were very well educated young Uyghurs.
So you taught for 6 to 7 hours a day in that camp to different groups each hour. What were you teaching them in that time?
Siz her günü şu 6 saatten 7 saatlik ders ötüpsiz. Bu dersler nimini öğütettiniz u yerda?
Biz eng dastlabda bu 6 saatdan 7 saat hattoki shahardan tekshiruvchilar keldi deganda 8 soat davomli bu darsimiz. Chunki ularga takror qilib pishqilishimiz kerak. Eng dastlabda Xitoy tili darsininki asosiy bilimlarini o'rgatdik. Keyinida Xitoylarning o'zining atib olgan qizil naqshisini o'rgatdik.
So yes, in the beginning, some days, most of the days, I taught 6 to 7 hours. There were days that when there are officials would come and the inspectors, when they came, I had to teach 8 hours. And the teaching was, in the beginning, basic Mandarin, and later I had to teach red songs.
Could you tell us a bit more about what red songs are?
Qızıl naqşı deganni biraz tushuntirib beramiz.
Buldu. Yani Xitoylarning o'zlarininki davlat she'ri, davlat naqshisi bor. Anaki qizil naqshi deganimiz, ya'ni shu Xitoy kompartiyasi bo'lmagan bo'lsa, bizning bugünkidek baxtli turmushimiz bo'lmaydi. Qatorliq mazmunlardagi ashlarning o'zi bekitib olgan, o'zlari bizga tushirib bergan shunday naqshlar.
The red songs is like a national anthem, and also the songs that is praise China, the Communist Party, such as if there is no Communist Party, we don't have a happy life. Most of the songs are in that kind of content.
You were there as a teacher, so I imagine had limited contact with the men outside the class. You've given us evidence of torture and other ill treatment. What were your sources for that evidence beyond what you were able to see yourself?
Endi siz o'qituvchi bo'lgandan keyin siz ular bilan o'shadagi erlar bilan bevosita aralash fursatingiz yo'q. Ammo siz ularningki intayin qiyin qistoqqa ilinganligi, xo'rlanganligi to'g'risida bizga so'zladingiz. Siz bizga tushuntirib bergan boshqa yana qandaq bir faktlaringiz bor, misolga mushularningki xo'rlanganligi degan o'zingizningki deganingiz bo'yicha.
Buldim. Bu joydagi tutqun qilingan erlar men yuqorida aytgandek haqiqatan har jihatdan qiyin qistoqlarga uchraydi, xo'rilinadi. Andan keyin men odatda normalda dars o'tib, darsdan tushib qaytadigan vaqtida bu joydagi ular biz bilan normal paranglashib qat'iy bo'lmaydi. Lekin shular o'zining jinidan joq to'ygan bo'lg'achqa bir ikki qatim yuz berdi bu voqea. Bir qatim darsdan qaytib chiqib olsam, o'tirdagi bir diniy zot kichika uning gapidan shunday his qildim. U dediki, mening uyim Smot zavod mechitning ichida. Mening 5 balam bor, kichik emisi. Men sizni utilib qolay ma'lum, ashlar xabar qilib qo'ysangiz, mening mishadligimni bilib qolsin deb menga yolvirdi. Biz keynimiz qarab ularga gaqilishga, qarashga qat'iy bo'lmaydi, shuning uchun men uni anglamagan hisob chiqatdim.
As I said that in the male camp, these men were always often tortured, and they were not allowed to have any communication with us, but few times they took the risk. And the one man told me that, teacher, I live in the cement factory. My house is near the cement factory. Can you please tell them that I am here? Because the family members didn't even know how they were, where they were taken.
Әдісілам ол кіші yo'qolib ketdi, başqa kameraga yo'tib ketildi deb xabar topdim.
However, the next day, that man disappeared.
Yana bir necha kundan keyin bu joyda Xitoy tili o'rganishga oid aktiv bir kishi bordi. Bu kishimi darsdan tushib qaytayotgan vaqtimda yana menga dedi, "Ma'lum mening uyim Tangirtog' rayonidagi Dava yo'lida Toshkent restoranidagi beqinda bir dukunimiz var. Mening ayolim yangidan oz qolgan. Mening ayolim mening mishadligim xabardor bo'lib qolsin." dedi. Men unga javob berishga ilojisiz qaramay chiqib qoldim.
There was another young man who was very active in the class, and so on my way out of the class, and he approached me, said, "Teacher, I live in the Tangratog Divan Street, near the Tashkent restaurant. My wife was about to give birth, so can you please let her know that I am here?" And I couldn't say anything. I just walked out because I was not allowed to speak to them.
Bu joydagi so'roq chaqirib chiqilgan erlar haftalab, hattoki oylab darsga qatnashamaydi. Bular o'zining kameralarida qiyin qistoqlarning eg'irligidan bular menga bo'lg'achqa kameralarda davolanadi. Nurg'unlari eg'ir qiyin qistoqlardan, azoblardan boshqa kameralarga yo'tkab ketildi deb anglaydik. Amaliyotda bu yerdagi nurg'un kishilarning yana eg'ir diabet kasali, yoshirin yurak kasali bor ekan, qon besimi bor ekan degan banda sabablar bilan nurg'un kishilar bu joyda o'lib ketdi.
After men taken for interrogation, many of them couldn't attend the class for months because of the injuries. And there were men who disappeared, but we were told that because they had a suffered from diabetic or heart condition and died as a result.
Xitoy hukumati nurg'unlagan videolarni ishlatib, kampadagilar tarbiyalashdan tutirib chiqdi, biz ularni qo'yib degan bo'ldi. Amaliyotda sirti qo'yib etilganlar qiyin qistoq jarayonda put-qo'llari yaralangan, ham kesib etilgan o'shanday kishilar. Chunki ko'chalarda, jamiyatda nurg'un majruhlar ko'payib ketdi. Hatto so'zlash mundaq nemisdan mas'ullik ko'rilgan, nima deymiz odatda, ro'yi jihatdan besim uchirgan mundaq kishilar ko'chalarda, jamiyatda ko'plab ketdi.
The Chinese government made many videos saying that they have released all these people in re-education, in so-called re-education. But we know these people, the ones who were released, they had many became disabled, and many have mental disability, mental health problems.
In your interactions with the staff in both camps, particularly ones with more authority, what did they say the purpose of the camps was, and how did they describe the women and the men? What sort of terms did they use to describe them?
Siz mushu lagerdagi amaldarlar bilan paranglashgan vaqtlarda ularning eg'izdan mushu lagerdagi qamalgan kishilarni ular qanday atatdi, ularni nima deb atatdi?
Men shu joydagi saqchi amaldarlar bilan, Gundupay boshliqlari bilan Qo'roda paranglashatdim, chunki Qo'roda kuzish apparatlari yo'q bo'lg'achqa ular faqat ularni tutqunlar deb ataydi, tutqunlar deb ataydi. Andan keyin men shulardan nurg'un ma'lumotlarga, bularning masalan qanday qiynash usullari bor, bularni qanday so'roq harakatlari bor, usullari bor, ishlarni bilatdim. Bulardan ko'p ma'lumotlarni, ko'p xabarlarni ishlarni anglagan.
The guards and the police in that camp often called those people just as tutqunlar, detainees. So from their own expression, or from their own words, that I learned a lot about how they tortured them and the methods of torture.
Bu joyga saqchi şoförlar bizni o'zining boshida opirdi, akildi, tushiydi. Bu tush jarayonida shu saqchi şoför Сақчы Қытайға, өзілі таңы бірақ Сақчы Қытайға сөкпәт жарияны маған аңылдатты. Яны әр дайым bu жайға қамалған тұтқынлар жәмият үшін бір апат. Hükümet bularını muşu kampı lagerlarda ucuqtırıp tügütüş gerek. Çünkü bular cemiyeti koyup itilse bular bir afet diyen gaplarını tekrar etti.
Also, from my home to the camp, I was transported in a police car. And there were times that there was official sat in the car. And the conversation between the driver and the official, and the driver specifically often called these people in the camp, they are the disasters. They would bring disasters to the country, therefore they should be exterminated.
Mrs. Siddiq, in 2017 and 2018, I think you underwent 3 processes related to birth control. Could you tell us what those were?
2017 to...
And 18.
Yeah,
yeah.
2017-2018 jarayonida bir qancha qatim siz shu tug'utish uchun majburiy tug'utish besingizga keldi. Shuni tushuntirib berasiz qisqacha.
Bo'ldi. 2017-yili bizniki aholilar komiteti topimizda mana bu uqtirishga o'xshash bizga maxsus uqtirish kelatdi. Dastlabda 2017-18-yillarda bu uqtirish 18 yoshdan 50 yoshgacha qiz ayollar Tangirtaq rayonidagi mana bu Changlaoyan o'ltiraq rayoni.
So we often received a notice like this from the neighborhood committee, and that is the place where we lived. It just showed in that a photo there. So asla desiniz ben tercüme kısım.
Bu şekilde lazım.
Faqatlam aşı muşun nimlarni alatdık dediniz.
Muşlarni alatdık. Bular bu uqtirishlarda ko'rsatgandek biz cho'qim shu joyga berib uzuk soldirish, tug'maslik operatsiyasi qildirishimiz kerak.
So the notice is about that we must go to that designated place to have IUD inserted or sterilization process.
Uqtirishda aytgandek, biz agar ularning xizmatiga moslashmasak, butun tuqqanlarimizni, hatto yo'lishimizni doğru ekan bo'ldi ekanmiz, ham o'zimizning bexatarligimiz yaxshi bo'lmaydi ekan.
And the threat was if we didn't follow this instruction, then either our family members, including our husband, would have the consequences, also personal consequences as well.
Hem bu uqtirish aniq degandek, agar yana moslashmasangiz, saqchixonaga berib, temir o'rindiq o'tirsiz deb uqtirish qilgan.
It said if you didn't comply with the request, you will end up sitting on the metal chair in the police station.
2019-yili 5-oyning oxiri mana bu Urumchi shahar Tangirtaq rayoni Changlaoyandagi bu ambulatoriyada ben bunday yüzügen qizlarga o'xshash 4 soatlab uchrab turib bu yerda operatsiya, tug'maslik operatsiyasi qilindim.
In May 2019, along with many hundreds of other female waiting in a queue for 4 hours, and I was also put through a sterilization process. That was the hospital where I had that sterilizing process.
İsmi neydi? Qaydan dersiniz?
Changlaoyandagi
is a region in Changlaoyan.
Ambulatory.
How many children do you have, Mrs. Siddiq, and what was the law? How many did the law allow you to have at the time you were sterilized?
Siddiq Hanım, sizinki qancha balangiz var? Qonun bo'yicha qancha balangiz bo'lsa qonunliq bo'ldi?
Mening faqat bir qizim bor. Bu qizim Gollandiyada o'qiydi. 2011-yili 5-oyda Gollandiyaga o'tiraqlashgan. Odatda Xitoyda Uyg'urlarga, ya'ni Uyg'urlarga ikki farzandlik deb bor.
I only have a daughter who went to Netherlands in May 2011, and since she's been living there. By law for Uyghur people, we can have 2 children.
Biz yangi xizmat qatnashgan bo'lg'achqa xizmat besimimiz bak qattiq yuqori. Men shu bir farzandlik bo'lgan. Andan keyin bu Xitoy hukumatı bizga maxsus planliq tug'utdiki sharaf guvohnomasi bergan. Lekin bu operatsiya qilingan vaqtimizda u guvohnomani e'tirof qilmadi o'zi.
Due to high pressure from my work, I only had 1 child. And I even received a certificate for having 1 child. But later they didn't even consider that certificate.
My final question, you were given a visa and were able to leave. Why do you think you were allowed to leave?
Endi sizga viz beribdi, Xitoydan chiqib ketishga ma'qul bo'libdi. Shu nima uchun sizga Xitoydan chiqishga ruxsat qildi sizcha?
Men oldi bilan yana albay degandek o'zbek millati vatan qaytgan muhojir bo'lg'achqa 2019-yil 1-oyda qizim men va sobiq yo'ldoshimga tuqqan yo'qlar chaqiriq qog'ozi evatgan 2019 1-oyda. Biz bu chaqiriqni tarjima qildirib.
So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm an Uzbek ethnic, and in January 2019, my daughter sent us an invitation to visit her in Holland.
Bu biz chaqiriq qog'ozini tarjima qildirib, shu joydagi Xitoy soqchilarini qishiga kirdik. Kirgan vaqtimizda Xitoy soqchilar mening kartlarimni ko'rib, sen o'zbek millati ekansan, vatan qaytgan muhojir ekan, sen chet elga chiqishingni o'ylasak bo'ldi dedi. Lekin sobiq yo'ldoshimni sen Uyg'ur ekansan, chet elga chiqishni xam xiyol keltirma deb uni qaytarib etdi.
So after had the invitation letter translated in Chinese, and we went to the office where they process the in charge of the people who go abroad. And they checked both my husband's and my documents. And I was told that it is possible that I can go because I am Uzbek ethnic. And then they said openly to my husband that you are Uyghur, so do not even dream to leave the country.
Thank you for your evidence to this tribunal, Mrs. Sadiq.
Sizga ko'p rahmat.
Does Mr. Clark or Professor Kaur have a short question? There may just be time if you do. Microphone.
When you went to get sterilized, would you say that was forcibly sterilization? Would that be the description?
Shu majburiy tug'ut operatsiyasi bu majbur qilindimi yoki siz eng oxirida o'zingiz ma'qul bo'lganlikdan bo'lganmi qanday hisoblaysiz?
Bu tug'maslik operatsiyasi majbur qilindi. Chunki men abay ko'rsatganga o'xshash, bular uqtirishlarni evatidi. Uqtirishga qarasangizmi, uningda siz uning ixtiyor tanlash huquqingiz faqat yo'q. Shundoq bo'lsa-mu, men yana o'zimning Xitoy hukumatı bergan sharaf guvohnomasi bilan tug'diki shu kartamni elib, o'zbek millati vatan qaytgan muhojir degan kinishkilarimni elib, shu aholi komitetidagi kadr qizning qishiga kirib, ashunga yolvurgan bo'ldim. Chunki mening birli qizim bor, men ikkinchi tug'mayman, sizning qanday jadvallaringizga qo'l qo'yishga men rozi deb. Lekin bu faqat kar qilmadi.
It's forced sterilization. As I mentioned earlier in the notice, they don't give you the choice. They said very clearly the consequences if we didn't comply. I took my documents, including the proof of that I am Uzbek, returned from the Uzbekistan to the country, and I begged the girl that I have the certificate and I am Uzbek, but they said there is no, negotiable. It is not negotiable. I must go through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Yes, thank you. Could I just ask, the camps that you were teaching in,
Microphone, I think.
Sorry. The camps that you were teaching in could broadly be described as education camps. Did any of your students who reached particular levels of being able to speak Mandarin and meet the other requirements ever be released from the camp?
Endi başqa yerlerden anlaganda bu sizningki ders ötken bu lager terbiyeleş lager. Endi sizning o'quvchilaringizning ichida bir darajaga ya'ni darsdan bir darajaga erishib shu yerdan qo'yib o'tilganlar bo'ldimi?
Yo'q, undaqlar bo'lib boqmadi. Chunki bu gerçi atalmış tərbiyələş o'rni bo'lgan bilan hech qanday o'quvchi bu yerda darajaga erishib boqmadi, ham qo'yib o'tilmadi. Biz bu 6 oy jarayonida bir qatim o'quvchilardan sinaq imtihon olib boqmadik.
No, not at all. Although it is called education, but we never had even assessed these so-called students. And I was there for 6 months, and we never had one exam to assess. So there wasn't anyone released from that facility.
Mr. Zamin, before I address you, some witnesses have given accounts before, as I indicated in my opening remarks. I think that Kelvin Siddiq is one. And if so, has the PRC said anything adverse to her of which we are aware?
Not of which we are aware, no.
Thank you.
Apart from calling her actor, like the other witnesses, nothing.
Well, that's not specific. Thank you, Mr. Sabi. And thank Kelvin Siddiq for giving evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Sadiq. Your evidence is now complete. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Mr. Omar Bekali.
Ko'p rahmat sizlarga.
Thank you very much, but I would like to add a few things.
Chunki guvohlik berish jarayonida izchil turda biz Xitoy hukumatining, Xitoy saqchilarining shundaq har xil vijatlarda takditlariga, bisimlarga uchrab keldik. Toki tunogin tushdan keyin qadar Xitoy saqchilari meniki boshlang'ich maktabdagi sekretar boshliqimizni va sobiq yo'ldoshimni videoda so'zlatib, meni bugungi mushu Angliya sudida so'zlaydigan so'zlarimning hammasining yolg'onligini, meni azaldan kamp lagerlarda dars o'tib boqmaгаnim, ham bizning u joyda Sharqiy Turkiston vatanimizda kamp lager ta'sis qilinib boqmagan, bu hammasi yolg'on. Hatto yo'ldoshimni so'zlatib, sobiq yo'ldoshimni mening ayolim tug'maslik operatsiyasi qildirib boqmagan, u yana tug'alaydi degan takliflar keldi.
Since I have been giving evidence, I was harassed, and that is a photograph of the policeman from the local police where I lived. Apart from that, even yesterday they released a video. In that video, my husband and the secretary of the school gave evidence claiming that I have never taught in any camp, and I have never had a sterilization process. I've never been through that.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We must now bring your evidence to a close, but if you have further information to give, please convey it to council outside and afterwards. Thank you.
Qo'shimcha yana beradigan materiallar bo'lsa, bizga bu yerdan chiqqandan keyin bizga ba'zimiz bo'ldi.
Thank you.
Hammalarga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're free to leave the room or to stay, of course. Mr. Sabi, did you say the next witness was Bekali?
The next witness is Mr. Omar Bekali.
Yes.
His statement is at page 25 of the bundle. And Mr. Abraham would be handling this witness.
And is he here in person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There should be someone to take. Could you? Thank you very much. Maybe, Mr. Sabi, that we need one usher to take in and one usher to take out, rather than just one.
For me to proceed?
There's just a concern that there's a smell of burning, but I'm not sure whether there is or not. Okay, there's a smell of burning, but I'm not sure whether there's anything significant, so we'll just check before we start. I think that's a gentleman from the hall behind. Oh, he's gone out. Does anybody else notice the smell?
Yes.
Right. Stay where you are. There's no reason for alarm, but I think we might as well see if there's any known reason for it. Is there any known reason for the smell of burning that people are noticing? Is there any known reason for the smell of burning that some people are noticing? Safe to continue? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Sabi?
Mr. Abrams.
The witness is a male Chinese national of Kazakh and Uyghur ethnicity. He was detained in 3 camps over a period of 9 months exclusively with other Uyghurs on allegations related to terrorism. In the camps, he suffered ill treatment at the hands of law enforcement officials, including being beaten with various weapons, having his fingertips pierced with needles, and being hanged from the ceiling. The witness in all 3 camps was subject to extensive body examinations where samples of blood and urine were taken, his organs were examined, his irises assessed, and fingerprints and voice recordings made. Blood was taken from all prisoners each month. In one camp, the prisoners were forced to take unknown medicines. In another camp, the witness was held in extremely poor conditions with up to 35 men in a cell, living on a subsistence diet where the witness lost half his body weight. Young men between 16 and 40 with whom the witness was held frequently disappeared from their cells. All the men were forced to re-educate in line with CCP policies. The witness knows of 2 named individuals who died in the camp as a result of torture, and he heard that many died from what the witness has described as being placed in a water prison. As a result of the witness going public about his treatment in Kazakhstan, his brother, sister, and mother, as well as his father, were detained. The witness states that his brother was rendered disabled as a result of treatment during detention, and his father was tortured to death. His mother and sister are said to have suffered. Mr. Bekali, I have a few questions, if I may. Your witness statement refers to 7 to 10 men disappearing out of a cell of about 40 men per week. Can you provide further details on these disappearances?
Ömer efendim, siz şu bayanatınızda her ayda 7'ye yakın er kişininki yo'qolib ketganligi, 7 er kişininki yo'qolib ketganligi to'g'risida deyapsiz. Ammo shu to'g'riliq biroz tushuncha bera olamsiz?
Maqol xonimlar apandalar, men bugun bu yerda sotda berayotgan guvohlikimning hammasiniki chinligiga guvohlik beraman.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I can promise and I can swear that I will speak the truth, but the truth.
Bu yerda men 3 kampda yatdim. Her bir kamerada 45 kishi 35 dan 45 kishi insonlar birga yetishga majbur bo'ldik.
I was in 3 different camps. In each camp, in a cell, up to 35 to 40 cellmates had to share one cell.
Her haftada eng navqiron bolalar 16 yoshdan 40 yoshga bo'lgan insonlar almış chiqib turadi, qaytib kelmaydi ular. Yangi insonlar kelib turadi.
The male aged from 16 to 40, every week some were taken out from the cell and never returned. Then they replaced by newcomers.
The witness has stated that the men disappeared under a pretext. Was there any pattern as to who disappeared and who remained in their cells?
Siz şu jarayonda yosh bolalarninki, ya'ni erlarninki yo'qolib ketganligini debsiz. Shuningdan bu yo'qolib ketganlarninki qandaq bir alohidligi bordi yoki nima uchun yo'qolib ketganligi to'g'risida biroz tushuncha bersangiz.
Ma'qul. Men bu nihoyat bir sog'lom bir inson edim. Ya'ni 125 kilogram keladigan salmoqli bir kishi edim. U yerga kirgandan keyin bizni shu sizlar ko'rgandek zanjirlarda bog'lanib, ezib qilgan holatdimi ba'zi insonlarningki immunity, sog'lom turish nimasi yaxshilar. Shunday insonlarimiz, ya'ni 16 yosh 40 yoshga insonlar har vaqt g'oyib bo'lishi bu normal ahvolda uning ichida.
I was a healthy man, very strong, 115 kilo when I was arrested. And the male who detained in those facilities, especially those between age 16 to 40, they were very healthy.
Yo'qolib ketishi normal dedingizmi?
Ularniki sog'lomligi va nimasi, odatlik nimasi bizga qaraganda normal. Ham yaxshida turish nimasi, taqobil turish nimasi. Ashna insonlarimiz yo'qolib ketadi uning ichida.
So those who were especially healthy and strong, those were the ones disappeared.
Did any of those who disappeared, were they returned to their cells, or was that the last the witness had heard of them?
Endi shu yo'qolib ketdi deganlar keyin qaytib kelganlar bo'ldimi yoki shu eng oxirgi ko'rganingiz shu bo'ldimi?
Yo'q, birisini qaytib kelganini men bilmayman.
No, I don't remember seeing anyone returned.
You've referred to detainees being placed in a water prison. Can you describe what that was?
Siz bayonotіңizdə su türmüsünü sözləbsiz. Şunu bir tushuntirib beramiz. Su türmüsü degan nima u? Qanday?
O yerda biz o yerda ularga bo'lgan qarishliklarimiz, bo'ysunmasliklarimiz, 5 xil jazoga uchraymiz. Bu su türmüsü degan narsam men shaxsan o'zim uni o'chirmadim, ammo o'chirgan bolalar bizga so'zlab berdi. İnsanlarni o yerda su türmüsüga bo'ynin kekcha suvga chilab bir sotka esib qo'yiladi.
So we endure 5 different types of torture. The water prison, though I have not experienced personally, but according to the people who experienced the prison, the person will be sinked inside water up to the neck and hang from the ceiling.
And can you tell us who was sent there and how many of the detainees were sent there?
Sizning bilishingizcha kimlarni shu yerga yo'lladi? Qancha tutqunlar shu yerga yo'llandi? O'zingiz bilishingizcha.
Su türmüsügimi? Su türmüsü yo'llangan boladan men ikkisini bilaman. Birisi Jur'atchan degan bir enimiz, 26 yosh atrofida. Birisi Amatchan degan bir enimiz. 23 yosh. O eniq esimda Amatchan degan enimiz.
I remember 2 names. They were both young. Named Jurat, who was 26, and Ahmed, who was 23.
You've stated you gave blood once a month and note that it lasted 15 to 20 minutes. Can you confirm whether the procedure lasted 15 to 20 minutes or blood was drawn for that period?
Siz her ayda bizim kanalda Bu jarayon 15 minutdan 20 minutgacha bo'ldi debsiz. Bu jarayon demoqchi bo'lganingiz shu qon ilish boshdan oxirgi jarayonimi, qaysi jarayon bu? Shuni biroz tushuntirib.
Bu bizda har oyda boshqalarning hammasini o'sha mushtaq tizdirib deb bizniki eshikda kichkina bor, ashada xona chiqaramiz. Taxminan bizning farzimiz bu. Uni soat qarab bizning soatmi yo'q u yerda. Mo'lcharda shuni 10 minut atrofida elib beradi. Balki bizning qarshi har bir insonda shunday.
Okay. Well, the time that I mentioned is a kind of approximate time. I didn't have a watch to check the time. But when they came to draw blood, we just have to stretch our arm through the small hole on the door. Perhaps we mentioned the foot slot. And that's where they take blood. Sometimes it could be 10 or 15 minutes.
Your statement refers to doctors, teachers and lawyers as being starting to be detained. In terms of profession, do you know what proportion of detainees were professionals?
Bu yerda siz bayonotыңыз debsiz. Bu yerda doktorlar, o'qituvchilar, ziyolilar tutilishga boshlandi debsiz. Sizning bilishingizcha qaysi kasbchilarga eng ko'p tutildi deymiz?
Shaxsan men atrofimda yotgan insonlarni bilishimda aniq esimda bor. Qarmay shahri bir neft shahri. U yerda qonun organi ishlagan Atavullah degan advokat apandim bor. Ikkinchi maktabida o'qituvchilar Tahir muallim degan kishilar bor. Uning ichida hatto savdogarlar bor, cho'ng shirkat ochgan tijoratchilar, restoran ochgan tijoratchilar, har soha insonlarini o'z ko'zim bilan ko'rdim, ham ularni birga yotdim.
Atavullah yana birisini ismini bilamiz.
Tahir muallim.
Tahir. Well, the cell where I shared with other people, mostly quite well educated. For example, Atavullah, who was a lawyer, and Tahir, who was a teacher, and many very successful businessmen who had a very successful business. They were also detained there.
I'd like to ask you about the medication you referred to in your statement. Did you have any side effects or reactions from being given unidentified medication?
Sizce naməlum doğru okullarını, sağlıqını, doğru bəgəllikini sözləbsiz. Sizge bir qarşı bir təsiri oldu mu bu doğrularının ki, sizge işlətkəndən ki? Şunu bir təsvirlə berədir.
Bo'ladi. Bu yerda bizga har vaqt dori beradi. Bundan boshqa tamoqlardan zaharlanishlar bo'lib turadi. Uning ichida shaxsan o'zim bir qatim aylanib ketgan. Boshqalarning deyishida menga shunday bir barmoq qo'lning cho'ngligida tabletka berib, men o'shimga kelibdiman.
Yes, apart from the pills and the injections, it is common that people suffer from food poisoning. I've also suffered food poisoning. I was completely collapsed, and then later I was told after they gave me a medicine, I regained my consciousness.
Sizge qandaq başqacha ta'sirlar bo'ldi deydi shu o'qol doğrularning.
Ana degan kechiring. Uning ichida bizda jimg'ur qilib o'tadi. Hech qanday so'zlashni xohlamaydigan shu nimsa bo'ldi. Bir xil inson bir xil robot odam o'xshashlar bir bo'lib qolsa uning ichida. Na so'zingiz kelmaydigan, o'zingiz shu bishingiz qaydigan o'tirib tilimni tasavvurlashga o'zim tilim ojizlik qiladi.
It is difficult to express the feelings with words. You become so kind of inward person. You're reluctant to even to talk or show any interest in anything, and you become so tired and couldn't, like sometimes when you stand up, you feel as if you're going to collapse. So it's extremely difficult for me to even tell you how you feel after those pills and injections.
And my final question, Mr. Bakali, you've indicated in your statement you suffered many forms of ill treatment. And my understanding is you've brought something in today. Perhaps you can explain that for the panel.
Siz bayanatınızda hər xil zulüm, zoravalıq, uçurğanlığınız doğrusunda söz düşəndiribsiz. Bugün siz bir əsbabını ip kəpsiz, şunu bir düşəndirib bir ələmsiz.
Bo'ladi.
Zəncirində.
Bo'ladi. Hamda sizlar ko'rayotgan bu zanjir amaliyotda men shuning ichida 7 oy 10 kun taqab yashagan narsa, agar sudya efendimlar buni ruxsat qilsa, mana taqab amaliyotni ko'rsatib qo'ygan bor sizlarga.
The chain that I brought here is a chain that I was chained for 7 months, 10 days. And if you allow me, I would like to show you how I was chained. And I would like to demonstrate.
If it can be done quickly and without too much difficulty, that will probably be helpful, but not otherwise.
No, it won't take long.
While that's happening, Mr. Sabi, when are you hoping that we may take a coffee break, and how long will that be? We're running a little behind schedule. While this is being done, can you tell us when will we be taking a coffee break and for how long?
We'll reduce it for 10 minutes.
What time do we start the coffee break so that people know?
Once Mr. Bakari's statement.
Sorry?
Once this witness statement is over.
Okay, I need an indication. Right.
I was chained like that. Actually, this is much stretchable, but it is even tighter. I couldn't stand up. And I was in that position for 7 months and 10 days.
There we are, and I was going
and
to ask...
And it's about 7 kilograms.
Yes.
Yeah, the weight is about 7 kilograms.
And can the witness tell us how he was able to get these particular chains himself?
Bu zincirni qanday tapa aldınız, qayerdan tapdınız?
Ben onun için ertə gün bu taqılan нәрсе, ben bunu Kazakistan'da taqab çıxırışqa hayatımı tətbiq üçün oxuyub Türkiyədə vaxtda Türkiyədə satıb aldım. Bütün zincirlərin dünyanın hər yerində oxşar.
In order to demonstrate about what happened to me and others, I bought the chain in Turkey because you can buy this kind of chain everywhere, anywhere.
Thank you. Please go back to your seat.
Those are our questions.
I can't hear you, Mr.
So Jeffrey,
Abraham.
those are our questions.
Before Mr. Clark starts, there's one thing. Has this witness been the subject of criticisms by, and if so, can you ask those questions now?
Yes, Sir Jeffrey. Essentially, media sources associated with the PRC have claimed that the witness has lied about being tortured in the re-education camp, that he has been involved in terrorist activities, and that his mother and his siblings are living normal lives in Xinjiang. Those are the three claims.
Thank you, Mr. Zamibor. Mr. Clark.
Good morning. Can I start by going back to the beginning of your statement? And you say that in 2006 you decided to leave Xinjiang and move to Kazakhstan, the nationality of your father. What were the circumstances? You talked about, I think, injustice and discrimination then. What were the circumstances in 2006 that caused you to leave?
Siz bayanatınızın beşidi depsiz 2006 yılı Kazakistan'a çıkıp ketip eşeninki vatandaşlığını alışqa karar veripsiz ve bunun da vatandaki ağır kemsitişler doğrusunda sözlepsiz. Muşu ne kısaca bir düşündürüp bergen bolsunuz.
Burada. Ben 97-yılı İgillik Başqaruş Kəsbi Universitetini bitirib Beyjingda qarmay xizmatga o'rinlashdim. Lekin mening o'qigan kasbimga oid xizmat bo'lmasdan bir shopurlik xizmatiga erishdim.
Having graduated from a university in Beijing in 1997, I returned to Karmai, but was unable to obtain a job in the profession that I received. I became a driver.
Keyin bizniki bu yerda xizmatlardagi maosh taqsimoti, yaxshi xizmat o'rinlarida yüzüngizga Uyg'ur va qozoqlarni kamsitib turib, yaxshi xizmat va yaxshi maosh taqsimotlar hech qachon berilmaydi.
Even including the salaries that we received, especially for Uyghurs and the Kazakh people, due to the discrimination, systematic discrimination, we received very unfair treatments.
So you moved to Kazakhstan and then traveled extensively between PRC and Kazakhstan. Did you ever have any reason to believe that you were at risk of being detained when you made these travels, as you were in 2017?
Endi siz Qozog'istonda yerleşkenden keyin daim berip kelip жүрüpsiz. Endi 2017-yılı Xitoyga qaytqa vaqtingizda bir paraz qilib baqqandingizmi? Meni tutib ketami degan mındaq bir ko'nglingizdan bir o'tganmi shundaq bir gumon?
Yo'q.
No.
There isn't. No. When you were first detained, you were taken from a police station to a hospital and had a medical examination. You say in your statement that you were worried that was going to lead to organ extraction. Why was it that you thought that was a possibility?
Endi sizni tunji qitim uydan tutib, doktorxonaga olibdi. U yerda sizningki ishki a'zolaringizni tekshiribdi. Shu jarayonda o'zingizninki ishki a'zolaringizni evolamo degan ashundaq bir qo'rqinchlikda bo'libsiz. Nima uchun bundaq bir qo'rqinchlikda bo'ldingizmi? Shuni biroz tushuntirib berasiz. Nima sababdan bundaq o'yladingiz?
Chunki men o'zim Qozog'istonda tijorat qilayotgan vaqtlarimdami, men o'zim o'qigan kasbim shu sayohat va ilk boshlash kasbi bo'lganligi uchun bu qiziqaman axborot nimasirdagi yangiliklarga, nimalarga qiziqib turaman. Shu sababdan men Falun Gongchilarniki organlarning ilinayotganligi, hatto bizniki shu burun endi og'ir jinoyatlar kesilgan Uyg'ur qarindoshlarimizniki ashuna o'ltirilib tashlanib turmalarda jasadini vermaydigan ahvollardan xabarim bordi.
During my time in Kazakhstan, while I was doing business, and because of my what I studied was business and tourism, I always interested in more information, and I learned that the Falun Gong practitioners' organs were harvested, and as well as the prisoners, the Uyghur prisoners. Also their organs were targeted.
Men aş təşəkkür vaxtda üntünüzsüz avaz çıxamasdan hər vaxt ətrafımda 2-3 insanın aş birlə apırıb men bişim qarqaltıb işini bilməyəm. Aş özləri kimlərini saldırıb məcburi aşında təşvişini ötküzüşdə ən axırda şu kimini yalanlaşlar bir nəsədən sürüb təşəkkür vaxtda men ürəklərim löpüldəb işdən sirəkli tas qalğanıb qorxunuşdum.
It was extremely terrifying experience for me because the people who were examining me, I could feel, although I had a black hood over my head, I couldn't see, but I could feel there were about 3 people not saying anything. And when they placed that cold gel on my body, and when they started examining, that time I almost like passed water. That's how nervous I became.
But do you know what the basis then for that very thorough medical examination was, why it was done?
Endi sizce bularınki bu kadar inçiklep tekşirişteki sebebi nima?
Biz xuddi Qotandagi qo'yga o'xshab qolgan bir millat bo'lganligimiz uchun ular mana hozir sizlar ko'rayotgandek xalqarada qo'rqmasdan halol organ tashviqotini endi qilyotidi. Bizni anadagi yana bir ish qiyin qistoq olgan vaqtidami bizniki mana shu ichki organlarimiz qattiq ziyon zahmat o'chirmagan holatda qiynaydi.
Well, our people, we become like a cattle. You could hear now, even on the international stage, they are loudly accusing us that we are lying. The organ harvesting is common, as you must have heard from media that they advertise a halal organ. And even when they tortured us, they made sure that our internal organs were not damaged.
When you were first detained, you were told, I think, that you had committed terror-related crimes. Did they explain what the basis for their view was, and did they produce any evidence that you had been involved in terror-related activities?
And sizni tuncu tutqa vaqtda sizni terrorga bağlanğan degəndək şundaq səbəblər bilən sizni tutubdu. Amma sizə bunu düşəndüdümü və qandaq bir paketlərinin bağlığı toğrusunda sizə bir düşənçə bədimi?
Bu to'g'risida menga hech qanday tushuncha berilmadi. Faqatlam mening o'zimning iqror qilishimni, ularning meni qo'lga olishdagi sababniki 3 xil jinoyatni atib turib qo'lga olibdi. Shandong Kongbu Fenzi tashviqot qilish terrorlikqa, Zhuzhi Kongbu Fenzi tashkillash terrorlikqa, Weihai Guoja Anquanzi davlat parchash o'rnigan degan jinoyat. Yana birisi aniki bu Bopshi Kongbu Fenzi terrorchilar qanot ostida olgan degan jinoyatlarni atgan jadvalga qo'l qo'yishga majburlandim men. O'zimni iqror qilishni talab qildi, qisqaqa ilib, anharda shu jinoyatlarga qo'l qo'yishga qisqaqa uchirdim.
No, not at all. They have not presented any evidence whatsoever. On the paper, they showed me what I was accused of, organizing terrorism, instigating terrorism, and intention to split the country, separatism. And they forced me to sign that paper to admit those so-called crimes.
Mellab emas kirganlarning hammasining qo'liga ashna narsada majburlanadi ekan. Bu yerga kirganlar har qandayniki.
I wasn't the only one. Everyone who was detained there, they all have experienced exactly the same pressure that they must sign that document. And in order to make them sign document, and they tortured them.
Now, in the camp you explained that as an education camp there was education for detainees. Could you just say something briefly about the nature of that education?
Bu lagerni bula tərbiyələş lageri deydi. Sizcə bu tərbiyələş bilan əlaqəsi barmı? Bu lagerni ən qısqa sözdə bir təsvirləb bəyan bolsunuz.
Bu lagerlash acaba mendek bir şirketniki muavin direktori bo'lgan insonga o lagerlarda dars o'rganishim va yoki kasb egilishim ehtiyojim yo'qdi. Hatta meniki agar asl kampda o'ldirilgan dadammi hukumat ishlab pensiyaga chiqqan bir insonni o'ldirildi. Ularning atalmish narsalar hammasi saxta, yolg'on.
Well, there is no such education. I didn't need to be re-educated because I was a vice director of a company. And my father, who worked all his life for the government and who was detained and died in camp. He didn't need to be educated.
You say that when you were in the camp, you were visited by Kazakh diplomats as a Kazakh citizen, and they explained to you your rights. What rights did they say that you had?
Siz şu lager jarayonida Qazaq diplomatlarninki kelganligi va siz bilan suhbat o'tkazgan, sizga o'zingizning haq-huquqlaringiz to'g'risida tushuntirgan. Shu haq-huquqlarni qanday tushuntirgan, shularni deb berasiz.
Ma'qul. Menga ularning tushuntirishida birinchi haq-huquqim, ular meni jismoniy emgakka sololmaydi ekan. Ikkinchisi, og'rib qolsam davolaydi ekan. Shu vaqt tanqimni vaqtida berdi ekan. Bu mening haq-huquqim ekan.
I was told that first of all, they cannot force me to work, put me into forced labor. The second right I had is right to have medication. If I were ill, then I must receive medication. And the third right that I had, so I received 3 meals per day.
Okay. And did you explain to the diplomats the nature of the treatment that you'd had inside the camp?
Bu diplomatlarga sizninki şu lager jarayonidagi o'zingizninki tatgan zulmlaringizni tushuntirib beraldingizmi?
Mumkin emas. Uning oldiga chiqishda ular qattiq tahdid qilib turib, agar yashag'ing bo'lsa, sen bu yerda yotgan bo'lgan ishlanishqanligini demaysan deb, men hatto zanjirlarni et tashlab, qo'limga qo'yishni salgan holatda chiqqan.
It wasn't possible. Before I was taken to meet them, and I was threatened that if I would tell anything that had happened to me to those diplomats, and I might have death threat. I might die. And they removed all that chain and handcuffed me and took me in front of them.
And did you detect any different treatment as a Kazakh than the treatment that was being given to the Uyghur detainees?
Endi o'zingiz Qozaq bo'lgan, Qozaq millati bo'lgan sifatingiz bilan boshqa Uyg'urlarga ko'rsatgan zulm siz bilan farqli bo'ldimi?
Bizning his qilishimizda burunqi vaqtlarda jamiyatda va yoki turmdan ishlar bo'lsin, azroq bir bo'lib Uyg'urlarga qaraganda boshqa millatlarga azroq farq botdi. Lekin men 2017-yil men o turmga kirgandan keyin farqi yo'q.
Turma jarayonida siz ham deb cho'qim Qozog'istonga ketalaydi degan bir farqliq bo'ldimi demakchi. Ya'ni turmaning ichidagi Uyg'urlar bilan sizga.
Yo'q.
In the past, it was slightly different. For the treatment towards Kazakh and towards Uyghurs were different. But after 2017, hardly any difference.
Men chet-ellik deganligim uchun, men chet-ellik meni menda muomala qilishinglar haqqinglar yo'q deganim uchun bir oy shu men 6 kvadrat debdim, aslida 3 kvadratlik zindonda yetishga majbur bo'lganman, yolg'iz kishilik zindonda.
For once I questioned them that I am Kazakh citizen and you have no right to treat me in such a way. For that I was punished in a dark cell. Actually, I said 6 square meter. Actually, it was 3 square meter cell. I was locked up there for 1 month. In a dark
solitary confinement.
Solitary confinement, yeah.
When it came to the approach of your release, you were asked to sign or required to sign conditions for release. What were those conditions?
Sizni qo'yadigan vaqtda sizga shart, bir qancha shartlarni qo'yib, uningga qo'l qo'y debdi. Ya'ni qo'yib berish shartlari. Bu qo'yib berish shartlarini bir tushuntirib berasiz.
Ularning shartlari, men uning ichida ko'rgan tatqan bu zulmlarni, bu ichidagi ichinishlik ahvollarni hech qanday hech kimga hatto o'zimning uydagilarga tinmaslik. Agar normal hayot yashash imkoniyatini erish uchun bo'ladigan bo'lsa, yoki ota-onamni ko'rib kelish imkoniyatiga erishmoqchi bo'lgan bo'lsam, cho'qim ovozimni qat'iy chiqarmaslikning ustida shartni qo'yib turib, imzo attirdi bular.
So the terms and condition was that if I ever want to return to the country and visit my parents again, then I must not say anything about what I have experienced and what I have witnessed during my detention.
Right. And my last question is about your family. Your family stayed behind, didn't leave the country like you. There's a dispute, as the council team said, over the conditions in which your remaining family are living at the moment. And I just wonder if you could explain the basis for your belief, the statement about their treatment here, as opposed to the Chinese government's treatment, which is that they are living normal lives in China.
Sizningki ailыңыз to'g'risida bergan bayonotіңizda degan ahvol bilan Xitoyninki hozir o'zlari davatgan sizning shu yerda qolib qolgan tuqqanlaringizningki ahvoli ikkisi cho'ng farq bor ekan. Ya'ni ular boshqacha davitibdi. Shuning uchun faqat o'zingizninki bilishcha sizning urug' tuqqanlaringizningki ahvolini bizga deb bera olamsiz.
Bizniki ailemiz sizlarnikiga o'xshash nihoyat baxtli bir oila edi. Lekin shu lagerga men sulinib buni dunyo anlatgandan beri bizning oilalarniki men hem atam, rahmetlik anam, singlimning hammasi ularga nisbatan bir terrorchi ailasiga aylanib bo'ldi. Amaliyotda biz normal bir insonlar edik.
My family was a very normal, happy family, and since after I was detained, then after I was released, I started telling the truth to the world. My family suffered the consequences. My father died, and my sister, my brother, my sister and my brother, my mother, they were all branded a terrorist family, and they're suffering the consequences.
And how is he able to find out about their current
Hozirgi
condition?
ularning ahvolini qanday bila olasiz?
Hozir xabar yo'q. Aloqamiz o'zgarib kelyapti bu to'g'ri.
Well, no news. He couldn't communicate with anyone, so cut off for some time now.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vetch.
During the period of your detention incarceration, please could you describe some of the ill treatment, torture as you've alleged in your statement, that you suffered and or witnessed others suffering?
Endi mushu lagerdagi jarayonda siz bayonotingizda ba'zi inchki shu qiynash jarayonlarini bayonot qilgandingiz. Mushu jarayonlarni o'z og'zingiz bilan so'zlab bersangiz qisqacha.
Fakat ismiga olib yo'q ama o'zlab beray. 4-oyning 3 kundan 7-kunigacha egirib qisqaqa o'jurdim 4 kunduz. 4-oyning 3-dan 7-kunigacha 2017.
Yes, Your Honor, it is extremely hard for me to talk about it. I don't even want to remind myself about all those ordeals. But of course, for the first four days and nights, I was tortured intensely.
Eng dastlabda yo'lbos o'rindiqqa o'ltirg'izilib, rizgi kaltak, tokkattaklar bilan qattiq urildim.
In the beginning, I was secured under this tiger chair and beaten up by police buttons and an electric prod.
Keyin mana shunda Qarmay shaharlik Jaranbuloq saqchilarining yarasida uyida mana shunday holatda bu Google'dan ilingan suratlar akandilar to'g'ri tushunishni umid qilaman.
These pictures, I got it from Google. I just clarified that. It was a similar cell in Qarmay
Jaranbuloq
region. That was the basement of the police station, the detention.
Keyin manda isib qo'yib, mana shu meniki butunlay kassam, dumbam, shu buljon go'shtlarim putniki, hatto beton o'tirg'izib turib tapanimga shu yog'och qaltaklar bilan, sim qamchilar bilan eng vahshiy usulda qiynadi meni.
I was hung from the ceiling, and then all similar to this kind of position, and then they used thin wire and other tools, and hit my body all over my body, including my soul, the sole of my feet.
Ularning vahshiy qiynashlarga qarab to'xtamasdan, yarim soat, hatto 1 soat urib qiynashlardan, mola insonmi, emasmi deb o'ylanib qolasiz.
While experiencing such horror non-stop, then it makes you to wonder whether those people are human.
Professor Kaur, do you have questions? If so, make them short, please.
You heard regarding the Karamay camps that all government ethnic minority employees were to have re-education, and that this was a directive from the central government. What do you mean by the central government? Who are you thinking of, or what are you thinking of?
Siz bu qayta tərbiyələş, yəni atalmış qayta tərbiyələş bu mərkəz hökumətinin düşürülgən buyruq dəbsiz. Bu mərkəz hökuməti deganiniz nima?
Men buni yerdan tushmadimi, men onun da mening xabarim yo'q. Men buni unda tarzimli xatolik o'xshaydi. Men mushu adolatsizliklarni, mushu Xinjiang degan Xitoy qilyotdi deb o'ylab, Beijingga berishni o'ylagan, ammo atamning nasihati bilan men undan yana voz kechgan. Bu Xitoylar qo'li ichik iludi, bolam u yuqoridan kelmasa, bu ish bo'lmaydi deb meni to'sigan Beijingga berishimdan.
Well, initially I thought it was Chen Quanguo who is responsible for all the sufferings that we have been put through, and therefore I decided to go to Beijing to make a complaint. And my father stopped me and saying that without the order from the central government from Beijing, this wouldn't happen.
Can you elaborate on that connection between Beijing and the region in northwest China?
Can you rephrase the question again?
What does your father mean by the fact that all orders come from Beijing to the region in question?
Hem de dadınızınki şu merkezden kəmsi bu işler olmaydı digindiki mənini biraz düşündüb bilərəm. Siz nimi üçün şundaq deydi?
Mening atam rahmatlik 30 necha yil shu hukumatga xizmat ishlab pensiyaga chiqqan bir inson. Bu hukumatning qandaq saxtibas, qandaq rangvas, aldamchi ekanligini biladi. Har qandaq bir buyruqning o'sha markazdan kelganligiga oid hujjatlarning hammasini xizmatlarni ishlagan. Shu sababdan atam buni besh qo'lda biladi, yaxshi biladi.
My father is a retired a civil servant who worked for the government over 30 years. So he knows the nature of the government, and he seen many official papers, and therefore he understands how the system cheats and lies, and he knew that there's nothing can be achieved or can be implemented without the order from the central government, Beijing.
So you're talking about the Politburo here.
Bu yerdeki merkez hükümeti deganiniz şu siyasi merkez Politburo'da koydu 12 kişilik ne şunu şulardan keldi demekçimi en yok.
Bizning nazarimizda biz uni ichki nimsida ishlamagan ekan, Jongyangdan keladi deymiz. Markaziy hukumatdan keladi bu buyruq deb bilamiz. Uni biz inchiklab ikki tarafdan kimdan keladi, qandaq uni qonun organlari baholamasa biz uni bilmaymiz.
I cannot really answer that question as I don't know how it works, but we assume it's from the central government. But how the central government work, obviously we don't have any information.
Thank you. Mr. Abraham, can you ensure that the photographs, if the witness is willing, are made available? We have no, anybody else? We have no further questions? Mr. Abraham.
Thank you. That ends our questions.
Thank you very much, Omia Bekali, for coming to give evidence. You're now free to go. By the clocks in the room, it's now 11:26. We are running behind. We'll take a 10-minute coffee break, which means that we will start again at 11:36. Yes.
I didn't know the means of pressure to come to that.
stops here because this is where Okay, I'll take this because they're changing it. Yeah,
What I did was very cleverly. Yes, it was literally. Last
You are on YouTube.
1, 2, 3. Mr. Sabi, I think, Mr. Sabi, we might as well just get started. If we wait for people to get to gather, they won't come. So
Yes.
we just start without them. If you can start getting the witness lined up, because I think this witness is by video, is that right?
No, sir.
Oh, no, she's here. Oh, good.
She's here.
I got the wrong.
Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Mutter Illikut. She will give a live
Let's get her
evidence.
into here as soon as can be, because we.
For your information, the report for Mr. Illikut, for Ms. Illikut is at page 398 of the addendum.
398.
Is the first document there.
Who is collecting witnesses when they're here? Okay. Well, is that happening?
Yeah, that's perhaps that's why. You have to talk to activists. You need to talk to activists.
Is the witness coming? Are we finding her?
Yes. Can we call the next witness? Mutter Illikut?
Sometimes it's better to go and do it yourself, Mr. Sabi. I don't know where they are. Right, I think we're now complete. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, teething problems, but nothing serious. Is it?
Good morning.
Right.
Our next witness, Mutter Illikut, is a project researcher at Uyghur Transitional Justice Database project in Norway. Ms. Illikut holds a BA in political economics and is currently studying comparative politics at the University of Bergen. Ms. Illikut has been involved with human rights advocacy focusing on the Uyghur situation since 2018. She has been one of the authors of the annual report that produced by Uyghur Transitional Justice, and she will be giving evidence regarding that as expert. Ms. Illikut, thank you for coming to London.
Thank you.
The tribunal has received your report and the annual report of the UTJD. Would you please briefly let us know how you're going to give this expose and how long would it take to go through this PowerPoint?
Yes, I hope it's going to take about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I start?
Would you like to start, please?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Muated, and I am a project researcher and assistant at the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database based in Norway. I'm very glad to be here today, and I will be given a short presentation on our annual report 2021. Next slide, please. Thank you. Uyghur Transitional Justice Database is an ongoing project that focuses on the registration of the disappeared and extrajudicially interned Uyghurs in East Turkestan. The project was first funded on a voluntary basis in 2018 and later received fundings from the National Endowment of Democracy starting from July 2019. We are building a comprehensive database to document the ongoing atrocities being committed by the Chinese Communist Party toward the Uyghurs and other Turkic population since the revision of its legislation in 2017, which allowed the local government to educate and transform people influenced by extremism as so-called vocational training centers or re-education camp, which is also known as concentration camps. And our annual report 2021 examines the urgent reality of East Turkestan by analyzing data based on the UTGD database. I am the first author of the UTGD's annual report, which is submitted to the Uyghur Tribunal. I have contributed to several chapters of this report, except from the camp system part, which is done by my colleague. I would also like to mention that the current report is made to meet the tribunal's June hearing deadline, so some minor changes may occur during the reviewing process, and we will keep the tribunal updated on that. So the idea for now is to present a statistical overview of our data, and I hereby declare that all information provided is true and correct. The present report is aimed to serve the information need of the growing community of organizations, United Nations.
Excuse my interrupting you.
Yes.
It may be better, or it just may be my hearing, if you speak a little slower.
Oh, that's good.
Because reading is always difficult to get at the right speed for an audience that is listening.
All right.
Now, I'm not going to interrupt, I hope, anymore, because I'm not going to be the one mostly asking you questions. But I know that we will be interested in at least 2 or 3 things, and if you could bear those in mind as you go ahead. First is the particular expertise that you are giving us. We need to know when you're speaking as an expert. Second, there is a difference between primary sources and secondary sources, and it's going to be very helpful for us if you can identify when you're dealing with a primary source, a witness you spoke to yourself, something like that, as opposed to secondary sources, which we know are going to appear elsewhere. But if you could help us in that way.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
Then we can go to the next slide, I think. Yes, this is a table of contents of our report. Well, we have tried to collect as much information as possible in this report, like historical background, post 9/11 repression, and marginalization of the Uyghur language, 5th of July uprising in the camp system, and also about the pathologization of the Uyghur religiosity, and also Uyghur forced labor and forced sterilization and abortion. And then in the end of the report, there's an analysis called No One is Safe. It's an analysis based on the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database. Next slide, please. This is a general overview of our data collected so far. We collect various types of data, and until today, our satellite experts has collected about 232 geolocations of suspected concentration camps and 257 prisons, and we have registered 5,567 missing people in our database. Some of them are just missing, some of them are detained in concentration camps, and some of them are sentenced into prison without any judicial reason. And 3,000 of the 5,500 people are saved on our offline database, and 2,567 people are connected to the online database. Next slide, please. I think we'll just skip the historical background. Great. This is a chapter in our report is about marginalization of the Uyghur language, because starting from 1st of September 2017, East Turkestan has experienced a new language system policy. It is the so-called bilingual education across all elementary and junior high schools in East Turkestan started to shift into Mandarin-only education, and the goal will be that all teaching materials and the medium of instruction would be in Mandarin Chinese only. And in the recent years, the Chinese state has arrested more than 100 of Uyghur intellectuals who have successfully navigated the world of academia, art, and journalism. Uyghur activists and linguists have become the latest target of the sweeping crackdown in East Turkestan. And according to the UTGD database, 365 intellectuals are registered as whether missing, detained, sentenced since 2016. And Table 1 in our report gives an information about the gender distribution by linguistic featured professions. We have also included 3 statements in our database. In our current annual report, the man on the picture on the left is Mr. Abdurrahman Imam Hamdullah. Mr. Abdurrahman Imam Hamdullah is an Uyghur linguist and researcher who previously worked at Xinjiang Ethnic Language Committee. He had participated in numerous projects on compiling Uyghur dictionary, such as Annotated Dictionary of Uyghur Language, the Uyghur Dictionary of Handicrafts, and he also published many academic papers. Hamdullah was arrested in early 2019 for an alleged crime of working on Uyghurification of place names. You can find a statement provided by Hamdullah's son, Yashar Hamdullah, who's living in exile in Norway. And the man on the picture on the right is Mr. Yalqun Ruzi. Yalqun Ruzi is a public figure, journalist, writer, and literature critic. He was born in Atush in 1966 and graduated from Xinjiang University in 1987. He worked as a journalist for Urumqi People's Radio Broadcasting, and from 1991 he worked as an editor for Xinjiang Education newspaper, and from 2005 he worked as an editor for Xinjiang Education Publishing. He is the author of many books and articles about Uyghur education, literature criticism, modern history, and various Uyghur historical and social issues. He was detained in October 2017, soon after he returned from a trip abroad. Yalqun Ruzi is now sentenced to 15 years in prison. He was accused for attempting to incite separatism by promoting Turkism. And a statement about Yalqun Ruzi is provided by his son, Kamal Turk Yalqun, where he testifies for his father. It was actually a video testimony posted on social media, and I transcribed this video testimony after getting the permission. And next slide, please. We have also included a chapter on July 5th uprising in the current report. On the 5th of July 2009, Uyghurs peacefully took to the streets in the city of Urumqi to protest against the Chinese government's handling of the recent deaths of and brutal attack on Uyghurs working at the Shuri toy factory in Guangdong province.
Excuse me for a second. Yes, what would you like to?
I'd like to, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's very nice, but we've sort of read it, and I just wonder, would it be better if perhaps, if I may, ask you questions first? Because
That would be fine.
I think one of the important things is the background of all of this.
Sure.
All right. So first of all, thank you very much. We've read through this, and it looks a very, very good an account of your year's work. But what I just want to know is, first of all, a little bit about you. So I understand you've been doing this as a project, and you've also been interviewing. So do you speak the language? How many languages do you speak?
Okay, I speak 4 languages. Uyghur is my mother tongue, but I grew up learning Mandarin, so I'm fluent in Mandarin Chinese. And I was raised in Norway, so I speak Norwegian and also English.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. And in terms of that, how many of these people did you actually personally interview?
Pardon me?
How many of these interviews, for example, you've just shown us 2, how many did you personally interview?
It's, I can't give an estimate, but for the past 1 year, after I started to work at the UTGD database, I have been interviewing, maybe up to 50 or 100 direct and indirect witnesses. I have also interpreted for some camp survivors. Yes, I can't give an exact number, but it's a lot.
So many of these you've actually taken your own stories from them and done it. So could I just go a little bit further back now to the methodology of the, producing the database? For example, presumably anybody can enter it. I mean, you say, how do you get the people? Do you advertise?
We do use several types of methodology. Sometimes we base on open source information. We gather information that is publicly available on some social media platforms. And those type of information are usually labeled as unconfirmed. Because many testifiers and in the Uyghur diaspora communities, they use social media as the main method to express the story happening on them. What we do when we collect this type of data is that we try to reach out to that person, and then we question them and ask them to confirm the evidence of the testimony. And then the testimony can be labeled as confirmed or verified based on after the interview.
Right, so if I get it right, people can apply, but each and every one that is on the database has been verified by you or somebody?
Yes.
Right, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So it's been verified. And the other thing is in terms of protecting their identities, are they happy for the identity to be put on there?
Yes, we have 2 types of databases. I mean, we have two types of platforms, offline and online. The online database, we get the testifier's permission. They can choose between registering the data on the offline or online one. The offline database is not connected to the server. So it's 100% protected, and only some of our team members can get access to this data. And the online ones are connected to the server, and it's also highly protected, but we can't guarantee that there are no cyber attacks that is happening. But the testifiers are aware of the situation, and they have chosen to provide their testimony on the online platforms.
So it's fairly open. So are people frightened to come forward?
Pardon?
Are people frightened to come and register with you because it'll be open?
Yes,
and the
that's
repercussions
why.
of that.
Yes, that's why we do have 3,000 offline database
I see.
testimonies
So
on
the
the offline
offline
database
are
than the
not
online one.
made
Yes.
public. Okay.
We
And
have-
these, sorry. So these data, sorry, I just want to clear up a few things before you go on. These data then include both the offline and the online. All right. So it's really fairly selective in that people are applying. Have you cross-referenced it to any other databases? Because there are other Uyghur databases.
Well, we are aware that there are other databases, such as Xinjiang Victim Database, but we do not cooperate with them, and we don't know about their methodology and how they work. So I can't really comment on how many data they have and if there's anything that overlaps with our data.
Because the point I think I was trying to get is, so really these data are not generalizable because they're self-selected. So you can't use these data to say that so many professionals have been admitted, because this is only a part of the story.
Yes, we can't, I mean, we can generalize it. We are still working on this last analysis part. So I didn't really get your question.
So for example, in table 1, I think it was,
Yes.
I can't find where the page is, you've got the numbers for the page 416, numbers for professionals. I think you've got all these actors, writers and journalists, but this is really from this database. So the question really is, were they actually attacking or bringing in people who were professional and the intellectuals?
Yes, that's what we assume.
You assume, but can you...
That's what
I mean, we
are
can't use
saying.
these data to prove that. But
No, our job is to present the data that is collected and provided to other organizations that do investigations. So we don't conclude on a hard basis, but we try to give a summary presentation of our data to different organizations that can use this data for some more meaningful analysis.
Right. And one of the problems which the chairman pointed out is this is very much a secondary database, isn't it? How do we know that the witness or the people you talked to were telling the truth? You said you check, but how do you check?
We talk to them. We ask them about like the source of the information they are providing. Say if they say that the families are detained in a concentration camp, we do ask where they got this information. Is it through phone calls, or is there a document that is proving it? So that's how it works.
Yeah, and you've got some pictures also in there. Are these pictures, I think you do say they're from Google.
Yes.
But how do we know they're true?
Yes, as I said, I wasn't too much involved in the satellite analysis part. We have a satellite expert who is doing this job. And he usually refers to Google Earth and applications such as Here We Go, and analyze those based on that. If the panel has any question related to this part, you are always welcome to reach us out. I have also told this to the Council of the Tribunal. I wasn't very much involved in the satellite analysis.
No, I appreciate you can't do everything, can you? If I may just go through, and then perhaps we can come back to this. You were talking about the estimates of the number of people that have been interned, and they seem to be different estimates. They differ from 1 to 3, and then some others say it's 2 to 3 million. Is there any way you know of? I mean, how do we check which is correct?
We refer to different references, and the data that we have, it's just based on what we have. Could you please repeat your question?
Really, I was trying to get the veracity of what numbers of people have actually been interned or been to these camps.
Okay, as I said, it's 5,567 in total. We don't have this entire millions of references. It's not that everyone can come to us and report the data.
Right. No, I was just wondering, because you put it in there, so I just wondered where you got them from other people. So you were just about to tell us about... Sorry, the other thing is that you've got several witnesses here, but have each and every one of them been asked questions by you or a team of you? I mean, who else asked the questions?
Some of them are by me and some of them by the other team members, and also in some cases they have just given us their testimony directly and written that testimony on their own.
Okay. There was one, sorry, I'm going to let you get back to your talk in a second. And one was really the question about villages and cities, because in page 448, you say that in villages, women were almost always forced to have IUDs inserted after the first child, whilst in the cities they were not forced, but they were threatened that they might lose their jobs. But if you look at page 451, it doesn't quite fit in with that, because it says Chinese families allows two children to reside in cities, but the minorities in the countryside are 3 children allowed. It's sort of slightly contradictory.
Which page?
Sorry,
is it?
page 448 and 451. So have you got the report on your...
If you pick up the report...
Oh, I beg your pardon, I could give you your number. Page 49 on yours and 52.
Page 49.
If you got to see it.
Could you please repeat that? I'm just on page 49 now.
49, 448 and 452. But from your reading,
yes.
Are the people in the villages allowed more children than those in the city, or vice versa?
Yes, the introduction part of each chapter are referred to different type of references. So we do have reference on each, or everything that is stated here.
Okay. Sorry, I'm rather pushing you. Do you want to carry on, and I'll maybe interrupt as you go?
Yeah.
Do carry on. So you're on the July the 5th uprising?
Yes.
Just before you do, I think it's probably fair to say that the tribunal itself asked you to prepare such material as you could from the database that you had, although it was a partial database, and you will be able to respond to any detailed questions in September. I hope that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes, please continue with your presentation.
Okay. I'll continue with the July 5th. All right, let's see.
Just to save time, Mr. Liquid, would you please skip the historical background, because the tribunal have read that, so if you actually deal with the other chapters.
Yes. Well, I will just continue with July 5th then. On the 5th of July 2019, Uyghur students and Uyghurs lived in the Urumqi city has peacefully took to the street in Urumqi to protest against the Chinese government's handling of the recent deaths and the brutal crackdown on Uyghurs working at the Shuri factory in Guangdong. And according to the official numbers, 2 Uyghurs were killed and 120 people were injured, most of whom were Uyghurs. And according to other eyewitnesses reported by the Guardian, the real death toll was more than 30, and as the witness himself helped to kill 8 or 7. And some video clips of this evidence were posted online. And as a response, Uyghurs in East Turkestan planned a peaceful demonstration organized by student groups in several universities in East Turkestan. And the collective demand was very simple: investigate the Shangguan killing and restore justice. And in this chapter, we have a witness statement provided by Adil Alim. He was a Uyghur student in the Faculty of Law at Xinjiang University. He was one of the core organizers of this demonstration, and he attended the demonstration. He got arrested, and in this statement, he talks about his horrible experience during his detention and how he got released, and what happened after he got released. And the picture on the right is a verdict of no guilty issued by Tianshan District, Tianshan Detention Center in Urumqi City when Adil Alim was released. And next slide, please. So I understood that I were going to give a presentation of each some chapter of the report, so that was what I prepared for. I think there was some misunderstanding, but yes, we have a chapter in our report. It is about the camp system. Since 2017, media have been covering China's unprecedented social re-engineering project, that is the mass indoctrination camps, and the UTGD is aimed to study China's systematic crackdown policy in East Turkestan. The team is conducting a comprehensive research on each individual detention facilities, compiled with detailed information. We're preparing a fundamental data set to study China's camp system. And over the past 3 years, our researchers have found more than 530 suspected detention facilities, where 232 are re-education camps and 257 are prisons, including detention centers, and 152 are Bintuan, Laogai, and that means production and construction corps in Chinese, and those statistics are dated to 14th of May 2021. As we talked about it earlier, some satellite images are provided from our team, from our satellite expert. And again, I have to make it clear that I wasn't directly involved in the satellite analysis. But as I said, if the panel has any question to this type of data, you are always welcome to reach us out after the hearing.
Can I interrupt? I think for those viewing, unlike those of us who've had the good fortune of reading the report in advance, it will, and also because the type's a bit small on the screen, it would help if you could tell us what the satellite imagery expert says can be seen. I'm not sure any of us could see it, but if necessary, we can ask her or him to provide a supplementary explanation. But I'm sorry to have interrupted Dame Parveen, but if you could just give us an account of what that little bit underneath the picture says is shown.
Mr. Chairman, the pictures are on pages 436 and 437
Thank you.
of your addendum.
Yes, we have some very interesting findings from our satellite expert. It is in one of those, in this chapter, there are some satellite images of concentration camps, and especially in Aksu city. We found that a concentration camp was located 1 kilometer away from a crematorium. It was built by the roadside of the Wushi Road in Aksu City, and approximately 1,200 detainees dressed in orange and or red colors uniforms were lined up in rows and escorted from the high security gate to the forced labor factory that we suspect. We still can't state anything strongly at the moment, and that's why we share those type of data with other investigators who are capable to do a more intense research. Next slide, please. Yes, a chapter in our report is also about pathologization of Uyghur religiosity. The Chinese regime has continuously repressed the Uyghur religious identity over decades, and in the recent years, the community's religious staff and religious scholars, including imam, have been most vulnerable for persecution. And until 2022-21, the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database has collected 549 individuals with detailed description about their religious atmosphere. We have various variables such as A, not religious, and B, not practicing, and C, practicing, and D, religious scholars. And from the table, we can see that the religious scholars and those who are practicing religion are most exposed for persecution, but this doesn't mean that the non-religious ones are safe.
Could I just ask a question there?
Yeah.
So were these, the questions that you asked, were they asked of the people reporting about their parents or whatever, or if they themselves had been in a camp?
Yes, those are based on people who report about their family or friends, and also in some cases we collect open sources, such as there are some religious scholars, when they got arrested, there have been several medias who have been reporting about this, and besides on the private testimonies, we also base on open source like media reportage.
So one person reporting could be reporting for 4 or 5 other people?
Usually not.
If they were in the family?
Yeah, if they are in a family, sometimes, well, they report about 4 or 5 people, but the religious scholar part, I think one people do only one because they don't know too much religious people or religious family members that, or religious scholars that are kind of around them that they know that they can be a reference to.
So when you say non-religious, they were Muslims but they weren't observing any customs, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes? And then not practicing, what's the difference?
Not religious means not religious at all, and not practicing means they are. They say that they are Muslim by, they say that, but not kind of daily practicing religion. And practicing means that they do pray and 5 times in a day, or they do some religious activities, and religious scholars are. Yeah, we refer
and
to
was
scholars.
there a difference between men and women?
We
or
don't.
did you not?
Yeah, we don't have a gender distribution here right now.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, do carry on.
Yeah. Next slide, please. We have a chapter about coercive family separation. Within 1 to 3 million people incarcerated in some form of mass internment, many Uyghur children have been deprived of one or both parents, and countless families have been coercively separated, and in some cases there were relatives or extended families to take care of the children, and in some other cases where the extended families have also been sent to the internment camps, there are no one to take care of the children, so the children usually end up in child welfare guidance centers, and also in some state-run vocational schools. The Uyghur Transitional Justice Database has registered 43 children under 18 who are currently missing, detained in state-run orphanages, or who are exposed for family separation because the families are detained in the camps, or that their families are abroad and can't risk to go back to East Turkestan. And again, the information sources are based on testimonies of the missing children's parents or other relatives who are abroad, and in some other cases we also refer to official media reportage, as I said earlier. And yes.
In terms of the separation then, are the children separated according to their age? And if so, where do they go? So the babies or young people would go for...
Yes, like the two, I think all three of them on the picture. Mukhlisa, her father is currently...
No, I mean generally.
Generally.
Generally.
It kind of differs. Most of them, they have one of their parents in living abroad, mostly in Turkey or some other countries, and some other relatives who testifies for their, let's say, nephews, that because they know that the kids' parents are taken to the camp, and let's say the aunt knows that the kids are sent to the state-run orphanages. So that's how the information comes from.
Thank you. And do the parents, if they are there and outside, do they know where the children are? Can the parents visit the children?
Visit the what?
Can the parents go and see their children? In the
Outside?
camps?
No, because as I said, these children are taken to the state-run orphanages because the parents are detained in the concentration camp. They are not allowed to come out, or because the families are living abroad and they can't risk to go back to East Turkestan.
But there are some parents that are single parents who are still, working in the community. Are they allowed in?
I didn't get your question. I'm sorry.
Some are single parents.
Yes.
And they're working in the community, so not in the camps. Would they be allowed to see their children? Because sometimes they're taken as well.
Oh, we don't have report on that. We don't have, like, if the parents is there, we don't collect data on missing parents then.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Missing children then, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Brina, did you want to ask a question?
Thank you very much indeed for your very informative report, which we've all read with great care. I want to take you back, if I may, to your methodology, and to ask you, because you understand that the tribunal needs to understand how much reliance we can place on your report. And so I would like you to say a little bit, please, about what steps you've taken, or whether you've turned your mind to the question of any confirmation bias that might be taking place. So in the narrative part of your report, you rely a great deal on secondary scholarly literature, and you cite these sources very thoroughly. But have you considered that you might be then studying the open source material and the satellite imagery with a particular outcome in the front of your mind, or a particular interpretive outcome in the front of your mind? Have you taken any steps to minimize that confirmation bias, and if so, what steps? So, for example, have you sought verification from the other party? In other words, have you sought, I understand that you haven't looked at other Uyghur-related databases, but have you sought any confirmation about this material or what it might mean from, for example, the PRC itself?
No, because we do have this, let's say, confirmed and verified selection. Like, as I said, the open source informations are usually unconfirmed unless we reach out to that witness and ask them to provide information, and an interview will be taken following our guidelines. And after evaluating it, we will label this testimony as confirmed. And we still can't label it as verified because it's a little bit challenging, as due to China's stranglehold on information flow in East Turkestan. So that's why we can't verify the data, but we can confirm the data based on the testimony given by people after conducting a comprehensive interview. we do also have other methodologies. If it's not only open source information, and as I said, there are media reportage, and we have a UTGD online registration form. And individuals who are affected by this massive network of internment camps in East Turkestan can give their testimony by visiting the UTGD website. They can fill out various online forms, and it's also available in different languages. There are like different variables that they need to fill out, such as, of course, full name and year of birth, the ID number and level of education, occupation, and religious atmosphere, if they have traveled abroad, if they have family members abroad, and if they are a CCP party member. But it's not that all of everyone has exactly the same amount of information. Some testimonies and registration forms are more detailed, and some are less detailed. And for the past 6 months, we have been providing all of those registration forms and witness statements to the Uyghur Tribunal. So the research team are pretty much familiar with how those registration forms looks like. And we do also have other methodologies such as telecommunication, because we do carry out interviews via Skype or phone calls, which is a part of our testimony collection process. And this type of data are usually more accurate than the online registration forms, as we can directly interpret with the witnesses. And in some occasions, we do also do face-to-face interviews. We try to travel to different countries in Europe to conduct such interviews. And in some cases, we do also have local volunteers in different countries that can do this interview based on our guidelines. Yes, and then we have data collection on paper, which is another methodology. This is due to the increase in harassment in various forms carried out by the Chinese regime, as well as due to the digital surveillance threats. Many Uyghurs in the diaspora communities are afraid to give their testimony online or to use the online solution, and therefore we can also provide testimonies that can be given on paper to protect the privacy.
Just one, sorry, you're doing very well, thank you very much, because I know this is in preparation still, isn't it? Can I just ask a general question? Because just reading through these, it seemed to me that different counties had different rules.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would these rules be directed, clearly not if they've got different, but what do they do about rules coming down centrally? Would they follow those rather than their local rules? The different counties, according to you, have different numbers of children that they can have, and the rates of birth, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that central, or is it different for each county?
No, it's central. It's the format is the same for everyone, but like they can fill out that information if they know and if they are willing to do that. But it's not really required to do to fill out exactly all variables in that form.
And from your sort of extensive reading and knowing about it, I just wondered. I mean, you say here, when the Associated Press in 2020 talked about the deliberate measures against the population, about having children, and you say it's nothing new. Why did it take a journalist or a paper so long to come out with the truth?
Which page are you referring to?
Sorry, I'm on your page 49.
Yes.
At the first paragraph.
It's not, exactly. It's not something new because things like forced sterilization has been taking place in some, let's say, in For the past couple decades, China has been implementing different policies in different regions in East Turkestan, such as the southern part of East Turkestan. They have always experienced a more strict policy, while the northern parts have been more, let's say, free. So according to our references, like IUD insert and for sterilization has been documented before the past 5 years, like back to 10 years as well. That's on the countrysides of in the southern part of East Turkestan. So there's always been different policies implied in different regions, and in those counties, people have they are not. I shouldn't say that it's not very developed from the technical side, technological side. So it's not very easy to get into communication with those villages. And I believe that's the reason journalists haven't been covering this for, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Did you have something, Professor Cole? No. Yes.
In the fact statements, we've come across a number of coloured uniforms used in the centres or camps. Have you worked out a system of codifying them? Do they vary from centre to centre, or is it decided and defined by the state authority or perhaps other bodies?
Yes, these red and orange uniforms, usually according to the Chinese state media, red and orange uniform are used for forced laborers and prisoners who work at forced labors. So we combine this data with the other satellite images, and we can't come to an conclusion and state strongly that this is a forced labor camp. But when we kind of suspect that when we suspect that this could be a forced labor camp, we submit our data to other investigators. But yes, the red and orange uniform usually refers to...
Have you come across other colours or the number 54? Have you come across other coloured uniforms or the number 54?
No.
One other question about how do the authorities decide when, for instance, a beard or facial hair growth is a sign of extremism or even terrorism or illegal, and at what length, for instance, does it become a sign of extremism? And is it clear to Muslims in the region what is permitted and what is not permitted with regards to religious practice?
It's not a very easy question because, the sign of extremism, it can be wearing a hijab and that you are praying and keeping an Quran in your home. All of those are a sign of extremism, and people, there is a Karakash list which was leaked out some years ago, and I did translate the entire list from Chinese to English and registered the data on our database. And there you could see that people are detained for different reasons for sign of extremism. It can be having more than 2 children, and it can be like the security people have kind of seen that this person has visited the mosque, and that's the sign of extremism. And in some other occasions, they are just taken and saying that like nothing is kind of explained. So, yeah.
Please could you explain the difference, insofar as it could be understood, between concentration camps, prisons, and labor camps?
Concentration camps are, I'll just say concentration camps are usually, they refer to it as the vocational training center, what China says, and the re-education facilities. And prisons, according to our data, prisons refers to people who are already sentenced to imprisonment, such as Mr. Yalkun Ruzi, the picture I showed before, when he is arrested and he was kind of interrogated for 2 years. He was detained in a concentration camp, and then he was taken to a shame trial and sentenced to 15 years, and then he was moved to a prison. So that's the differences. And the labor camp, we usually refer to the Bingtuan. It's the detention facilities from the construction corp. I can't remember the name, wait a minute. Yes, production and construction corps, and what they do is to collect people and use them for forced labor. That's what we mean by the last one, forced labor camp.
So, and then just in regard to the first two, concentration camps and prisons, what is the actual physical difference? Are they, as we would understand them, prisons in the sense of incarcerating criminals, not necessarily political? What is the actual difference?
Well, usually the re-education facilities and concentration camps, they do not go through a judicial process, and that's why we refer to it as concentration camp. And the prison ones, there are usually a judicial process taken, maybe in a secret way, and then they will get a document saying that they are kind of sentenced to 15 years in prison, but without any kind of judicial support or lawyer getting involved. So that's what we mean by prison.
Thank you.
Your sources of information for your database, were they all diaspora or were any in China itself?
They are all based on the diaspora communities. It's very challenging to...
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Is there any estimate or guess as to how many Uyghurs altogether there are in the overall diaspora community around the world?
I can give an estimate with diaspora community in Europe. That's about 15,000, but I don't know about the rest of the world.
And so of the 15,000 in Europe, how many have you contacted?
I got involved in this project starting from July last year. So I got contacted, I was in contact with about, let's say, more than 50 or up to 100 during the past 1 year, but like in direct contact. But as I said, some other sources are based on other information are based on open source and also online registration form, and also we have other volunteers based in different countries, such as Turkey in Istanbul, where there are a bigger Uyghur community. So it's kind of our volunteers who take care of the contact with the testifiers and not us directly.
Diaspora in Europe and elsewhere, Uyghur diaspora in Europe and elsewhere are not united in a single body. There are a number of separate bodies, aren't there? And they don't necessarily all share each other's information. There's no reason why they should.
No, like as we said, there are also other databases, and let's say the diaspora communities in US, they usually testify on the other databases, which they are more familiar with rather than us.
Well, I'll just repeat that you very kindly, at the request of the tribunal, provided this report on the basis of the work you've been able to do. To some extent, it's probably going to be counted as provisional or interim, And if we present questions to you and to your colleagues
Yes.
after these hearings, will you be able to deal with them to the
Yes.
extent possible by
Yes.
September?
We can do that.
And maybe come back and we look forward to seeing you then.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Our next witness is Patrick Al-Talib, who will be examined by Dr. Zamit Porter.
And how much late are we running, Mr. Sabi? About 15 minutes? A bit more.
Yes, we are almost 20 minutes over time.
So, if for those interested or hungry, we'll rise sometime about 1:15, maybe a bit later, and we'll shorten the lunch break. I hope that helps. And where's the usher? Good.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey. Members, can I begin? Ms. Talib, so in 1991, the witness's husband was arrested and sentenced to prison because he was considered an agitator. His crime? Teaching the Arabic alphabet and the Quran, and raising awareness of the faith of Uyghurs, such as with respect to forced abortions. He was tortured while in detention. His nails were taken off using pliers, and he was hit on the head several times until he was bleeding. And these injuries ultimately caused him long-term memory loss. Upon his release, he decided to escape China in 1994. The witness, his wife, Mrs. Talib, a Uyghur, followed him 2 years later in 1996, and they went to live initially in Turkey. However, as a mother, she had to leave her 2 children behind. It was not possible to take them with her, despite her various attempts. Initially, her daughter, Rukia, was pressured by the authorities to contact her parents, telling them to go back to China. When this failed, Rukia, her daughter, was sentenced to between 3 to 5 years in prison. Many of the witnesses' other relatives were also imprisoned for the sole reason of having been in contact with the witness. Ms. Talib, I have 2 questions for you. In your statement, you state that your husband was imprisoned in 1991, 30 years ago, for teaching the Arabic language and the Quran and raising awareness about Uyghur issues. Could you please clarify whether there were any other acts for which he was arrested, or whether these were the sole reasons for his arrest?
Talib Hanım, siz bayanatınızda 1991 yılı yo'ldoshingizningki tutilgan sababini Qur'on o'rgatganlik, Arabcha o'rgatganligi uchun shu sabab bilan tutilgan debsiz. Buningdan boshqa sabablar bormi? Yo'q. No.
Thank you. So those were the sole acts for which he was arrested. My second question is similar. You state that your daughter was arrested and imprisoned for failing to persuade you to return to China. Is this correct? Could you please clarify whether this was the sole reason, as far as you are aware, for which she was arrested?
Siz bayanatınızda kızınızınki sizni Xitayga qaytib berishga siz qaytmaganlığınız üçün türmge taşlandı depsiz yoki tutuldu depsiz.
Doğru.
Bunundan başka sebep var mı?
Yok. Başka sebep yok. Benimki kızımın özünü. Her katımda ben telefonda görüşken mezgilde ya dadan kelsin ya apan kelsin dep qattiq besim qilganligi uchun biz onunğa yaq deganligimiz uchun turmoqsaladı.
No other reason. Each time when she called us, she often insisted that we should go back. And we know that she was under pressure. And when we didn't return, and that's what happened to her.
And perhaps my final question before I hand over to the members is, how was she able to know this?
Bunu siz qandaq biləldiniz misalga? Əmdə qızınıznınki şu səbəbdən tutulğanlığını.
Menimki 80 yaşga kirgen apam batı. Hamını meni özünü Xitayning özü tutudu. Men sana bunu özünü açıqlap beray dep apamni özü açıqlap berdi. Sözlep berdi. Bütün jarayonda.
My mother, who was 80 years old, when I spoke to her, she said that I know that the Chinese authorities will arrest me, but I will tell you the truth, what happened, and that's where I learned about my daughter.
Thank you.
Microphone, please. By the way, I understand, before Professor Kaur asks questions, I understand that some of us have been mumbling into our microphones and can't be heard at the back. There is a simple solution to that problem. Thrust your hand into the air if you can't be heard, and we'll do better.
I'd like to go back to the year you left China, 1996. Was that the last time you were in China?
Siz 96 yılı vatandın çıktım depsiz, Jongo'dan çıktım depsiz. Şu en ahir qetim şu Jongo'da 96 yılı şu yerdə bolğandınız mı? Xitayda şu yerdə.
Doğru.
Yes, that's correct.
And how old were your children in 1996?
Sizin balalarınız qancha yaşda 96 yılda?
96 yılda çoğun balam 1990 yılı 12 ayının biri doğuldu. Kızımın özü 1992 3. ayının 15 doğuldu. Ben mektepte okumağalığı için belki doğru hesaplayamazlığım mümkün. Benimki perzimce oğlumun özü 8 yaş, kızımın özü 5 yaşım oldu, 4 yaşım oldu. Tam hesaplayamadım.
My son was born in December 1990, and my daughter was born in March 1993.
93 yılı dediniz, 3. ayda kızınız.
Yok, 92, 3. ayın 15'i.
Okay, sorry. My daughter was born the 15th of March 1992. So I might not be able to calculate correctly. I believe my son was around 8 years old when I left, and my daughter was around 3 years old.
3 yaşlarda qalğan dediniz.
And that was the last time you saw them?
En ahir qetim ular bilan qachon ko'rishdin? Ko'rdingiz misalga?
En ahir qetim ben chet elga chiqib Shvetsiyaga kelib 2004'te Shvetsiyaga keldim. Herhalde 2005 oluşu lazım. Kompüterda görüştüm.
2005 değil mi?
Herhalde 2005 enik kallamda yok.
I arrived Sweden in 2004. Based on my memory, the last time was through a computer in 2005.
So who was looking after them from 1996 onwards?
96 yıldan tatip kim beqiyotgan ularni?
Qaynanam baktı erimninki apisi.
My mother-in-law was looking after them.
Mother-in-law?
Yeah, my mother-in-law.
And what did you do to try and get them out of the country?
Ularni shu chiqish uchun qandaq bir nimalarni qildingiz? Qandaq bir tirishchanliklarini ko'rsatdingiz?
Ballarımın çıkış için her xil yolunu özünü denedim ama hiç qandaq işte başaramadım.
I tried everything possible, however, wasn't successful.
En ahiri Şivsiyadan pasport berdi. Pasport bergenden keyin Beyjanğa kelgende aeroplanğa chiqqan vaqtimda tushirib oldi ballarımın özlerini.
The last time was that they, after obtaining passport and visa to Sweden, after they board on the flight, they took them off from the plane.
Who took them off the plane? They took them off the plane? Or the airport?
Kimler ularni aeroplandan tushirib oldi?
Xitoyning saqchilari.
The Chinese police.
The Chinese police at the airport?
At the airport.
So they had permission to leave the country, but they were stopped from boarding the plane to join you in Sweden.
Asli ular chiqadiganqa imkoniyati botdi, lekin aeroplandan Xitoy hukumatiningki saqchilari ularni tushiribdi.
To'g'ri, Shivsiyadan pasport berganda hozirda peshin berishdi baş Shivsiyada.
Yeah, the passport was issued from the Sweden, and sadly, they were unable to leave.
And they were teenagers at that time.
U vaqtda ular tehi 17 yoshlarda.
Evet, doğru.
Yes, that's correct. They were still quite young.
So it's still your mother-in-law that was looking after them, or someone else?
Now or at that time?
At that time.
Shu vaqtning o'zida qiynapingiz beqilayotgandimi bolalarni? Shu vaqtda.
Yes.
And why did they? What did they say regarding that your children couldn't leave the country?
Ular sizga qanday sababni berdi? Misolga nima uchun sizni bolalaringizni chiqarish to'sashning sababini?
Ballarının çıqalmasının sebebi bizningki ailenin siyasi aile deb hükümetten qarğanlığı üçün biz chet aldı yaşaganlığımız üçün yoki dadası ya anası birisi keldi ulu qalıdık ballarını yolga salmız deb sebebini şunu qo'ydi.
They considered us being a political family, and the condition was that one of us must return, and only then they would be allowed to live.
What did you fear if you were to return to China? What did you fear?
Endi agar siz qaytib borsangiz, shu berishdan nimadan ansirdangiz?
Men aslında berishni o'zini denedim, öydekiler kemmedi diye. Bizningki ailege her ayda saqchilik kirib, men xat yazishini de bilmayman. Balangdan nima xat keldi, nima yo'lladı deb her ayda ularga qattiq bisim qilganligi uchun ailem faqat kemmasin, kelsan seni o'zidan ham turmaga solaydi, ham seni o'zini hayot qo'ymaydi deganligi uchun baramadi.
My family discouraged me. They told me that every month there were police visiting them and asking if I wrote to them. Actually, I am illiterate. But because under such pressure, my family told me that not to return. If you do, then they will arrest you and there will be severe consequences.
Do you know if they have been detained recently in the last few years?
Bu necha yilning ichida ularmi tutilib ketganligini angladingizmi? Qanday ahvolda?
Benimki ailem olsun, yoldaşımın ailesi olsun. Hiç hazır sırt yok. Hem birisi Xitay'ınki torması da beni bir yerde. Benimki kızım.
Both family members of my husband and my own gone. They are interned by the Chinese authorities. This is my daughter.
Bu benim kızım yenedeki balısın nevrem.
That's her child, my grandson, oğul mu?
Evet, balısı oğul. Bu beni hamile vaxtada saladı kızımın özünü.
Yeah. She was arrested while she was pregnant.
So these images were sent to you?
Bu resimni ular yollab berdimi sizga?
Evet, apam yollab berdi.
My mother.
By your
My
mother?
mother sent.
Via phone?
Telefon arqılı
What?
yollab berdim.
Her vaqtida Xitayning bir appni
WeChat, shunaqmi? WeChat
shuni yollab berdi.
Yeah, it was via the Chinese app, WeChat.
And when your daughter was detained, what happened to her children?
Qizimiz tutilib ketgandan keyin tutqun jarayonida nima ishlar bo'lganligini bilamsiz.
Başka artık bir narsa bilmeyim. Kızımda sol vaqtındaki bizniki ailedikilerden hemmesi mankarta telefonun hemmesini itib aldık. Ondan keyin işkanlığından hazır kadar alakam yok. Kızım Xitay'ın oturmuşu da öldü mü, yakı hayat mı, oğlum mu şundan bilmem.
I have no idea. I have no information since my daughter was arrested, and then I didn't have any contact. I was cut off from everyone. So both my son and my daughter, I don't know whether they are alive or dead.
And the last time you knew about their whereabouts was 2015, is that right? When you last talked to your mother?
Eng axırkı qitim siz aqınız bilen paranlaşqa vaqtida 2015-yil deyishnoqmi? That's correct.
I'd like to talk to you about your husband who was tortured, and he's not here today because he's still suffering from various physical and mental health problems. Can you talk about what exactly happened to him when he was detained, and what are the effects of those treatments he received?
Siz yo'ldoshingizningki salomatligi ham jihatdan bugun bu yerga kelinmaganligini bayon qilibsiz. Shu to'g'riliq, ya'ni o'ziningki tan salomatlik jihatdan ham psixik jihatdan qandaq bir ahvol shuni bir bizga qisqacha tushuntirib berasiz.
Yo'ldashimdanki tan salomatligi shakar hastaligidan boshqa tarafdan yaxshi, ammo psixik tarafdan cho'kik.
My husband suffered from diabetes. He is diabetic. Apart from that, his general physical health is okay, but the mental health is very low, very down.
When did this begin to emerge? Was it directly after he got out of prison, or is this a latter day problem due to aging or something else?
Əmdi bu özününki salamətliki bu əmdi yaş çoğayğanlıqdan salamətlikiga təsir etdimi yoki shu burunqi beshidan kechirgan ishlar ta'sir qildimi?
Burunqi beshidan o'tgan ishlar ta'sir qilgan, uningki turmada yotgan mezgilida qattiq beshiga urayotganligi uchun hafızı kaybı yok bilen bağının aralığında cihbenesinin yüzünü %70 unutuldu, devamlılık unutuldu. Biz onu yüzüne esletip örtümüzde unutuldu.
Not because of aging. When he was detained, he was constantly beaten up, suffered from beatings to the head, and therefore for 70% of the time that we have to help him and remind him, otherwise he cannot remember things.
And you've written in your statement that you yourself suffer from psychological issues and that you take medication. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Siz özünüzün salamatligingiz to'g'risida bayon qilibsiz, doğru içmendepsiz, mush to'g'risida biraz so'zlab berasiz.
Benim salamatligim fakat yaxshi emas. Shvetsiyada 50% ishlayamaydi degan raporumda bor. Meniki depression darsi ichaman. Uyqu darsi olaman. Davomli.
I'm in very poor health. I have a document from the Swedish government that 50% I cannot work. I take medication for depression. I have to take a medication to sleep.
And since when have you been taking this medication?
Bu doğrularını kaçandan başlap içiyorsunuz?
Ben o darlının özünü asasen kızımın aeroplandan düşürüp alğanda yakı benimki roki yadım naçar bağallığı için.
Since they forcibly took my daughter out of the plane, since at that time I started having...
Since 1996?
96 yıldan başlap mı?
Hayır. Şevziye'ye gelgenden başlap.
No, after they were taken out of the plane, not 1996, since I arrived in Sweden. Yeah.
Kızımı tormağı soluğandan başlap da onodaki tekim ağırlaşma başladı. Bir ananın ki ne kadar azaptat kaldığını, balının ki anın için balının ki kaçılık kıymet ekenligini anı vakılı benim ki bu taraftan.
My condition deteriorated since I learned that my daughter was arrested, and only mothers who have children can understand the pain, how a mother would suffer.
So you're no longer in touch with any of your relatives in China, and as far as you know, they have been detained or disappeared. Is that correct?
And siz bilişinizce, çünkü siz bütünley iş kim bilen alaqılışamağınız üçün hazır ulanın xəbərini bilməyəsiz. Amma sizin pərizingizce ular həmisi tutulub getdi, şunaqmı? Yes, that's correct.
And since
none of them are outside.
And this is purely because they're associated with you. Is that correct?
Bu birli səbəb sizin uruq tuqqanlığınız boğanlığı üçün, şunaqmı?
Doğru.
That's correct.
How many relatives have disappeared or been detained since 2014?
2014, yeah? 2014 yıldan hazırgıçlık qancha kişi sizin ailenizden tutulup getdi?
Yoldaşımdan ki ailesi bizden aile bulup 60 diyecek buluşu mümkün. Benimki perizimce.
Approximately, I believe, over 60 people.
60 of all ages.
Hem yaşta, şunaqmı, oxşamağan yaşdakiler.
Including your mother and mother-in-law?
Mesela apınız hem qinanınız, şularның işçidimi, tutulup ketkenlerinin işçidimi?
Qinanam tutulmadı. O özü ecelinden öldü. Qağalarının özü Xitayning ki tormasa da buluş mümkün. Onların ki hazır öldü mü, yoki hayat mı? Hiç qandaq xabarim yok. Ne ballarımdan, ne beytuqalarımdan, hiç birisinden xabarim yok.
My mother-in-law died of natural cause, but the other members, I have no idea. I simply don't know whether they are alive or that they're dead.
Do you know what kind of education your children had after you left? Did they go to an ordinary school? Did they learn Mandarin? Did they go to a boarding school?
And siz vətəndən çıxıb getkəndən keyin ballarınız qandaq bir məktəblərə bardımı, oxuş, məsələn, Xitayçı məktəbdə oxudumu, qandaq məktəblərdə oxudu, xəbəriniz barmı?
Məktəbdə oxuğanını özünü bilmə, amma Xitayның məktəbində oxudumu, yoki Uyğurda oxudumu, onun da xəbərim yox.
As far as I know, they went to school, but I didn't know whether they went to a Chinese school or the Uyghur school. I don't have any information regarding that.
And can I also ask how you managed to leave the country if this is a very highly bordered and strict country with a lot of surveillance? How did you manage to get passports and get out?
Bizim bilişimizce Xitaydan çıxmaq intayın qiyin. Çünkü ular kontrolsini aytışın. Şundaq bir şaraitde siz sizler qandaq çıqaladыңlar, qandaqlık çıqandыңlar şunda.
Menenki yoldaşım qaçaq yol bilan chiqdi. Men başqa birisininki ismida pasportni o'zini setib olib chiqdim.
My husband left the country illegally. Me too also paid money for someone else's passport, and I used that to leave the country.
You talk about, sorry.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask two questions? Firstly, are you being harassed by China in Sweden? And secondly, are you able to practice your culture, and are you teaching your children to speak Uyghur?
Ben sizden fakat iki sual sormakçı. Birincisi, siz hazır şivsiyede yaşaş jaryanınızda Xitay hükümeti sizge parakendemidaq sizden avara qıldı mı? İkincisi, əşədə özünüzünki tilinizni, özünüzünki mədəniyyətinizni ballarınızga ügütüb atamsınız.
Qaytadan yəni bir də qalandan çıxdı.
Birinci sual, siz şivsiyede yaşaş jaryanınızda bolubma hazır Xitay hükümeti sizni parakende qıldı mı? Sizni avara qıldı mı? Birinci sual.
Birinci sualga cevap veray. Benimki pasporttaki ismim başqa bo'lg'achqa meni o'zini topamaganligi uchun meni o'zini jihrasiz qilolmadi, ammo yo'ldoshimning o'zi ismini o'zgartmagan bo'lg'achqa uni o'zini jiq qabul qildi. Hozir numarini o'zgartgandan keyin hozir unga chaqilmadi.
Due to my name is different from my own name in Sweden, and therefore they couldn't locate me. But my husband, because he didn't change his name, therefore he was harassed. And only after he changed his telephone numbers that he managed to stop the harassment. So second question I'm going to ask. İkinci sual, siz şu şivsiyede yaşaş jaryanında ballarınızga Uyg'urcha til ügütüp ve Uyghur medeniyetini şulağa ügütüp atamsınız.
Ügütüp atım onu özüne.
Yes.
Do you now have Swedish citizenship?
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear the last bit.
Do you now have Swedish citizenship?
Okay. Siz özünüzünki şivsiye oldunuz ba? Yeah, I hold Swedish passport.
Has the Swedish government, through its embassy in Beijing, done anything to help you locate, contact, get information about your family members?
Şu Beijing soruştuk. Şivsiye elçixanası sizinki ballarımızın qayerligini izleyerek qilishga yordam qildi.
Biz ulardan onu üzünü talep qilmadik. Talep qilsak baribir Xitoydan bu Shivsiyaning kuchi yetmaydi, Xitoy hukumatiga. Buning uchun biz talep qilmadik.
We haven't approached them because we know that the Chinese authorities will not cooperate with them.
Finally, you've given a long and detailed account of distressing events. Is there anything else you want to tell the tribunal before you leave us?
Sizden naydi inçik suallarını sorab sizlere naydi bir aram kıldık. Endi en ahırda sizin özünüzün şu sotqa deydiğen sözleriniz var mı?
Bu sotga herkese köp rahmet aytaman. Meningki dadimni tanışıganlığı üçün ularga köp rahmet aytaman.
I just would like to thank you that you listen to my sorrow.
Thank you very much for giving evidence to the tribunal. Mr. Zamit Border, I think that Patigul Talib is somebody in respect of whom the People's Republic of China has found nothing negative to say. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Sir Geoffrey.
Are there any other questions you wish to ask?
No, that concludes my questioning. I just wish to thank Mrs. Talib. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we break, Mr. Vetch has something to say, but we must, I think, express all our gratitude to Madam Rahima, the interpreter, for sterling work this morning in the difficult exercise of sequential translation. Mr. Vetch will tell us what time we are meeting after he's mentioned something.
Just simply, if there may have been some confusion about ticketing, and I think some folk thought that they had to reserve tickets online and not appear in person. So if there's anybody who is under that misapprehension, please let them know. So their tickets are only necessary to attend in person. And I think we are regrouping at what time?
14 hours exactly.
Yes, and of course, if those who are viewing online, then seats are available for tomorrow being Saturday, Sunday and Monday. And if we could ask you to come back in good time for 1400. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Jeffrey. I need that for my minute.
That was all you wanted me for. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Sabi, I think the next witness is already in place, and this is Sauragal Sautbai, but I may have got the pronunciation substantially wrong, but correct
Indeed.
me.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the next witness is Sauragal Sautbai. Mr. Abraham will ask the questions.
Thank you.
The witness, a female teacher of Chinese nationality and Kazakh ethnicity, was detained and forced to teach in detention facilities where she witnessed severe mistreatment of Uyghurs, including beatings, sexual violence, and electrocution. The witness saw girls and adult women subjected to sexual violence and rape with police or guards. The police and guards picked, as the witness has said, the prettiest girls. In one instance, she witnessed the repeated rape of a 20-year-old woman by 5 or 6 masked policemen in front of approximately 100 other detainees. Police inflicted detainees who were sent to the so-called black room with serious injuries. Some detainees did not return, and many returned with severe injuries, including pulled fingernails, wounds inflicted with nails, electrocution, and beatings. The witness herself suffered electrocution and severe beatings in the room called the Black Room. The witness was forced as a teacher to teach CCP ideology and advocate praise of President Xi under strict instructions not to deviate on pain of punishment. She states that detainees could only occupy 1 meter of space, were monitored 24/7, and suffered many medical ailments as a result of poor treatment. Detainees were forced to undergo medical tests and frequent blood tests, and each had a medical file. In the name of preventing infectious disease, they forcibly injected detainees with medicine, and detainees were also forced to take unknown pills. Women were said to have stopped having periods as a result of this medication. Camp officials the witness has identified as of Han Chinese ethnicity, of differing ranks in terms of law enforcement, and came from all over China. Ms. Sautbai, we have your...
Before you move on to questions, Mr. Abraham, I think this is the first time, maybe not, that anyone's used the acronym CCP, yes. And that is the Chinese Communist Party, and we'll hear from later witnesses how this is one of 3 pillars of government: state, PRC government, and party. But it's regularly referred to, and it's the Communist Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey. Ms. Sautbai, we have your witness statement, which I've summarized, and I have a few questions following from that witness statement. Were you only in one detention camp, and if so, which one?
Assalamu alaikum, hürmetli sud, hürmetli sudçu ve hürmetli advokatlar, hanımlar, efendiler.
Assalamu alaikum, dear councils and your honors.
Men Xitay Komünist Partiyasının azırgıca bolğan türlük vəşleşdi təxsilisiga qarmay bu yerga kelib, milyonlagan xalqning ovozini yetkizish uchun keldim.
I came here regardless of the pressure from the Chinese Communist Party in order to voice the millions of the people who couldn't tell their story.
Суалыңызға рахмет. Мен бір кампыда оқытқышылық қылдым.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, I taught in one camp.
Are you able to give the name of that camp and also tell us how long you spent there?
Әмді мұшы лагерінің ismini берелемсіз, hem bu lagerda qanchalik vaqt ders o'tdingiz?
Мен бұл лагерде 4 айдан ашық 5 айға yakın vaqt şu yerде xizmat qildim.
I taught in that particular camp more than 4 months, nearly 5 months.
Kampının орны to'g'riliq aniq ma'lumot beramayman, chunki men apag'an vaqtda beshimga qar qattiq kiygizib apirib әкелген. Biroq u qaysi noyaga tava bo'lgan jazolar ekanligini bilaman.
I don't know the name of the camp because when I was taken there and also when I was taken out, I had black hood over my head. But I can tell you which county the camp was located.
Іле Қазақ автоном облыс, Шарқи Түркістанның Іле Қазақ автоном облысы Моңғол Гранаесіге тәбә болған жазы лагері.
The camp located in the Mongol Kra County in Ili Kazakh Autonomous Region.
And can you tell us what the ethnicity of the detainees was in this camp?
I beg your pardon.
Could you tell us the ethnicity of the detainees?
Bu yerdeki solanğan kişilerninki, tutqunlarninki milleti qaysi milletlerden deydi bilamiz.
U yerda tutqun qilingan tutqunlarning tutqunlar Қазақ milleti, Uyg'ur milleti, Qirg'iz va boshqa millatlar bordi.
Those who detained there were Kazakhs, Uyghur, Kyrgyz, and other ethnicity as well.
And would you know in what proportion those ethnic groups were? So how many roughly would you say were Uyghur or Kazakh?
Әмді бұланың персент қандақты мысалға қанчылық сандекілер Uyghur ya Kazakh бұланың саны қандақ?
Bu Xitay hükümetinin bu Şərqi Türkistan xalqına жүргізіп жатқан erki qirg'inchiligida adamlarni tutishda qayerda qaysi millat jiqroq bo'lsa, shu yerning kampusida shu millat jiqroq bo'ladi.
In the ethnic cleansing policies which the Chinese government carrying out in East Turkestan, the region, different region where the particular ethnic group, then if the majority of that ethnic group are locked up in that region's camp.
Şuңашqa biz turgan yerdə Қазақ milleti biraz jiqroq, Uyghur milleti moba. Şuңашqa kampdagi jiqlari shu Қазақ milleti, onunki Uyghur milleti.
The area where I come from is more Kazakh populated county, therefore majority Kazakh people and also have Uyghur and other ethnic groups.
In your statement, you refer to the fact that you handled medical documentation. Did you handle any other official documentation, and if so, what was the nature of those documents?
Siz bayanatınızda şu insanlarınki salametlik toğrusidagi materiallar qo'limdan o'tdi debsiz. Bu materiallar to'g'risida tushuntirib berasiz.
Men kampda ya da o'qituvchilik qilish bilan birga qanday o'rnashtirishlar bo'lsa, shuningga bo'ysunishim kerak. Qarshi tursam, hayotimga xavf yetadi.
Apart from teaching in the camp, I had to accept any work that is allocated to me because I had no right to oppose it.
Tutqunlarning özlük әрқайсыға мünasibetlik болған саламатлык архивлары шуны рәтләшкә буйрылган вакытта ашы саламатлык архивлары турылык учурларны көйгәнтим.
There were times I was asked to go to check the files of the detainees, that also health files that related to each detainees. That's when I saw their file.
O саламатлык архивida әрбір адамның қан типиден татып, yana jigerning 5 xil tekshirishleri, әрбір qimməti, анда əgər ayal bolsa onun qancha farzandlik ekanligi, to'g'it operatsiyasini qilmaganligi.
Yeah, the medical file contained all the details of the women's health, from blood types, including the 5 different tests of liver tests, result of liver tests, including how many children they had, and whether it was a natural birth, or such very detailed information.
Andan o adamlarda yuqumluk kesellerinin bar yo'qligi degandek sog'lomlikqa munosabatlik bo'lgan hamma uchurlar aniq qadrlangan.
Including if the person has any infectious disease, so anything that relates to one's health, all information contained in that file.
And was there a reason why, as a teacher, she would need to see that, or was there a reason why she was given access to this sort of documentation, and by whom, if she knows?
Әмді сіз бір оқытқучы болғаннан кейін сізге қандақ бір шараатты сізні мұшындақ материалларны көрішке рұқсат қылды, қандақ бір шараатты бұныңға көрішке көріш пұрсатыға еріштіңіз?
Bu o'qituvchilik bo'lgan bilan abaytab o'tgandek, men u yerda qandaq narsalarga buyursa shuni chuqur qilishimiz kerak. Bizning qarshi turadigan hech qanday mumkinchiligimiz bo'lmaydi.
As I have explained to you earlier, although I was appointed to teach, but any tasks I was asked to do, I had to do it. We didn't have the right to oppose it.
Şuna mağan o uçurlarını görüş için emes, onu redlep çıkış için aşındaq buyruk berilgen.
The order was not that I go and detect or to see what is inside. My job was to sorry, the word. Okay. So categorize, to categorize those files. That was the main purpose of the job.
We have in our database a book that's been authored by you that mentions other documentation you had access to. That includes a document relating to CCC plans in respect of Uyghurs and other minorities. Are you able to tell us more about that particular document?
Әмді сіздің kitapыңızda başqa materiallarını köygənlikiniz, Xitay hükümetinin planı, Uygurlarını, milletini yoxtuş planı doğrusunda. Şu doğruluq biraz bizge düşənç berələmsiz.
Doğru. Bu pek mühim. Mən görgən o mahbi öcət, Pekin'den kelgan öcət, o öcətdə Xitay hükümetinin 3 basqıçlıq rezil planı yazılған.
Yes, this is very important. The document that I saw is a very important document. It came from Beijing, and it's classified. It reveals the 3-step of the CCP plan, the Chinese Communist Party plan.
O 3 basqıçlıq planın birincisi 2014 yıldan 2025 yıl aralığında Şərqi Türkistanның Uyghur, Қазақ, Qırğız qatarlıq yergilikdə milletin bütünley millet süpütüde asılməsə qılıb yoxutish planı.
So the first stage is from 2014 to 2025. Uyghur, Kazakh, and other ethnic groups must be completely assimilated and to eliminate them as different identity, as their different identity.
İkinci basqış 2025 yıldan 2035 yılgacha bo'lgan aralıq. Bu aralıqda Xitoy hökuməti qo'shni davlatlarni butunlay nim qilish, o'ziga qaratish qo'shni davlatlarni.
And the second step is from 2025 to 2035 to completely conquer the neighboring countries. The neighboring countries must listen to their instruction.
Üçüncü basqış bolsa 2035 yıldan 2055 yıl aralığında bütünlay dunyoga g'o'ji bo'lishdak o'zining rezil planini ishga oshirish.
So from 2035 to 2055 to achieve to be a superpower in the world, to become the superpower in the world.
Can you tell us who this document was addressed to?
Bu hüccetlerini kim üçün yazılgan?
Bu hüccetlerini u yerga ip kelgan vaqtda o hüccetlerini biz qamalganlarga shubhada yetkizish huquqimiz yo'q.
When they brought those documents into the camp, it wasn't the plan wasn't that we would give the documents, the content of the documents, just as it is to the camp detainees.
Ondan bunu ularning ruxsat qilgan doirasida eng oddiy bo'lgan til bilan o'sha qamalgan tutqunlarga yetkizish.
Only the contents that is using the simplest language to pass that ideology to the camp detainees.
Bunun maqsadi tutqunlarni shu orqali o'zining butunlay tabiatidan voz kechib faqat Xitoy Kompartiyasining gapini anglash, shuningga qarab o'zgarish qatorida kelajakda faqat bir Xitoy hukumati butun dunyoni egallaydi deganga keltirish.
The purpose of this is to for the camp detainees eventually to be brainwashed and to believe that there is no any other option for them apart from accept that there is only one China that will be ruling the world in the end.
You've identified that this was a classified document, and you also accept it's an important document. Is there a reason it wasn't mentioned in your witness statement?
Әмді бұны найты мойым мәхбиетлік höjjetlепсіз, нем үшін сіздің баянатыңызды bu doğruluk sözlemediniz?
Çünkü o mening bayanatım, sotqa tapşırdıgan bayanatım, o mening Adliya arxiviga bergan eng baştaki bir söhbetim, bir qisqa söhbetimden elingan. Keyin onu mаған әвәт bergan vaqtda men özüm ağırıvatqan, doktorqanda, yana mening balam ağırıvatqan, yo'ldishim ağırıvatqan. Şu sebeplerden men bununla dairesini kengaytib, hamma mazmunlarni kirishtirishga hech qanday imkoniyatim bo'lmadi.
The statement that you have was sent to me. It was taken from my previous interviews, and when it was sent to me, I was in very poor health. My my child was in poor health, and also my husband. And under that circumstances, I didn't have the opportunity to add anything or to make any addition to that original statement.
Şu sebeplik ma tercüman kılıp atkan Rahime adam bilen alaqılışıp mening muhim mazmunlarım qeyip qalganligini dep bu kişinin nemesini sordum. Aşını deyiş fırsatim bolamdı dep. O kişi mağan qoşumça deydiğiniz barma degen soval soruldu. Şu vaqtda deysiniz buludu degenden keyin men aşı vaqtda sözleymen dep ümitlenip geldim.
I actually contacted Rahima. I mentioned that actually there are some extra information, and then who told me that you can actually add when you are asked if you have any additional information to add, and therefore I'm here to answer that.
Thank you, Ms. Southway, for answering my questions. The panel might have further questions for you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to ask you questions about your statement, but also about your book, The Chief Witness, Escape from China's Modern-Day Concentration Camps, which I understand was published first in 2019. And I noticed that your statement runs parallel the details to the account in the book.
Benim sualım birincisi sizinki bergen bayanatınız, yani qo'shimcha o'zingizning kitobingiz 2019 yili chiqqan kitobingiz. Mening tushunishimcha sizning bayonotingiz bilan bu kitobingiz parallel o'xshash mazmunni egallagan.
I'd like to start from 2017, when you recall that harassment began following your husband's leaving China for Kazakhstan.
Mening sualim 2017 yildan başında şu yo'ldoshingizningki Qozog'istonga ketgan shu boshlanishdan.
Can you report that you were taken to police stations sometimes in the middle of the night? How often did this happen?
Siz depsizki yerim keçilerde sizni saqchixonaga apparat dedim. Bu doim qanchalik vaqtda bir qitim bo'ladi?
Bu 2017 yılı birinci aydan başlangan ta'atmagan bo'lgan. Bu jiq vaqt doim davomlashib turdi. 2 haftada bir, ba'zi vaqtlarda bir oyda bir ashundaq.
It started in January 2017, and it became frequent, sometimes once a month, sometimes once 2 weeks, once every 2 weeks.
What happened at the police station?
And bu şu saqchi idarga apaga vaqtda sizga nemish bo'ladi?
Olar meni tutib aparatdi, andan ailemning Qozog'iston ekanligini bana qilib, meni tag aytdi, savol qo'yatdi, yana urib qiynaytdi.
Interrogated me. Due to my family living in Kazakhstan, they questioned me repeatedly, and I was beaten up as well during that time.
Yana ailemni Qozog'istondan qaytirib ekilishga majburlaydi.
They forced me to bring back my family from Kazakhstan.
They asked you. Where did they take you? Where were the police station?
Bu saqchixona qayerda aparatdi sizni?
Bu her türlü yer edi, o'xshamagan. Yerlik saqchixona mobatdi, yana boshqa noyilik o'rinlar mobatdi.
It was different police stations, local and also county level police stations too.
Do you know who ordered this taking to the police station? Who ordered this?
Sizni bu saqchiga opirishni kim buyurdi? Kim buyruq tushirdi?
kim buyruq düşürgenligini bilmeymen, aş vaqtdaki vaziyat aşındaq idi. Çünkü Xitay hükümeti Şarkı Türkistan halkına жүрgüzdiğen bu neçe yıl aldım planlanan rezil planı işe aşırış üçün 26 dövletli, bu Amerika başlayan 26 dövletli düşman dövletlerde bekitken idi.
Well, I don't know exactly where the order came from, but the Chinese Communist government, in order to achieve its evil plan, they branded that 26 country along with US as the enemy, the country of enemy or düşman devlet. Yeah, countries of our enemy.
Bu 26 düşman devletin içinde Kazakistan mubatlı. Şunaşka Muşu 26 düşman dep bekitilgen devletler bilen alakası var. Tuqqanları var. Aşağıya berip gelgen degendek adamların emmisini xavflik adamlarının qatarda tizimlerine kirgizip şu arqılık tutuşunda texmo çıqıydı.
So Kazakhstan was one of those 26 countries. So any families who had any connections or who traveled to those countries, it was all enlisted and to be considered as suspicious, or to be considered as suspicious.
You were taken to the detention center, I think, in 2017. Do you recall when in 2017?
Siz 2017 жылы tutulgan деген gapni qildingiz. Shu tutish o'rniga apadi deb. Mush tutish o'rniga apaga vaqti qanchinchi aydi 2017 yilninki?
Tunji boshlanışı kamp emasdi.
You asking that I'm taken into camp or
taken in, yes, to the camp to work as a teacher?
Okay. Aşı lagerga apaga vaqti.
2017 yılı 11. ay.
It was November 2017.
Right, November, thank you. And you said you stayed there for 4 months.
Siz u yerda 4 ay turdunuz, shundaqmi?
Shundaq, 4 aydan ortiqroq vaqt turdim.
Yeah, slightly more than 4 months.
And can you tell me what you were required to teach?
Siz aşağıda nimeden ders berettiniz, yani derslik?
Derslik mazmunlarının emmisini şu yerdeki münasebetli xadimlar şular tayyorlab beretdi.
The content of the teaching material was prepared by the officials there who were working in the camp.
19. Qurultayının mazmunları, andan partiyanın siyasetleri, prensipleri, andan Xitay milletinin turmuşluq, ölüm uzutuş, toy ötküzüş degендek aşınıға ayat münasebetlik bolgan gep sözlerini ügütüş.
The content included 19th Congress, the spirit of 19th Congress, the Chinese policies, government policies, also the culture of the Chinese, the mainstream Chinese, including the wedding process and the funerals, the Han Chinese funeral process, etc.
Muşu mazmunlarda öz içine alan nurgun mazmunlarını ötettik.
So there are many different contents of the government policies.
What was the goal of this teaching?
Bu ders berişteki asaslık olanınki maqsadi nimedi? Eng axırqı yetadigan maqsadi nimedi?
Bu faqat bir ularning o'zi degandek o bir o'gitish Xitoydan o'gitish uchun qurilgan yer emas. Bu yerdagi maqsad aşı özlərinin Şərqi Türkistan xalqının bütünlüy asılmasıga bütünlüy millet sübütüde yo'qotish nishoniga yetish. Nima xulaslab aytganda aşı orqali mengini jush orqali o'zining tabiatidan bütünlüy voz kechtirish.
The so-called education, it is not what it appears that what they claim through this camp system is to completely assimilate and convert, and so these local ethnic groups completely converted into the mainstream Han population. And using this kind of brainwashing policies, so they completely change their own identity and the nature. That was a goal. That was a goal, is to change the nature of the entire population.
And the detainees, you refer to a directive, first deal with the people who wear straw shoes, then with the people who wear leather shoes. So how do you understand that directive?
Siz bayanatınızda neme söz degende ba'zilerinki to'qigan oyoq nemede chiqdimi nemede saman oyoq, ba'zilerinki xurum oyoq debsiz. Ama shuni biraz tushuntirib berasiz.
O lager жазы лагер işide iniq ko'rsatma batdi. Onun da saman ayak kiygenlerini aldı bilen, andan xurum ayak kiygenlerini keyneden xurum ayak kiygenlerini bir taraf qilish degan iniq ko'rsatma batdi.
There was a very clear instruction saying that those who wore straw shoes deal with first, and then those who wore leather shoes second. Saman ayak birinci, nemesi xurum ayak ikinci.
Bu yerdeki saman ayak deb o'tagani o addiy puxralarni ko'rsatdi. Xurum ayak degani xizmatkorlarni, davlat kadrlarini ko'rsatdi.
So those who wore straw shoes referred to the very ordinary, simple citizens. And those who wore leather shoes, they were the more intellectuals, the cadres, and other people.
So you were a teacher, and you say you were also a detainee. Can you tell us how your work affected how you were treated? Were you treated differently from other detainees?
And this is o'qituvchi bo'lish suhbatingiz bilan hamda siz u yerda tutqun. Ham o'qituvchi, ham tutqun. Shuning uchun siz bilan boshqa tutqunlarning farqi bormi? Ularga hamda munosabat qilgan vaqtlarda qanday farq bormi?
Men hamda u yerda ma'lum bo'lib ishlash jarayonida u yerda menmo jazoga uchirdim, shu jazo uyida. Hamda boshqa tutqunlar bilan o'xshamaydigan yerim, o'zim bir uyda yotatdim, andan putqo'limda kishin yo'q edi.
Well, I was a detainee there. The difference that I had my own room that I could sleep, and I didn't have to wear shackles and the chains.
And you were also a Chinese Communist Party member and a cadre. Did that affect how you were treated?
Hem de siz özünüzningki Komünist Partiye əsas bolğanlığınız üçün biraz farkı boldumu?
Yo'q, ondaq hech qanday farqi bo'lmadi, chunki onun aldıda mı mening ailemnimi xavfli aile degan nimaga turaqlantirib qo'ygan.
No, because prior to that they already categorized my family as a suspicious or dangerous family.
Xitoy hukumatining buyrug'i bo'yicha har bir yerdagi rayonlar o'ziga tava bo'lgan ailelarni 3 xil xarakterga bo'lgan.
According to the Chinese government's policy, all the local people in the one region was categorized in 3 different categories.
Birincisi xavfli aile, ikincisi o'rtacha xavfli aile.
First is a dangerous, And then the second is medium, so it's not the most, but yeah.
Üçüncüsü xavfsiz aile.
The last is safe.
Mening ailemmi Qozog'iston bilan munosabatim bo'lganligi uchun o'sha xavfli aile qatorida ondan tutadigan odamlarning odatda shu birinchisi xavfli aile, ikkinchisi o'rtacha xavfli aile deganlarni asos qiladi.
So due to the reason that my family members living in Kazakhstan, so my family was also categorized as they are dangerous. And therefore, when they decided to detain people, so it's according to the family and those individuals belong to which category. That was very important.
So you knew which category and what reason you were treated in that way. Did other detainees also know their reason for being there?
Endi siz özünüzninki üyedikliginizninki sebebini bizge düşendirip berdiniz. Endi aşağıdaki tutqunlar özünün neme üçün aşağıda tutulup turvatqanlığını biletdimi? Sebebini biletdimi?
Xitoy hukumatı mushu razil planni unumli ishga oshirish uchun 70 necha turlik bo'lgan yolg'on tuhmatlarni shu gunohsiz odamlarga Sharqiy Turkiston xalqina chaplab, shu har bir odamga ashundaq yolg'on tuhmatlar orqali tutib kirgizilgan.
In order to achieve their evil plan, the Chinese Communist government listed 70 wrongdoings or crimes, and so all the people who were detained in that facility, in the detention, was part of this listed 70 accused of one or several of these 70 type of crime or wrongdoings.
And they knew why they were there. They knew which crime.
And ular öz biletdimi? Neme üçün özünü eşeğe ekirgenlikini? Yani ular deppegenmi neme üçün?
Kelgenden keyin deppegen nemisi biladi. Yana eng ichinchiligi bu yerda shu o'zining azaldan bo'lib baxmagan Xitoy hukumati chaplagan o'sha jinoyatni turli razil vositalar bilan shularga ashuni e'tirof qilishga majbur qiladi.
Yes, they do. After arriving there, and they were told what was the reason or the so-called crimes. What is the most heartbreaking is that they will make sure through all sorts of torture, a different methodology, to make them to accept those accused crimes.
I want to go to the document that my colleague referred to. I want, if you could explain, why were you shown that document, that classified document from Beijing? What was the purpose of showing you that document?
Yana bayam dostumuz degan shu material maxfiy hujjatni. Mening savolim, nima uchun sizga buni ko'rsatdi? Sizga berdi buni?
Buyruq bo'yicha shu yerda cho'qim bir odam ashi nimani o'tadigan odam uni topshirib elishi kerak, qo'l qo'yib berishi kerak. Hamda ashi maxfiy hujjatninga munosabatli bo'lgan uchurlar agar oshkorlab ketadigan bo'lsa, ash odamning kallasi ketadigan gap.
According to the rule, the order that one person must receive the document and sign it. And the rule also that if that person, that particular person who received that document revealed the content of that classified information, then the person faced death.
Keyin ular meni jazo lagerdan qaytarib әкелгәндән keyin endi meni jinoyatchi sifatida qamab ko'zimda yo'qotmoqchi bo'lganligini uni baldırıp planlaganligi ko'rinib turdi. Shunga ular buning әмісін aldan o'rnashtirgan deb qarayman.
I believe that they wanted to persecute me after I was released from the camp. I believe they might have pre-planned this.
You provide lots of detail about the document in your book. Do you recall where in Beijing which arm of the Chinese authorities this document came from?
Әмді kitabınızda şu məxfi hüccət doğrusunda köp uçurlarını veripsiz. Sizce bu şu Beijing'ninki qaysı bölümüdün kelgan?
Uyada merkez dep yazıqlıq, merkezinin andan aslında nimağa məxfi hüccət dep yazıqlıq, yana onun da qol qoyuqlıq.
Well, the information is the central government, and underneath is called a classified document. Then there is a signature. There was a signature.
You remember the name?
İsimli esinizde var mı?
O ismi esimde yok, çünkü onu bir-birlep təfsili görüp oturuşqa nim qılmaydı. Körüp atqan vaxtında mı ola küzdük durdu?
I don't remember their name because they won't give you a lot of time to remember. Even when you are reading the document, they would watch you.
I'd like to turn to the experience in the camp of rape of girls and women. Do you recall whether this happened every night, or how often did it happen?
Әмді şu lagerda qız ayallarınki basqınçılıqqa uçuruşu toğrusudaki gapga kelsak, sizce her keşte bu vaqa bo'lib tudimi?
Şundaq, bu ayallarning basqınçılıqqa uçuraşı, cinsi parakendikka, zo'ravonlikqa uçurash tafsandi qilishi bu uyadagi doim bo'lib turadigan ish.
I say yes because the woman who faced rape and a sexual assault, it was a regular thing.
Where did this happen?
Bu qayerda bo'ldi?
Lager saqchilarga Pekin'den keçirim var. Pekin'den cheksiz hukuk berilgen, ularga şoňa ular kalaganin kalalaydı.
The police was given unlimited power from Beijing. Therefore, they can do whatever they want.
Özleri kalagan, közü düşüp kalan ayarlarını tallap etçik gidiydi keşte. Etsi yandırıp ip geliyordu.
They can pick the girls, whoever that they like, and they can take them out at night and brought them back to the next day.
You also describe the rape of a young girl in front of 100 persons or so, and you say that you think it was planned and ordered and organized. Do you know who ordered this?
Siz yana bayanatınızda bir qizninki basqınçılıqqa uçurğanlığı, yani ochiq oshkora 100ga yaqin kishining oldida basqınçılıq uçurğanlığını bayan qilibsiz va buni cho'qim o'zra oldin ala plan qilgan debsiz. Sizce bu buyruqni kim tushagan, kim buyruq qilgan?
Kim buyruq qilganligini bilmaymiz. Bu aşağıdaki bütün jarayonga qarsak, bu cho'qim oldin o'rnashtirilgan narsa.
I don't know who planned this, but if you look at the procedure of the event, how it happened, it definitely was pre-planned.
Do you know how they chose who was forced to watch? the people who were in the room, it was perhaps 100 people. Do you know who was sent there, who was chosen to watch?
Sizce şu yüzge yakın kişilerin ki aşı zalның içine ekirip çoğum şunu görüşke ekirilgen sizce bulanı qandaq tallap ekegen kim tallagan bulanın ki aşı 100 kişini eşege tallap ekegeldi kimler tallagan mesela
Kimler tallaganlığını bilmeymen emmimizde buyruk berip eşege özleri jığıp ekeldi.
Mesela sağçı buyruqdu mu? Kim buyruqçu edi? Mesela sizge.
Жазы лагерде әр xil лагер хезмәткәрләре бар, әр дәрәҗәдәге лагер хезмәткәрләренең өзенең мәсъул булдыган, аша өзенең дәрәҗәсенә баглык булган, өзенең мәсъул булдыган вазифасы булды.
I don't know who. I was ordered to go to that hall. And there are different layers of management within the camp. So every cadres, they have their own responsibilities that they must fulfill.
I'd like to turn to the black room. Can you explain to everyone what the black room was and what happened there, please?
Şu qar öy toğrusida sözləpsiz. Əmdə siz müşəmisiga qar öyünün nimligini, bu yerdə nimişlərin bolduğanlığını düşündürüb bilələmsiz.
Жазалagır içində əmmiyyədə kuzatuş kamerası var. Tutqunlarının bütün hər bir iş hərəkəti 24 saat kuzatışda boludu.
In the camp, cameras everywhere. So the movement of the detainees surveilled for 24/7.
Fakat aşı qar öy dep atılıdığan öyde kamera yok, kamera ornatılmagan o uyga.
Only the room that was called Black Room has no camera.
Çünkü bu uy aşı qamalganlarga türlük rezil vasıtalardan paydalanıp qıynaş, jazalaş ip bardığan uy.
Because the room was designed to torture and to make the detainees suffer. That is the purpose of that room.
Onun içine şunda korkunçluk, türlük ceza kuralları koyulgan.
There are many tools that is for the torture purpose. It's all displayed in that room.
Adatta men ders sözlep atkanda sırttan sakçılar bastırıp kirip, aşı özleri jazalaydigan adamlarını söylep çıkıp ketedi.
During my lessons, the police would just come to the class and then take the people to select for punishment and drag them out of the class.
Aşı qarıga pırıp жазылған vaqta, o үйден biz құтқызыңlar деген vaqırgan, aşındaq çırqırgan içinçilik avazlarını daim anlap durumuz.
We could hear the screams and the begging for help from that room after they were taken there.
Жазалашқа еп кеткен адамларның бәзілері шондақ еғір ярланған алды қайтадан сөйлеп әкіліп ташлайды.
After they receive severe injuries and they were taken out, then they were just thrown on the ground, on the floor.
Бәзілері шүпеті қайтып кемеді.
Some never returned.
Mən onlarını qiynaş jarayonida ölüp qaldı deb pərəz qılalayman.
I suspect that they must have died, they might have tortured to death.
Çünki uyada qattiq ishki buyruq bor. Birinchisi, uyadan qattiq qechib ketmaslik kerak adamlar. Yana birisi o'lib qolgan adamlarni boshqalar qattiq ko'maslik kerak degan.
The two very strict rules. One, no one should be allowed to escape. And the second is no one should see the detainee detainee's dead body.
You were taken there to the Black Room. Can you tell us what the reason given to you for taking you there? What were you being punished for?
Siz mi özünüz şu qar öyge kiripsiz, sizni şu yerda jazalanıpsiz. Nima uchun shuni sababini tushuntirib bera olamsiz?
Aşı lager, jaza lagerinin türlü kayda tüzümleri battı. Hatta başkalar bilen sözleşiş uyakta tursun, külüşkümü, jığlaşkımı ruhsat kılınmaydı.
There are many different rules, strict rules in the camp. You cannot even allow to smile or allow to cry, let alone speaking to others.
Tutkun kılgan adamlar, ola turup yoqap ketetti, azıyıp ketetti.
Detainees taken away and disappeared. The numbers gradually became smaller.
Aşı azıyıp ketken adamların ornaga yeniden adam tutup ekilip toluqtarattı.
Then they would bring new detainees to replace those places of those disappeared.
Şundaq yeniden tutup ekilip kırgızıvatkan adamlarının arlıqıda, kırgızıvatkan vaqta aşı adamların arlıqıda bir Kazak momay battı.
That one occasion when they brought new detainees, and there was one elderly Kazakh lady.
O kişini tağdaki üyden tutup ekegen vaqta kiyim kiyişkime ülgürtmepti. Biz Kazak momaylarımız kalaş ötüktün sırtadan kalaş giydi. O adamga kalaş giyiş pürsütümü beğenmegen.
So when she was detained, they didn't even give her chance to wear her outdoor clothes. And in the we Kazakh people, normally we wear, we call kalach, after you wear boots, then you wear
galoshes.
Galoshes, yeah. And she wasn't even given the chance to put that on.
Tızıp kırgızıvatkanda meni köde, şunu bilen, bular meni telefonumda mesele var dep tutup geldi, meni hiç qanday günahım yok, meni qutuldurup verin dep meni quchoqlab yig'lagan, yordam so'raganligi uchun men aşı jaza lagerinin qayda tüzümlerine qılaplık qilgan bo'lib, aşı qariyga jazalashga akitildim.
On seeing me, she ran and came to me and hugged me and pleading for help. Said, I am innocent, please rescue me, please help me. And for that I was punished.
Thank you. I've just asked very briefly, you saw these medical records, and I understand you are a trained doctor as well as a teacher. And I would like just briefly to tell us why were they testing people and why were they so interested in women's reproductive health?
And sizning shu sog'liq ma'lumotlarni ko'rganligingiz to'g'risida savolim. Siz ham doktorlikni o'qibsizkan. Sizce bu tutqunlarning bu qadar ularning salomatligiga ham bo'libmi ayollarningki shu tug'ish tug'magan balliq bo'lgan mushu uchurlarga bu qadar ko'ngil bo'lishidagi maqsad nima, sabab nima?
Bu yerdagi sabab mening farzimcha, bu yerda ikki sabab bor. Birinchisi, aşı ayollarning aşı butunlay tug'ut masalasiga qatorliq bo'lgan uchurlarning shunday aniq yezilishining o'zi aşı ayollarning aşı butunlay tug'mas qildiganga chora ib borish uchun tayyorlangan.
I believe there are two reasons, in my view, two purposes. First is to, when it comes to women's reproductive information, the aim was to make sure that all the women become infertile.
İkinci sebep, ешқандай саламатлығы яхшы болған, ешқандай жұқымдық кеселдіктері жоқ, sağlam adamlarını mecburi emgek bilen ішкі ağza sodasının mənbəsi dep qaraş üçün tayyorlangan dep hesaplayman.
And I believe the second reason is to check the health, is to pick those very healthy ones, either for forced labor purpose and also the organ harvesting.
Çünkü şundaq adamlarga ayrım belgi qoyulgan.
Belgi qoyulgan degeniz, ayrım neme?
Aşındaq sağlam, aşındaq yaşlılar, yuqumluk kesillikte yo'q adamlarga ayrım neme belgi qoyup qoygan.
Okay. Because those who were very healthy ones had the ticks in that box.
Finally, you left the camp. Please tell us how you left and where you went, very briefly.
And this is lager çıkmışsınız. Lager qandaq çıktınız, qandaq you left the country, is that?
How did you leave the camp? Were you dismissed?
Okay. Şu lagerdan çıqqan vaqtda sizni bo'ldi ishing tugidi degan vaqtida qandaq chiqib qo'ydi sizni?
Özleri meni qandaq appagan bolsa şundaq beşim qarqalta kiygizib uyimga akeldi. Andan davamlıq özümün xizmetimde davamlaştırışımda etdi.
Exactly the same way how I was taken there. Black hood over my head, and then they brought me back to my home, and I was told I must continue my previous job to do previous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Two questions, if I may. One is that the role of teacher inside the camp was clearly an important one, regarded as an important one, and yet your family was designated as dangerous. Why do you think they chose you, coming from a dangerous family, to fulfill this role in the camp?
Endi bu lagerda ders o'tish degan intayin muhim bir rol. Endi sizningki ailengizni Habab ailesi deb bekitgan ailengizningki sababidan qandaqlarcha sizni uyga ders berishga tanladi? Misalga siz bir Habablik ailedan bo'lganligingiz.
Sağolыңызга рахмет. Bunun sebebi men Xitoy tilini shundaq yaxshi o'rgangan, andan Uyg'ur tilini bilaman, o'zimning tilimda yaxshi so'zlay olmayman. Mushu sabab va
the reason is that I know Chinese very well, and also I speak Uyghur language. That's what we're communicating now, and also I speak my mother tongue.
Andan bəribir meni ən axırda yenə cinayətçi sübutida qamab gözümdə yo'qotadiganlarga aldım plangan aniq bo'lganlikdan butunlay mendan foydalanish deb hisoblayman.
In my view, that they had a plan that eventually they would get rid of me. So that I think that was their part of their plan.
Thank you. The second question is that you mentioned there were 70 categories of offence in which detainees had committed one or more allegedly. How many of those are what would commonly be regarded as terror-related offences?
Bayam siz şu 70 atalmış cinayette adamlarını ekirip şu nimkan. Şununda qaysilari şu terrorga münasebetlik 70 türlüknün içindeki qaysilarını terrorga münasebetlik deb hesaplaydı.
O 70 neçə türlük Xitay hökuməti tərəfindən tayyorlanğan, yalğan, qoldan yasalğan yalğan töhmətlər
cinayetler.
So those crimes that more than 70 type is actually pure accusation that's planned by the Chinese government.
Bu yerda terrorizmga bağlıq bolğanları İslam diniga munosabatlik bo'lgan, İslam diniga munosabatlik ders olganlar, saqal qo'yganlar, namoz o'qiganlar, meshitga borganlar, bolalarni tuqqanlarini namoz o'qishga, İslam dinining qoidasini bilishga, ashunga kuch kiritganlar.
So the terror-related ones are the religious, who practiced Islam, who wore beard, who wore beard and prayed, been to mosque, also encouraged their children to practice religion.
Andan bir vaqtlarda Xitoy hukumatı o'zi yo'l qo'yib meshitlarni saqan vaqtda, shu vaqtda o'zlari bu odamlarni meshitga yordam qilishga o'zlari ruxsat bergan. Hozir mushu tutadiganlarning yana shu terrorizm deb qaragan bir turkum odamlar shu vaqtdagi meshit saqan vaqtda meshitga yana qilganlar.
In the past, when they built mosques, actually China's government encouraged people to help to build the community mosques. And then later, these people were also become, criminalized for being part of building mosques.
So it was a very particular definition of terrorism on that basis, or terrorist activities.
Bular şu terrorga neme ait.
Doğru.
Correct.
Thank you.
We are substantially over time, but Professor Kaur, 2 questions, I think, and shortly, if you can, and then Mr. Vetch.
You said on Fridays they were served pork in the camps. All Turkic Muslims were served pork. Can you clarify what does that mean for those of Muslim identity? And did this happen every Friday in every camp that you went to?
Siz cümə günləri çocuk göç berədi dəbsiz. Bunu hər cümə günü şundaq etdik. Ananınkin bir musulman üçün məşindaq çocuk göçünü məcburlaş, qandaq bir məşini bir düşündürüb verələmsiz.
U yerda nurg'unlagan ash odamlarning o'zining tabiatidan voz kechgan kechmaganligini sinoq qiladigan turli razil sinoqlar bordi. Cho'chqa go'shtiga majburlash ash sinoqning biri.
There are many different tests carried out to check whether they were reformed, whether these people gave up their own identity. So forcing to eat pork and to see whether they eat pork or not, that is one of the tests.
And what does it mean for those of Muslim identity? They're contaminated, they have to renounce their religion.
Əmdə bu Müslümanlar bunu əgər deyilsə, bu özününki dinidən çəkinganlik bolamdı qandaq.
Ondaqda ularni agar qarshilik qilmay yesa, ondaqda ularni o'zgargan deb qaraydi. Andan o'sha uchraydigan jazodan omon qoladi.
Well, if they don't go against and eat the pork, then they would be prevented from further punishment.
Okay, one quick question. You mentioned there are higher order officials that devise the routines in these camps. Can you elaborate on who these higher order officials were?
Siz yuqori darajadagi kadrlar shu lagerning ichidagi ish bajarish ishlarini shular belgilaydi debsiz. Shu yuqori darajalik kadrlar kimlar shuni biroz tushuntirib beramiz.
U yerda turli xizmatlarga mas'ul, yana o'zining xizmat doirasiga, xizmat darajasiga munosabatlik ishlarni bajaradigan har xil xodimlar bor.
there are different categories of cadres responsible for various different tasks.
Yuqori darajali xodimlar, onundan keyin turadiganlar, yana aşı ishni ishga oshirish uchun ishni ishga oshirishga moslashadigan lager saqchilari, yana yordamchi saqchilar degandek.
The highest level officials who give order, then the lower level, and then those police that implement those, enforce those rules, and so that they all come in a different level.
Why did the police or the guards in the camp, what did they wish to achieve by the torture and sexual violence? What was the purpose?
Şu lagerdeki saqchilar insanlarni bunda qiyin qistab qilib tan jazosi berib hamda ayollarni bosqinchilik qilib bularninki maqsadi nimaga erishmoqchi?
O lagerga qamalgan adamlar faqat əmi günayını özü bilen ketmeydi. Şu arqılıq bir qamalgan adam arqılıq aşının tuqqanlarını bevasita aile azalarini aşı arqılıq bir-birlep muşu maqsadiga yetidi. Bir arqılıq nurgun adamlarını şu arqılıq asıl məsələ qilish, millat sifati yo'qotish aşı özünün rezil planına yetidi.
The evil plan is those detainees, they are not, detaining that person from the family is not the final goal. The final goal is to bring more people inside a camp, especially the relatives and the people related to them. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I said Cyril might have more to say, that's why I just, yeah.
Can you just tell us what diseases were prevalent in the camps? For example, was there sexually transmitted diseases, HIV, TB?
Şimdi bu lagerlarda qandaq bir keseller bulungan, mesela yuqumluq keseller, mesela cinsi yuqumluq keseller yoki tuberkuloz degandek yoki HIV aşnaq keseller anladыңызмы, bilemisiz?
Türlü kesellikler batdı, mening bildiganligim qavziyat bo'lib sirtiga teshiga chiqib ketgan, andan mikroblanib ketgan, suga o'tib butunlay ishib buyragidan masla chiqqan.
People suffered from various health conditions. Most common ones were constipation, and that developed the hemorrhoid, and also being poisoned, the viral infections.
Hatta menge o'smisi operatsiyasi bo'lib, doğru bilen hayatını saxlavatqan aşındaq adamlar mı kampda var?
Among the detainees were those who actually had the brain operation, and they were only just surviving, and they were also brought to the camp. I just forgot one thing she mentioned earlier. Abiyam kesallarning ichida qaziyat dedingiz, nima mikrob dedingiz.
Buyrakida masala chiqib ishib ketganlar, undan diabet kasali.
So also those who suffered kidney conditions and diabetic patients.
Undan menge operatsiyasi.
Could I just ask, women were often given regular either injections or tablets. Do you know what they were for?
Ayollarga har doim shu dora va o'pil urgan ahvollar borki, bularningki maqsadi nima?
Bularning maqsadi butunlay tug'mas qilish, ondan nerv sistemasini buzish degandek, yana salomatlikka ta'sir yetkazish. Chunki ular ashuni planlagan.
First of all, so these women cannot have ability to have children. And secondly, to destroy their nerve system, their health. So their nerve system to destroy them. That was the purpose.
3 things from your statement. The instruments of torture in the black room included the electric chair in which you were electrocuted, an iron rod, an electric stick, many tools, and a sword-like tool with a sharp end. Correct?
Sizningki mushu alaqaya qar öyde degandiki qo'llangan uskunlar bunun ichida shu tok o'tkazadigan uningdagi inchik nimalar ushliq nima o'tadigan nimalar mushu uskunlar to'g'rimi men deganim?
To'g'ri.
Yes, correct.
In the gang rape, all the policemen, while raping, were masked. Correct?
Yani birisi bu o'pchi basqinchilik qilgan vaqtda shu basqinchilik qilgan hamma saqchilarning mask kiygan, to'g'rimi?
To'g'ri.
That's correct.
And lastly, the 100 people in the hall were tested to see if they reacted, and in your judgment, it was to test whether they had given up on humanity. Is that right?
Üçüncüsü şu yerdeki 100'e yakın kişininki asaslık bula özününki insanlıkların vazgeçmegenlikini sınaş. Doğru mu?
Doğru.
Correct.
Mr. Abraham, the PRC has challenged this witness's integrity on the basis of something called, I think, loan fraud. Of course, it may not have had notice of the book of which we've heard for long enough in order to deal with those issues in detail. Is there anything you want to ask about those?
No, sir.
In which case, I think I will just ask this witness, but be brief, please. Is there anything else you want to tell us that you think is important beyond what you've told us already?
Endi bizningki sualimiz tugadi. Sizga ko'p rahmat. Sizning endi yana hozir sizce biz bilmagan yo qo'shib qo'yay deydigan so'zlaringiz bormi?
Shu fursat berganingiz uchun rahmat. Mening deydiganim shu, men Qozog'istonga qaytib chiqqan hozirgi qator mana tunugungacha Xitoy Kompartiyasining turlik besimni qarlash, turlik besimni taxtına uçurab kelyapman. Hatta men mushaqqa kelyapgan vaqtimni menga ta'tilib, yerim yo'ldan qaytirib kelamiz. Biz ashunga bizning qudratimiz yetadi, seni degan ishlarmi bo'ldi.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and also asking me to add. Since I fled to Kazakhstan up until now, I have been being harassed and received threats constantly. Even yesterday, I was threatened that I was told that they have the power to take me back. Thank you very much.
By whom was she told that they had the power to get her back?
Sizni olib ketalaymiz degan kim sizga shuni degan?
Telefon nomeri Xitoyning telefon nomeri o yerda. Men videoni aç deb nim qildim, uningga talab qildim, videoni ochmadi.
The number was a Chinese number. I requested them to do a video call, but they didn't.
Thank you for giving your evidence. You are, of course, now free to go or to stay. Mr. Sabi, we move to the next witness. I realize we've overrun, but I judged it appropriate. Shall we get on with the next witness?
Yes, the next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Dolkan Isa.
And he is the man I referred to in my opening observations.
Yes, sir.
Who asked us to form this tribunal.
I will read the summary for his statement while the witness will be coming in. Dolkan Isa was born in September 1967 in Aksu. As a student in Xinjiang University in Urumqi, he organized and initiated a student association called Student Cultural Science Union to combat the widespread discrimination
Just
against...
one minute, Mr. Sabi. There's been problems with the sound. I'm going to really check that you are hearing us, and indeed when there was an interpreter. People at the back, can you hear? Nod or shake? Okay. Nod or shake your heads. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Mr. Sabi.
In June 1988, this association organized a gathering of students. On the day before the demonstration, they were called in and invited to the headquarters of Deputy Secretary General of the CCP in the region. However, the discussion became fruitless, and they decided to move ahead with the demonstrations. Mr. Isa and his colleagues were made subject to house arrest orders, but the demonstration did go ahead and was very successful. And it followed by disturbances. In September of that year, Mr. Dolkan and one of his colleagues were struck out of the university, and he could not finish his studies. Mr. Isa then went to Beijing and opened a restaurant in Beijing. Again, he became under the focus of the police in Beijing, and he had to leave China, where he resided in Turkey. Eventually, he moved to Germany in June 1996, where he was given an asylum. He participated in establishing of World Uyghur Youth Congress, which he was elected as chairman. Later on, he joined the East Turkestan National Congress and merged them eventually to become World Uyghur Congress, of which he is the president. Since then, Mr. Isa has been frequently targeted and harassed by the PRC. The Chinese authorities had issued international warrant of arrest against him, accusing him of criminal conduct and murder. Mr. Isa, thank you for coming all the way to London and suffering the 5 days of quarantine. You were an activist during your studies in 1980 in Xinjiang University at Urumqi. Would you briefly explain to the tribunal your student activities until 1988?
Sure. If it is possible, can I use my mother tongue? Can I use the translator?
Sure, but let me. Is it being translated? Yes, please go on.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Köp rahmet meni bu sotda guvohchilikqa taklif qilganinglar uchun.
Thank you for inviting me as a witness to this tribunal.
Men 1984 yıldan 1988 yılgacha atalmış Şinjan Üniversitede fizik fakültede okuvchi bo'lib fizik o'qidim.
I have studied in so-called Xinjiang University from 1984 to 1988.
Men Şinjan Üniversitesiga o'qishga kirgandan keyin biraz aqlim toşqandan keyin günlük hayatımda, okuyuculuk hayatımda ve cemiyetdeki hayatımda Xitay hükümetinin Uygurlarga qarta ep beriyotgan ayrımçılık, besim siyasetlerge her günü şahit oldum ve bu mening kallamda nurg'unlagan suallarning tug'ilishiga sebep oldu.
During my study at the university, I have witnessed various forms of discrimination and the government oppression targeted Uyghurs, and that caused a lot of questions in my mind.
Her çarşamba günü düştüğün keyin siyasi güneş dersi battı. Bu siyasi güneşte biz Xitay merkez hükümetinin siyasetlerini, Xitay Halk Cumhuriyeti'nin asas kanunlarını ve atalmış avtonomiya kanunlarını ügünettik.
And there was a political study class assigned on each Wednesday, and during this political indoctrination class, we used to study the Chinese Communist Party's policy and the Chinese government's constitution. At the same time, Chinese government's so-called regional autonomous law.
Biz bu siyasetlerge, bu kanunlarga, bu avtonomiya kanunları qaraydigan bolsak, Uyghur halkıga hakikaten köp hukuklarının bağlılığını göreleyimiz, ama bu hukuklarının normal hayatta hiçbir kaçan uygulanmaganlığını, tatbiq qilinmaganlığını halkımız bunundan hiç kaçan bahraman bolanmaganlığına şahit oldum.
During this indoctrination, we have realized that none of those provisions of the Chinese Constitution and the Chinese National Autonomous Law applied for Uyghurs' daily life.
Bu kanun bundaq oturda, ama reallıqda nemişki bu icra kılınmaydı. Diyen mesela menin kallamdaki çok sual işaretleri bu oturga çıktı.
There is a law in the book why it is not being applied. That was the big question in my mind.
Teşhirişle şu vaktiki aklım 18-17 yaş vaxtlarım kılıp en ahırda Xitay hükümetinin Şərq Türkistan'da Uygur, Kazak, Özbek, muşu milletlerinin %75-80%'nin artığı savatsız koygan, mektepler yok okutmagan, şunda boğallık için medeniyet seviyesi töven boğan, savadı bombagan bir xalq özünün qandaq xalqara hukuklar emas, özünün belgilep bergen kanunlardan mı, Xitay kanunlardan mı, qandaq hukuklarının bağlılığını bilmeydigan ve onu bilmegendikin talep qilish iqtidarın bolmaydiganligini his qildim.
And during my time, approximately at my age of 17 and 18, when I was a student at that time, I also realized that nearly 75 to 80% of the population in East Turkestan, including Uyghurs, Kazakh, and other natives, they left illiterate by purpose by the Chinese government without investing for education. And by doing so, they perfectly knew that people without a proper education and the proper level of awareness, they may not have a power or conscience to demand their right and exercise their right.
Bunun bilen Şinjan Üniversitesi'de bir okuyucular uyuşmazlık kurdum. Okuyucular Pen Medeniyet Cemiyeti deydiğen bir cemiyetini kurduk. Bu kanunluk bir cemiyetti.
And for that reason, during my students' year, we established one students' union focusing on science and culture. It was a legal organization established at that time.
Məqsədimiz yaz qışlıq tətillərdə minliğan Uyğur üniversite okuyucularını bizning vatanning chet yezdirga avatish orqali xalqimizga o'qish, yezish, o'gitish, madaniyat seviyasini yuqori ko'tarish. Ko'ngillik holda, haqsiz holda.
The purpose of this the union or organization is to dispatch the Uyghur University students to all corners of East Turkestan and help local people to educate them. And it was free course we provided.
Ama resmi bu hareketki başlagan vaqtimizda Xitoy hukumatı amaldorlarga bizga har xil to'sqinliklarni qildi. Gerçi bu Xitoy qonuniga uyg'un, Xitoy markaziy hukumatining siyosatiga uyg'un bir harakat bo'lsa-mu, ammo biz rasmiy bu harakatga boshlaganda nurg'un qiyinchiliklarga duch keldi. Biz bu harakatlarni bak muvaffaqiyatli olib boramadik.
When we started this initiative, and we have faced a tremendous amount of obstacles from the government, despite it was illegal and it was lawful. And for that reason, we have not been that much successful in our initiative.
1988 yılı 6. ayda biz atalmış Şinjan Uygur Abdum Rayı'nın hükümetiga muşu Şarkı Türkistan'daki muarip sayesideki gündelik hayatlardaki siyasi sahilerdeki adaletsizliklerini ki ayrımcılıklarını şikayet kılıp bir iltimas sunduk. Biz körüşünü talep kıldık.
In June 1988, on the basis of the information we collected about the education life of Uyghurs and others in East Turkestan, about their political awareness, and also about the daily injustices they are facing in their daily life, we prepared a report-like petition and asked the asked to meet with the regional government officials to create some kind of awareness.
Ama biz hiç kaçan bizning bu talebimiz hakkında hükümetten bir görüşüş için vakit alamadık. Bizning bu taleplerimizge bütün hükümet adamları olsun, hatta üniversiteninki müdürleri olsun bunu cevapsız kaldı.
And our repeated demand to meet with the government officials, even including the school high-level officials, left unanswered, and we could not able to deliver our message to neither to government officials nor the school administrations.
Muşundan biz bu iltimasını yazıştı bir kança hafta ilgiri 5. aylarda 88. yılı Şinjan Üniversitesi Fizik Fakültesinin, ben okuyduğum fakültesinin dervasıga Xitayca Uygurlarning erlerini kul kılımız, ayallarını faşa jalap kılımız diyen bir Xitayca yazılgan bir lozunga ne tep aldık. Yazıldı yani.
Actually, we found one the poster posted on the school wall, basically saying that we came to Xinjiang to make Uyghurs male as slaves and the Uyghur woman as a prostitute. And we found that posters a couple weeks earlier from our the initiation, the petition started.
Biz bunu mektep müdürüne ve hükümete tavşırıp bunu yazgan adamını toplum cezalaş gerekliğini iltimas kıldık. Ama onun cevap vermedi.
We reported this poster to school administration and we demanded the school administration to conduct some sort of investigation and punish those responsible. But our demand also left unanswered from the school administration.
Biz hiç qanday bir cevap alamagan dikin 88. yıl 6. ayının 15. günüsü biz Fen Medeniyet Uyuşmasının heyetleri ve okuyucular müzakirleşip 6. ayının 15. günüsü andan bir milli kemsizlikке narazılık bildiriş yığılışı dep çoğun bir yığılış ötküzüşünü plan kıldık Şinjan Üniversitesi'nin içinde.
After we couldn't able to get any response from the government, approximately on June 15th, 1988, with the discussion of the board members of our student union, we decided to have a protest against this type of discrimination within the school.
Biz bunun tayarlığını kılıp, uqturuşlarını çıkarıp tayarlık bassak, Şu günsi ettigen saat 7'de anındaki mektepnin müdürü bizni Abdum rayının rehberleri körüşüdüğünü bildirip bizim şu günsi ettigende Abdum rayının hükümet xadimleriyle körüşüp vardı.
After we made the announcement about the June 15th protest, and all of a sudden, in the morning of that day, the officials from school administrations came to us, and we were told that the high-level officials from the regional government about to meet us.
Şu günsi Abdum Raylık Xitay Komünistik Partiyasının sekreteri Canabil, Marif Komisyonunun müdürü, Plan Komisyonunun müdürü ve Maliye Nazırı bilen 5 saatlik bir söhbetimiz oldu.
And in that day, we met with the vice chair of regional Chinese Communist Party, whose name is Janabal. At the same time, we met with the high-level officials from the regional Ministry of Education and the Finance and others.
Forgive my interrupting. Mr. Sabi, because we're using translation, and the translation isn't entirely easy, we are moving at a slightly slow pace. Might it be sensible either to summarize quite a lot and get the witness to acknowledge it and then come to the final passages?
Yes, Mr. Issa, is it fair to say that your campaign was successful, but as a result of that you were kicked out of the university?
Biz şunun bilen biz kilişiplanmay 88. okuyucu kayıtıp gidip çok bir namayış ötküzdük. 8.000 kişilik okuyucuların namayışını ötküzdük ve şu günsi keşte beni öy yapısıge yani hos arrestis kıldı ve 4 aylık bir teşhirişten keyin 9. ayının 27. günsi çok yığın içip bizim mektep neydi etti. Şununla ben mektep bitiremedim.
And after we couldn't able to come to certain agreement with the government officials, and Dolkun aşı hükümet bilen spiker okşamagandan keyin boldu. Şu bek uzun bolup ketdi. Cümle men hemmisini nem kalamadım, yazıp alamadım. Aşını kayıt edip basam.
Şu hükümetle kelişiplanmagandan keyin mektep qaytıp geldik ve ballarını başlap namayışga çıktık.
After we did not have any agreement with the government officials, we returned back to school and we started our protest rally with the students. Approximately 8,000 students took part of that protest.
Şu namayışның biz ertesini davamlaştırdıgan bolup qaytıp geldik ama o keçisi meni mektep müdürü keç saat 12'de uxlavatqanda yatağımda biz yatakta 8 adam yatattık.
Mr. Issa, sorry to interrupt. These are all in your statement and the panel has read your statement, so there is no need to repeat what we have on the document. To summarize it, you were kicked out of the university before being able to finish your studies. You then went to Beijing and studied between 1990 and 1992 in the Beijing University, and then opened a restaurant. You became under pressure from the police, and you were forced to immigrate first to Turkey and then to Germany. You set up different organizations and ultimately merged them into what is now World Uyghur Congress. You were listed on the Interpol list as a terrorist and murderer at the initiation of the Chinese government. Were you ever arrested by police while traveling?
I beg your pardon?
Were you ever arrested as a result of this?
Şundak, ben 96. Germaniya kelip Türkiye'ye geldim, 94-96. Germaniya kelip siyasi iltica kıldım. Xitay meni 1997 Interpolga berip kızıl başlık tutuş buyruğu çıkardı. Bu münasebet bilen ben cık devletlerinin çığırısında tutkun kılındım.
After I came to Germany in 1996 and made my successful refugee application, and the Chinese government issued the red notes on me in 1997. Since then, I faced tremendous amount of difficulties during my travel abroad.
Kore'de tutkun kılındım. Hatta Amerika'ya girişim çeklendi. Türkiye'den çıkırısı tutkun kılındım. 2017 yılı hatta İtalya'da ben German vatandaşı 2006 yılından başlayıp German vatandaşı şunda buluşum karmay 2017 yılı İtalya'da tutkun kılındım.
I was detained in Korea at the airport, and I was repatriated from United States, and I was detained in Turkey, and even despite my German citizenship, I was detained in Italy in 2017.
Mr. Issa, you were accused by the Chinese government being involved with East Turkestan Islamic movement that was listed by the US government as a terrorist organization in 2002. Were you ever involved with that organization?
Şarkı Türkistan İslam Hareketi degan teşkilatni 2002 yılı ben xalqaro matbuatdan bildim. Ondan burun onda bir teşkilatning bağlığını ben anlapmı bakmagan. Fakat 2001 yılı New York'ta yüz bergen terörist hareketinden keyin tuyuqsuz bundaq bir partiyanın, bundaq bir teşkilatning bağlığını Xitoy hökumetining matbuatidan ve xalqaro matbuatdan öğrendim. Mening bundaq bir teşkilat bilan bir alaqam yo'q, hatta burun anlapmı bakmagan.
I haven't heard that organization even name till 2002, and I became known the name of that organization through the international media, and especially right after the New York terrorist attack taken place in 2001. And I don't know that organization, I don't have any association or any the knowledge about that organization, and I only knew the name of that organization through international media.
Thank you. Mr. Issa, would you like to make a personal statement regarding the difficulties that your family had faced as a result of your activities?
Ben 94 yılı vatanımdan ayrılgandan bu yan 27 yıl oldu. 27 yıldan bu yan diasporada, chet elde yaşavatımın. Bu jarayanda ben ata-anamni, urug' tuqqanlarimni, do'st birodarlarimni bir qatimni ko'rib baxmadim.
I left my home country in 1994, and it is 27 years now. And since then, I'm living in exile. Since I left in 1994, I did not have a chance to meet with my parents or relatives even a single time.
Ben ata-anamni bir qancha qitim Germaniyaga chaqirtgan bo'lsam-mu, ammo Xitoy hukumatı ularga pasport bermedi ve men vatandan ayrılgan 27 yıldan bu yan bütün ailem Xitoy saqchilarining, Xitoy hukumatining og'ir darajadagi nazoratiga, besimiga uchrab kelgan.
I have invited my parents to come and join me in Germany several times, but Chinese government repeatedly refused to issue a passport to my parents and relatives. And for that reason, because of my activities abroad, my whole families faced monitoring and harassment by Chinese government all the time.
2017 yılının 5-ci boğarlıqda hiç bo'lmasa haftada 2 haftada bir qatim ailem bilan telefonda nayt qisqa qandarak avaling deb nayt oddiy salomlashish ishlarini olib bora oldim. Çünkü mening bütün telefonlarimni Xitoy hukumati anglaydi. Onun uchun ular bilan boshqa gap deyishim mumkin emas, boshqa gapmi yo'q. Ama 2017 yılı 4. aydan başlap alaqam tamamen üzülgen.
Up till April 2017, at least I had a chance to talk with my parents and relatives sometimes once a month or sometimes twice a month through a phone call. Because I knew that all my phone calls were closely monitored by the Chinese government, it was impossible to talk anything else except just a simple greetings. Since April 2017, all my communication with my parents and other relatives are cut off completely, so I don't have any means of communication with them.
2017 yıl 4. aydan başlap alakam üzüldü ama 2018 yılda aradan bir yıldan köp vaqt ötkende apamның vafat olganlık, ölgenlik haberini anladım.
After all of my communication with my parents cut off since April 2017, and only I became known that my mother was passed away or killed by in East Turkestan in 2018.
Ben bu haberini anlagandan keyin ailem bilen qaytadan aloqa qilishga tirishgan bo'lsam-mu, ta hozirgacha bir aloqa o'rnatmadim. Ama bir qancha haftalardan keyin xalqaro matbuotdan onamning bir yig'ilish lagerida vafot bo'lganlik xabarini matbuotdan o'rgandim.
And when I heard this news, I tried to contact with my family members a number of times, but I couldn't able to communicate with them. And then through international media reports, I became known that my mother, in fact, was died in one of the concentration camps in 2018.
2020 yılı 1. ayda Xitayning Global Times yer şari gezitinden dadamның ölgenlik haberini bildim.
And in January 2020, through the report from the Chinese official media, which is Global Times, I became known that my father also passed away.
5. ayının 28. günü, yani bunun bir hafta ilgili inimning Xitay hükümet tarafından müddətsiz qamaq cezası hüküm qılınğanlığını matbuatdan öğrendim.
Also, a week earlier, on May 28th, I became known that my brother was sentenced for life imprisonment through the media reporting.
Xitay hükümeti 2020 yılı 1. ayda mening açamni mecburi sözültüp bir videoda bana karşı söz etken bir videonu ilan kıldı.
In January 2020, the Chinese government forced one of my sister to speak against me and to publish that video.
Mening akam Yalqın Aysa matematik profesörüydü. Onun hakkında hiç haberim yok ama bana kelgen uçurlarda bir uçurda 25 yıl, yani bir uçurda 17 yıl kesilgenlik hakkında malumatım var ama bunu hiç kandak tehi bir yerden tasdiqlatamadım.
I have one brother whose name is Yalqın Isa. He is the mathematics professor. And in one information I have received, he was sentenced to 25 years imprisonment, and another information, it is said that he was sentenced in 17 years imprisonment, but there is no way for me to verify which one is correct.
Şu ailemden avalımı şu, bunların hemmisini ben şu xalqaro matbuatlardan bu yaqtın aklına uçurla, qancha adam, qancha tuqunum hayat, qanchasi kampida, qanchasi ulab ketdi, bir ma'lumotim yo'q.
This is the publicly available information on the international media, and I'm learning about my family members only through the reports from the international media, except than this. I have no idea how many of my family members in concentration camps or detention, and how many of them alive, or how many of them is in another condition.
Thank you, Mr. Issa. The tribunal may now have some questions for you.
Mr. Issa, you've stated that the main aim of the Students' Cultural Science Union was to bring enlightenment to rural areas and Could you tell me whether enlightenment included direct attempts to raise political awareness, inspire political activity, and whether you tried to expound a separatist ideology?
Ben o to'g'riliq biraz ilgari deb o'tdim. Bizning bu o'quvchi yoshlar harakatimiz, fan madaniyat jamiyatimizning maqsadi o'qish, yozma bilmagan insonlarga o'qish, alfabe o'rgatish. Deganigidek 75%, 80% adam maktab yüzü ko'rmagan bo'lganligi uchun ularga o'qitish, o'rgatish. Buni o'z vaqtida Xitoy markaziy hukumatimi o'xshashlar butun Xitoy bo'yicha mushni safarbarlik qilgan bir harakatdi.
The basic purpose of the student union was to help illiterate people to gain the skill of literacy. And that is also at that time highly promoted by the central government as part of their official policy.
Bu harekatning hech qanday bir siyosiy maqsadi va yoki bölgünçilik maqsadi va yoki har qanday bir maqsad yo'q, faqat bir madaniyat o'rgatish, insonlarimizga o'qish o'rgatishdan iborat normal bir ommaviy harakatdi.
It was a civil movement aiming to educate people and to get rid of illiteracy. And there was no any secret agenda of political or separatism or any kind, because at that time that was what the 70–80% people needed for further education, and the government did not provide, and that was the aim.
Thank you. At the time you were organizing the process at Xinjiang University, did this interfere with your academic attainment?
Tercüme kıyıda düşünmedim.
Sen şu okuvchilar nimasini o'rinlashtirganingiz, bu sening şu akademik, ya'ni şu o'qishni menga ta'sir qildimi, ya'ni uningga daxli taruz qildimi, sening ilib borgan norozilik harakatlaringga?
Albatta, men shu harakatni o'tkazgandan ep borgandan keyin namoyishdan keyin shu kechasi meni 12'da chaqirib chiqdi va ertasidan boshlab house arrest qildi va 4 oyga yaqin yozliq bizning o harakatning bir oydan keyin yozliq ta'til bo'lgan. Bütün o'quvchilar ketdi. Biz o'quvchilardan bir 20 necha odamni ep qilib uylarimizga qaytolmay 3,5 ay bizga kunda siyosiy o'rganish qilg'izdi. Har xil shakldagi tövnamlarni yozdirishga qistidi, ashuna qilib 3,5 aydan keyin meni maktabni aydibatdi. Ya'ni men maktabni bitirish, maktabni davomlashtirish o'qish huquqim bo'lmadi.
Yes, indeed, and it was direct interference for my academic future. And after the protest, and as I stated in my testimony, I was put in house arrest nearly 4 months, including 20 plus of my colleagues who actively participated at that time, and we were not able to return home because it was a summer holiday, and we were subjected to intense political study. And after that 4 months, and I was expelled from school, and for that reason, I could not able to continue my education in the university.
So simply, are you saying that failure in academic achievement did not contribute at all to your expulsion?
Sen suallarni tercüme qil bundan keyin kallam biraz ketib qoldi.
Yani senin bu akademik jihatga bu muvaffaqiyetsizliging senin bu maktabdan chiqarib etish bilan bevosita munosabat bormi degandek bir savol. Can you clarify your question, please?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Yeah, can you reframe your question again?
I was just asking whether failure to achieve academically over that period contributed to the expulsion.
Yani senin aşu mektepteki muvaffakiyetsizligin seni mektepten çıkarışka sebep boğan mı degandek mağab sualımda sual.
Mening o'qish jihatdagi muvaffaqiyatsizligim emas, faqat mening ashu namoyishlarni tashkillanganligim uchun Xitoy hukumati meni shu sababdan bo'lguncha deb qaralab, maktabdan chiqaribdi. Bu mening albatta davomli o'qish, akademik tadqiqot faoliyatlar bilan shug'ullanishimga ta'sir ko'rsatdi.
It was not about my failure in my study or academic dream that contributed to expulsion from the school. It was my activism at the school that contributed or became the primary reason for my expulsion from the school. As I was expelled from the school, I could not able to continue my study, and I could not able to continue my future academic dream.
Thank you. Were the protests going on at Xinjiang University supported by other student protests throughout China?
Tushundingmi? Yani Xinjiang Üniversitedagi bo'lgan noroziliklar Xitoyning boshqa yerdagi o'quvchilar tarafidan qo'llandimi, ya'ni himoyaga erishdimi deydi.
Bu namoyish Urumchida bo'ldi. Andan keyin bizning vatanning Sharq Turkistonning boshqa viloyatlaridan bo'ldi. Qashqa, Xotan, o'xshash shaharlarda va Ishkirda Xitoyning o'lkalaridagi Shanxay, Xi'an, Beijing qatorliq shaharlarda o'qiyotgan Uyg'ur o'quvchilarmi bu namoyishlarni qo'llab namoyish qildi. Ammo Xitoy o'quvchilardan buni qo'llagan avvalda ko'rmadik.
Partially yes, and our protest rallies have taken place not only in Urumqi and the other parts of other cities of East Turkestan as well, such as Kashgar, Hotan. At the same time, Uyghur students who were studying at that time in Shanghai and Xi'an and Beijing, they also participated and supported our protest. But I don't have any knowledge if there were any ethnic Han Chinese that supported or rallied to support our protest. I don't have a knowledge about that.
Thank you. Why did you set up a restaurant in Beijing in 1992?
Çünkü ben
Nimada Beijing'da aşxona açdım?
90-yılı Beijing'ga çünkü ben 88-yılı meni mektep neydi etkenliğin keyin ben üzemnin yurti Aksu qaytib berip iyada bir til kursu açmakçı buldum. İngilizce, Rusça, Türkçe, Uygurca, çetel tili kursu açmakçı buldum. Dastlabda iltimos sunsam hukumat buningga bak qarshi chiqmaydigandek bir havo botdi, ammo taqriban 6 oydan ortiq buni ichish uchun pensiyaga chiqqan o'qituvchilar bilan ko'rashdim, til o'qituvchilari bilan. Urumchilarga berib kitoblarni akeldim, tijoratchilar bilan ko'rishib, moddiy yordam ilishga tirishdim. İşlerimiz xeldim bulup bu iş buluş arpısıga bo'lgan chaqda Aksu hükümeti mening bu maktabni içishimga ruxsat qilmadi. Shuning bilan men 90-yili Beijingga ketgan.
After my expulsion from the university in 1988, I immediately returned my hometown called Aksu. At that time, my initial plan was to open the language class to teach English, Russian, and other foreign languages. And at the beginning, the government gave me the impression that it is okay. There is no any obstacle to open up such a language class in Aksu. And so I tried all venues and the preparation and prepared all logistic needs, just like procuring the class materials and books, and even I spoke with the businessman to have a certain amount of investment to this. When we came to the end, the government office in Oxford, he said that it is not permitted to open up such a language school. And so when I could not see any hope to do any business or anything in my hometown, so I went to Beijing.
90 yıldan 92 yılgacha Beijing Chet el tili universitetida 2 yil inglizcha va turkcha o'rgandim. Ammo maktabni tugatib qolgandan keyin mening siyosiy jihatdan xatolashgan odam degan rekordim bo'lganligi uchun men u yoqda ish topolmadim va u vaqtlarda men ayolim Beijingda ishlaydi, to'y qildim va hayotligim uchun ish topolmagandan keyin bir oshxona ichishni uyg'un ko'rib oshxona ochdim.
And from 1990 to 1992, I studied English and Turkish in foreign language university in Beijing. And because I had, I was marked by the government as a politically troubling person, and there was no possibility for me to gain employment in Beijing. And at that time, my wife was living in Beijing, and I ended up having a marriage with my wife. And so in order to sustain my life, I decided to open up a restaurant in Beijing.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what were the aims of the East Turkestan Students' Youth Association that you founded in Turkey?
Ben Türkiye'ye çıkkandan keyin 94'de Türkiye'de okuvatkan 60-70'e yakın okuyucular var, Uygur okuyucular. Bunların köp kısmı şu 85 yılı, 88 yıldaki üniversitelerde okuyan bizden mekteptaşlar veya ki şu hareketler katnaşkanlar bulup ben çıkkandan keyin bularını toplap bu teşkilatını kurduk. Bu teşkilatın maksidi şu Uygurlarga buluvatkan zulümlerini Türkiye'de anlatış, konferanslar ötküzüş ve her xil namayişlarını ötküzüş, seminarlarını ötküzüş ne maksat kılgan bir teşkilattı.
When I came to Turkey in 1994, there were approximately 60 to 70 Uyghur students in various Turkish universities. Most of those students were at the same time the active participant of the students' movement in 1985 and in 1988. At the same time, they were my schoolmates from so-called Xinjiang universities. And so my basic aim to form this organization was the first to bring all of the Uyghur students together, at the same time using our available resources to create public awareness in Turkey about what is going on for Uyghurs through seminars and the lectures and the public gathering. That was the basic purpose of that organization.
Thank you. At a later time, you were elected as chairman of the World Uyghur Youth Congress. Can you tell me about your election platform? What were you known for to get yourself elected?
Ben Türkiye'de okuvatkan vaktimde 95 yılı biz Almata'da tunç etim Uygur dünyadaki Uygur yaşlarının bir medeniyet uçuruşunu ötkezdik 10. ayda. Bu vakti Avrupa'da, Amerika bu devletlerde, garip devletlerde Uygurlar pek azdı. Şunda olsun az battı. Bazı devletlerden kilip ötküzdük. Yaşlarının özüra birbirimizden tanışışı, fikir almıştırılışı, qanday qilib vatanimizga, xalqimizga birlikda xizmat qila olamiz deydigan masalani muzokara qilish bo'ldi. Ammo bizning bu yig'inimiz bir kundan keyin KGB'ning Xitoyning besim bilan Qozog'iston hukumatı bu yig'inimizni davomli o'tkazishga ruxsat qilmadi. Shuning bilan maxfiy uylarda o'tkazib qaytib ketdik va 96-yilda men Germaniyaga kelgandan keyin buning yig'inining ikkinchisini Myunxenda o'tkazdik va muzokara qilish orqali yoshlar bir siyasi merkez, yaşlarının siyasi merkezini kuruş zürriyeti varken, bu davanı garip dünyasında anlatışımız gerekken, çünkü ben Germaniye kelsem, Uygurlarını bildiğin insan asasen yok diyerlik. Uygurlar mı azdı? Muş'un bilen 96. yılı Muş'u yaşlar kurultayını bütün o vaktimizde bir 8'dek devlette Uygurlar battı. Şu 8'dek devletten kelgen Uygur yaşlarının katılışı bilen bu Uygur yaşlarımı şu devletlerdeki yaşlar tarafından sayılınıp kililgen Uygur yaşlardı. Şular bilen bir medeniyet, ikinci kadınlık medeniyet kültürümüzü ötküzdük ve müzakere jarayonida Dünya Uygur Yaşlar Kurultayını kurup çıktık.
Before establishing that Uyghur Youth Congress, actually in 1995, when I was in Turkey, I went to Almaty, Kazakhstan, to have the first Uyghur Cultural Day. Because at that time there were no sizable Uyghurs in Europe. There are few Uyghurs in the US, and almost there were not any active Uyghurs in Uyghur youth among the very few Uyghurs in Europe and the US. And for that reason, we deeply felt that there is a strong need for Uyghur youth to have a platform for cultural and other exchanges. So that was the basic purpose of the cultural the event we organized in Almaty to inviting the Uyghurs from a number of countries. At that time, Uyghurs from 8 countries participated in our cultural event in Kazakhstan. But after the first day of the event, Kazakh police, under the influence of China, they interfered our cultural event. And for that reason, we could not have too much discussion in the Almaty at that time. And so in 1996, I came to Munich. And when I came to Munich, I also realized that there was no any awareness about the situation of Uyghurs in Germany as well. And so, in 1996, by using our very limited resources, I invited the representative of Uyghur youth from nearly 8 countries to come together in Munich, Germany, first to have a discussion and what we could do. And after the discussion, we decided to form the Uyghur Youth Congress. And during that deliberation and during that discussion, this became the second major event for Uyghur youth, and I was elected as a chair of the World Uyghur Youth Congress at that time.
Thank you. And why was this organization then designated as a terrorist organization in 2003?
Biz Dünya Uyghur Yaşları Kurultayını kurgandan keyin Uyghur meselesini Avrupa'nı merkez kılgan asasda bir Uyghur yaşlarının merkezi teşkilatı buluş süptimiz bilen Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı da Avrupa'nın her kaysi devletlerinde her kaysi sivil kuruluş örgütleri bilen teşkilatları bilen birlikte ammi teşkilatlar bilen Uyghur meselesini anlatıştırıştık. Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nın aldığı dünyanın Avrupa'nın yani gücümüz yetken, kadimimiz yetken yerlerde namayışlarını orlaştırdık. Meselemizi bildiriştiriştik. Xitay hükümeti bunundan nahayet rahatsız oldu. Çünkü Uygur meselesinin Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'da veya ki başka halkara sorunlarda bilinip kılınışını Xitay halamaydı. Bu mesele Uygur meselesi bilinmegen, hiç kim tanımagan bir mesele olsa Xitay hükümeti tinçlik bilen Uygurlarını tamamen asmidasi yapıp yok etiş maqsadiga texim chaqqa yetalaydi. Şunun Xitoy bizning bu harakatimizdan belki rahatsız bo'ldi ve biz Germaniyada qurilgan qonunliq bir tashkilot buningga boshqa turlik terrorist degan bir qalpoqni kaydimay boshqa turlik bizning faoliyatimizni to'xtatolmaydi. Shuningga 2001-yili biraz ilgari deb o'tgandekidek New Yorkda bo'lgan terroristik voqeasidan keyin Xitoy hukumatı tunji qatim bu terrorizm ismini ishlatishga boshladi. Uning oldida meni 97-yil Interpolga berganda terrorist deb bermabdi ekan, adamil degan, qotil deb bergan. Keyin 2003-yili andan keyin bu bizni bir nima e'lon qilib 4 Uyg'ur tashkilotini 11 adamni undan keyin 2001-yildan boshlab asta-asta Xitoy Uyg'urlarga bu terrorist sözünü, kelimesini işletiş başladı. Muşu sebepten 2003-yili Dünya Uyghur Yaşları Kurultayını terörist teşkilat deb atadı. Yani maksat bizning faaliyetlerimizni to'xtatish, muşu isim arqali, çünkü o vaqtda dünya Uyg'urlarni bilmaydi, Dünya Uyghur Yaşları Kurultayı deganni bilmaydi ancibek. Muşu isim bilan bizning faaliyetlerimizni to'xtatish, bizning kreditimizni, obro'yimizni yo'q qilish maqsadida.
And in 2003, yes, the Chinese government accused the World Uyghur Youth Congress as a terrorist organization. And as I said, after the establishment of this organization, by effective use of all of our limited resources, and we try to create awareness about the situation of the Uyghurs, and in front of the UN headquarters in Geneva, and in front of the European Parliament, and we collaborated with NGOs in Europe, and we organized protests and public gathering. So Chinese government strongly felt discomfort about our gradual our campaign that gradually took hold in Europe. And the Chinese government did not want the atrocities taking place in East Turkestan to be known by outside world. And the World Uyghur Youth Congress became an effective organization to unmask the Chinese atrocities, to create awareness. And for that reason, the Chinese government used this terrorist label to stop us. And the Chinese government never accused me or other Uyghur organization with the terrorist label before the New York, September 11th New York attack in 2001. After that New York terrorist attack happened in 2001, Chinese government immediately started to use the terrorism to label the Uyghur organizations. And that included the World Uyghur Youth Congress as well. And if you look at my Interpol red notes issued by the Chinese government in 1997, the Chinese government never accused me with the terrorism at that time. Instead, I was accused of murdering someone. And so basically, Chinese government found perfect environment after the 2001 and labeling the effective Uyghur organizations and effective prominent Uyghur activists like me with the terrorist designation or accusation to stop us and to scare other countries to take measures against us.
Thank you. Two final quick questions. Firstly, how can you be sure that the denouncement of yourself by your sister and sister-in-law and the refusal of your mother to speak to you were all due to duress from the Chinese authorities?
Çünkü birinci, ben açamını yaxşı bilemen. İkinci, bu yerde dikkat kıldığım bolsak videonu açam Xitayca sözlegen. Ve Xitayca Uyghur tilida sözleşke ruxsat qilmagan ve sözlegen tekstinin bir narsani o'qiyotganligini chiqib turdi. Chiqib turdi, u o'zining ixtiyorligi bilan mayli bilgan deyilgan bir tekst emas, uningda tayyorlangan bir tekstni o'qiyotdi.
Mr. Isa, would you please break your sentences so the interpreter can catch up?
Okay. And number one, I know my sister very well. And number two, She was not even allowed to speak in Uyghur. She spoke in Chinese in the video. And number 3, if you pay closer attention, and you can realize that she is reading pre-prepared text. It was not the simultaneous the statement. She was reading something already prepared to her.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear about your brothers, but were either of your brothers politically active?
Mening inim işkandaq bir politik bilen aktif bolgan, meyli akam bolsun, meyli inim bolsun. Bularning işkandaq bir politik jihatda aktif bolgan emas. Mening ailemde menden başka bir kişinin bu politik jihatda aktif bolgan bir ailem emas. Undaq buluş imkaniyetim yok. Çünkü men 94-yilda ayrılgandan keyin bütün bizning bir aile gözetim astida bolgan, küzütüşüde bolgan, hatta bizning uyga kirip chiqqanlarni davamlıq nima uchun yo'qlaysan deb hatto boshqalarni bizning uyga kirishdimi qo'rqaydigan, hatto bizning uyda mana butun endi Xitoy texnologiyada shunda taraqqiy qilgan. Men 27 yildan buyon bir qatim bir videoda, bir chatda ko'rib baqanim yo'q. Faqat telefonda so'zlashayolatdim. Demak, ularda biraz menga o'xshaydigandek bir siyosiy faoliyatchilik nimasimi yo'qdi. Birinchidan, ikkinchidan unda bir siyosiy narsaga qatnashish imkoniyatim yo'qdi. Zaten mening tuqqanlarim bo'lganligi sababidan 20 necha yildan buyon ular besim ostida har harakati qilgan. Hatto inim shiyani bitirib kelib xizmatmi bermagan, xizmatmi topolmagan. Yalnız mening inim emas, mening achamning boshqa tuqqanlarimning ballarimi anglasam xizmatni topolmay qiyin kunlarni kechiribdi ekan.
Neither my younger brother or older brother, nor my the members of my whole family, they were not politically active, and it was impossible either, because after I left in 1996, the Chinese government kept whole of my family members under supervision. They were not free to go any place. They were not free to do whatever they want. And even people would not dare to visit our families because of my political activism outside, and the people afraid if we visit the Dolkun's family, we could end up in trouble. And so in the circumstances of 24/7 surveillance, it was not possible for any of my family members to do anything political. And we were so, it was so sensitive, and even I couldn't dare, or it was not allowed for me and for my relatives to have a video call. And all my communication before the communication blackout was through a phone call. And my brother graduated from Xi'an, the university there, and he couldn't get a job just because of me. And my other sisters and relatives, all of them could not get a job because of me. And my whole family was so careful and calculating their each steps and each mood and the movement, so it was not possible for them to do anything that contradicts the policy there.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay. Apart from China, which other countries have supported their claim that you're a terrorist?
Meni Xitoydan boshqa hech qanday bir davlat terrorist deb qabul qilib ayibligim yo'q, qabul qilib baqanim yo'q. Faqat ba'zi davlatlar Xitoyning besimi, iqtisodiy besim sabablar bilan meni kirgizishni chekladi, ammo hech qanday bir davlat Xitoydan boshqa davlat terrorizm bilan ayiblab bir hujjat yoki bir narsa chiqargani yo'q.
There was no any other country except China that labeled me as a terrorist. And of course, there are countries that under the Chinese pressure that stopped me from entering their territory, but they never issued any or they never accused me with the label of terrorism. That is only China. And of course, some of my activities in some countries restricted just because of the Chinese pressure.
Ben bir nimeni eskertip koyay. Xitay hazırgıça hatta tünegünmü muşu sot buluştan aldı da meni yana Taşqi İşlar Ministerligi bayanatçısı terrorizm bilen ayıplap nurgun qarlarını çapladı. Bu tunji narsa emas. Ben davamlıq deyman. Ben German vatandaşı aldığım vaqtimda Germaniya hökuməti uzun tekşürüşlerini qıldı. Hatta 2004-yili Germaniya Federal Saqçı İdarəsi Xitay hökuməti terroristlərlə ayıplagandan keyin 2004-nin 5-də Germaniya Federal Saqçı İdarəsi Ürümçiga berib Xitay biz materiallarını köstümüzdən keyin berib keldi. Kelgandan keyin hech nima köstərməyən gap, fakt yo'q. Və mən 2006-yili Xitay meni terrorist deb 3 yildan keyin bana Germaniya hökuməti vətəndaşlıq verdi. Mən
I have to remind you that even yesterday, the spokesperson from Chinese government, Chinese Foreign Affairs, accused me with terrorism without putting forward any evidence. And this is not new for me. And as I previously said, after Chinese government labeled me with labeled me as a terrorist in 2003, the German authorities, I applied for German citizenship, and the German authorities dispatched one team to go to Urumqi to ask the Chinese government to back up, if they have any backup evidence to prove that I am some sort of terrorist. And the Chinese government failed to produce anything in 2004. And for that reason, in 2006, Germany, after the long investigation about the Chinese allegation and my personal life, day by day, since in my whole life, and the German authorities granted me a German citizenship.
Ben hayatımda
Mr. Issa, we are an hour over. I'm going to ask Mr. Vetch to ask the last question.
Sure.
If there's additional material you feel you must say, you can put it in writing. Mr. Vetch.
Sure.
Mr. Issa, this will be a very short answer, I suspect. Can the tribunal assume that when you were detained under the Interpol Red Notice in Switzerland, South Korea, Italy, and the US, that you were released promptly on the grounds that there were no reason to detain you further?
Ahırdaki cümlenin düşenmedim, tercüme kıydı. Cip devletler...
Şu sarıdan çıkarılgan, şu Red Notice'den keyin seni tutkan yaki seni tutkan devletler içinde Amerika, Kore, İtalya, Katarlık şu devletlerini sanalamdık deydi. Anadan keyin bu devletlerin seni koyup bir şeydi bu, senin terörizmge münasebet hiç kandak narsanın yokluğu hakkında bir kanaat kelgandan keyin koyup bergenmi deyip atdı.
Elbette. Meni o devletler çigirden qaytırıp etdi. Çünkü Xitay terörist o bu dep qılgan dekin o vaqtlarda mening vazifetini bilmegen dekin şular işinip guman qaytırıp etken boldu ama solap koygan bolmadı. Neçe saatlik solashlar boldu. Barmak kızdırımını aldı. Ama keyin mesela ben Amerika'ya 2006 yılda qaytırıp etildim. 2012 yılı 10 yıllık vize verdi. Ben bu yerden demokratiya ve kişilik hukuk 2 qitim mukofot aldım Amerikan Kongresi'den. Nancy Pelosi'nin qılıdı mesela. Demek bularning hammasi bular tekshirgandan keyin buni Xitoyning bir siyosiy qaralimi ekanligiga qanoat hosil qilgandan keyin meni qo'yib berdi. Va 2018 yil 2 oyda qizil bultanmi o'chirildi buni deb qo'yay.
And a number of countries did not allow me to enter and briefly detained and repatriated me. Just because after the red notice, they were under suspicion. And they didn't know the whole situation because there was an Interpol red notice issued against me. And so I have to accept that reality at that time. And during my detention in some countries at the airports, I was fingerprinted. And especially, for example, after I was repatriated by the US in 2006, I was granted for 10 years visa by the US in 2012. Even I have received the Democracy and Freedom Award by the US Congress from the hand of Nancy Pelosi. And I have to remind you that in February 2018, and through a long investigation by the Interpol, that red notes was removed because it was not based on the fact. It was based on the Chinese allegation without any evidentiary backup.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Issa, for your evidence. You'll no doubt be here for the next 3 days and can help further if necessary.
Thank you.
Many thanks to the interpreter. We're going to take the shortest possible break. There are 2 witnesses after the break in public. For those of you who are interested, tomorrow's diet, I'll just confirm this with Mr. Sabi, there's 1 fact witness, is that right to begin with, or is he not starting off? And then we have a sort of 5-person, English language only, expert panel who will be dealing, and they're academics, and they speak with great expertise, I dare say. We'll wait and see. But they will be talking about various component parts of the alleged crimes. Is that right, Mr. Sabi?
The only difference is that there will be no fact witness in the morning.
No fact witness. So 9 o'clock tomorrow, an academic brains trust, as it were. In the afternoon, back to more fact and sort of similar witnesses.
Sure.
I would say 10 minutes, but you won't comply with it. So come in as soon as you're ready. I don't know if you... good afternoon, good evening almost, ladies and gentlemen. But if any of... just hands up, please. Did any of you have trouble hearing the translation by the remote loudspeakers? Could you all hear it well? So it's only us. One had difficulty. Was your hand up, sir, because you couldn't hear it or because you could? It was fine. So it's only us who've got the problem. Okay, thank you very much for telling us that. We'll try and get that sorted out. Mr. Sabi, let's get cracking.
Yes, you're only 1 hour behind, sir. Our next expert is Professor Sean Roberts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Who will be giving evidence remotely from Washington.
Shall I begin?
Mr. Roberts?
Yes?
Oh, you can hear us. Oh,
Shall I begin?
Thank you. Thank you for arriving. Professor Sean Roberts is Director and Associate Professor of the International Development Studies Program at George Washington University. He is a cultural anthropologist with extensive applied experience in international development work. His latest book, The War Against Uyghurs, is an important contribution to the general knowledge of this issue. Professor Roberts, would you please give an overview of your statement at this tribunal?
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that being invited to testify at the Uyghur Tribunal, and I apologize for not being able to be in London. I'm aware that the panel has received a copy of my recently published book, and I will make some comments that I think are particularly germane from my research that went into the book today. If we can have the next slide, please. I wanted to start by citing Raphael Lemkin's original articulation of the term genocide from his book Access Rule in Occupied Europe, published in 1944. He writes, "By genocide we mean the destruction of a nation or of an ethnic group. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killings of all members of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. Genocide is directed against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group." Now, I cite Raphael Lemkin's definition because I think it's fairly germane to what is happening to the Uyghurs and other related peoples in the Uyghur region of China today. Next slide, please. So in my book, I refer to what's happening as cultural genocide. This is an academic term. And it's not a legal term and is not meant to take any stance on whether what's happening should be determined as genocide by international law. I adopted this term primarily to highlight the similarities between the situation of Uyghurs and the fate of indigenous peoples elsewhere in the face of settler colonialism historically. Because this term cultural genocide is often used in that context, and I think that context is the most appropriate one to understand the Uyghur situation. In instances of cultural genocide around settler colonization and the removal of indigenous peoples, the aim is to neutralize the indigenous people by breaking their solidarity, severing their connection to the land, destroying their culture and replacing it with the culture of the dominant people, and reducing their demographic footprint on the territory of their homeland to make way for development and settlement. Next slide, please. So the reasons for my interpretation are twofold. First, I've noted, and I go into this in more detail in my book, that it's a gradual historical process of settler colonization of the Uyghur homeland by modern China. And we have to understand this as taking place over time, accelerating with the founding of the People's Republic of China, but lacking urgency for quite some time, as long as the state viewed this region as a frontier and buffer zone. It gains intensity in the 1990s as the region becomes viewed as a zone of opportunity in China's export-oriented economy. And I would suggest it becomes imminent with the declaration of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, given that this region is particularly important to the Belt and Road Initiative. The other aspect of my interpretation relates to the policies that have been employed against Uyghurs since 2017, both Uyghurs and other indigenous peoples in the Uyghur region. I see these policies as mutually reinforcing and intent on accomplishing what Raphael Lemkin characterizes as the two stages of genocide. The first stage, destroying the national pattern of the oppressed, and the second stage, imposing the national pattern of the oppressors. So we see the mass internment and imprisonment accompanied with the ubiquitous mass surveillance, basically serving to silence local peoples and ensure their compliance with other policies that are aimed at both transforming their identities as peoples and the territory of their homeland. So this includes policies of development aimed at transforming the region, assimilation policies, erasing local culture and replacing it with Han culture, and I think most importantly, policies aimed at reducing their population density and demographic footprint in the region to allow for unfettered development and settlement. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with this historical kind of gradual settler colonization that we witness. As you can see, the region that is the Uyghur homeland is very much on the periphery of the People's Republic of China, and has been on the periphery of all modern states in China. But it's also connected to a lot of other countries to the west and southwest that have been influential. And so a key to the kind of colonization of this area has been the colonial metropole's understanding of the region either as a frontier to keep influences out or as a bridge to project China's influence externally. Next slide, please. So to briefly kind of characterize the initiation of this region's relationship with modern China, we can go back to the mid-18th century. The Qing Empire, the last empire based in China, conquered this area, controlled it really as a dependency rather than a colony for about 100 years. After a century, local revolts in the 1860s expelled Qing rule from the region, but a decade later, the Qing Empire returns, reestablishes control, and makes it a province of the empire in 1884, calling it Xinjiang, or New Territory. At the same time, that it institutes a colonial regime with Han settlement and attempts at assimilating local peoples. But this effort largely fails as the empire itself falls apart in 1911 and is succeeded by a Republican nascent Chinese nation state. The Republican Chinese state essentially controls this area much more loosely through Han governors with little oversight from the central government. And in fact, the Soviet Union during much of this time has as much, if not more, influence on events in the region than does the Chinese state. And that's particularly true of the 1930s and 40s. And the last point I want to make here is that in the 30s and 40s, we see the establishment of two regional independent proto-states, both named the Eastern Turkestan Republic. The second one is supported by the Soviet Union. Next slide, please. So we can see the leaderships of the two different republics in this slide. And as you can see, the First Republic on the left was of a more Islamic character, and the Second Republic on the right is more influenced by Soviet socialism. But it's important to note that both of these republics very much were based on an anti-colonial ideology and the idea that this was a region where the Uyghurs and other indigenous Turkic Muslims, it was their homeland. And it was occupied by China. Next slide, please. So talking about the first 40 years of communist rule, I think there was a missed opportunity for decolonization of the relationship between China and this region. And at the same time, there's failed attempts at assimilating the region and integrating it. So first of all, initially the PRC showed some promise for decolonizing this relationship. Of course, they create the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, although they stopped short of giving it any allowance for secession or any real political autonomy based on the majority ethnic group. And at the same time, by the late 1950s into the 60s and 70s, you see a lot of attempts at assimilation, particularly during the Cultural Revolution. And that includes settlement, development, and assimilation attempts. And there's some successes in terms of major demographic changes. By 1980s, almost 40% of the region's population is Han. But they're mostly isolated in the northern region and do not penetrate the Uyghur majority south. And I think that also the persistent view of this region as a frontier and buffer zone limited the impact of assimilation measures. Thus, in the 1980s, once the Cultural Revolution ends, there's a second opportunity for decolonization, and we see increased religious and cultural freedoms, even discussion of increased ethnic political autonomy. But this is cut short by two tendencies that become important in subsequent years, and that's the importance of developing this region for the benefit of the Chinese economy writ large, and increased fears of ethnic autonomy. Next slide. So that brings us to the reform period, which really is the precursor to where we sit today. Economic reforms in China changed the utility of this region from a frontier and buffer zone to a location for economic growth and international trade, creating an impetus for settlement and development. But that happens at the same time that by the early 1990s, when the Soviet Union fell, the government becomes increasingly concerned that China may face a similar fate and dissolve into separate independent nation states, particularly in the Uyghur region and in Tibet. So we see in the 1980s into the first decade of the 2000s, two complementary processes in the region. One is efforts at development, settlement, and the other is exerting control over the Uyghur population by suppressing any expression that hints at a desire for more self-determination. And this first is branded as separatism and later as terrorism. In short, this situation initiates increased settler colonization of the Uyghur homeland that intensifies through the 1990s and the first decade of the 2000s. Next slide. And I think there's a major turning point in 2009 when ethnic riots break out in the capital of the region, Urumqi. I view these riots as emerging from the tensions of state-led development and migration, the in-migration of Han to the region. But this ends up really changing the view both of Uyghurs towards the state and the state towards Uyghurs in many ways. And that happens just prior to the rise of Xi Jinping to power and the announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative. And that essentially ushers in a period where there's less tolerance for any resistance to state policies or any contrary views to state policies, and more urgency for development and settlement. This process finally intensifies in the declaration of a people's war on terror through extensive suppression of religion and increased securitization. And that really serves as the precursor to the period we see since 2017, which I view as aiming to destroy the Uyghur and related indigenous nations of the region. Next slide. So, since 2017, we see mutually reinforcing policies put in place that appear aimed at facilitating the region's development and settlement by sidelining the indigenous people of the region, ensuring they cannot resist these developments, pacifying them, destroying their social capital and culture, displacing them, and essentially marginalizing them. The intent, I believe, is to destroy their collective identity and solidarity and to reduce their demographic footprint to allow for unfettered transformation and settler colonization of the region. So while I think the motivations have more to do with state plans for this region, the result is the destruction of indigenous nations and cultures. Next slide. So that brings me to the complex of policies. I think it's important to understand that what's happened since 2017, it can look like a lot of separate atrocities, but in fact, they're very much mutually reinforcing and have very, very targeted results. Next slide. So the first part of this, and I think the part that most people are aware of and is in some ways the most disconcerting, the mass imprisonment and internment coupled with mass surveillance. But I really see this more than anything as an attempt to completely immobilize the indigenous population of this region, to create an atmosphere of fear that essentially ensures that all residents who are not in penal institutions are compliant with whatever other policies the state wishes to undertake. Next slide. And so the state, at the same time, while we have this mass internment and the immobilization of any kind of resistance, we see the state transforming the landscape, destroying mosques and holy shrines, turning historical monuments into tourist sites, and essentially creating urban spaces that are more like the generic urban spaces of China than have any connection to the local culture or history. And this serves to sever, I think, the connection between the indigenous peoples and this region and essentially erase their legacy. Next slide. There's also what I would term cultural replacement, what Lemkin talks about in terms of the 2 stages of genocide, destroying the cultural pattern of the oppressed and replacing it with that of the oppressors. There's lots of different ways this is happening. It happens in the internment centers. It happens in the residential labor programs, but it also happens in villages through creating flag-raising ceremonies and loyalty ceremonies and political education courses in the evenings. And it happens through projects like a program encouraging interethnic marriage, which essentially encourages Han men to come to the region and marry Uyghur or other indigenous women. And essentially by the regulations of the region, it's criminalized to turn down the hand in marriage of somebody from a different ethnic group or religion. And also the other phenomenon I'd like to just mention briefly is the boarding schools that have proliferated in the region in recent years. And this is particularly targeting families and children who are separated from their parents because their parents are either in internment or in prison or in residential labor programs. And this provides the opportunity to socialize these students in a completely state-dictated Han cultural milieu and a Chinese linguistic milieu. Next slide. And then the last point I think I want to make is with the policies of reducing Uyghur population density and the population density of other indigenous peoples in this region really points to the motivations of the state. This is, we think of this in terms of indigenous people like the Native Americans, the removal of the Native Americans. We see a definite removal of this indigenous population, in part through coercive birth control programs that have come to light recently, but also through these residential labor programs that have come to light over the last year in more detail, where we see both former internees being sent to residential factories and just rural residents. Framed as a poverty alleviation program, this program essentially moves local peoples either to residential factories in the region or, more importantly, to residential factories throughout China, where they essentially have limited movement and are under constant control. Last slide. So I think the impact of these policies, when we look at them taken together as mutually reinforcing, their intent to me appears very clear. It's to dismantle the collective identity and potential action of indigenous peoples, to transform their homeland and erase their historical connection to it, to destroy core elements of their social capital and cultural expressions while replacing them with those of the dominant Han, and to reduce their demographic footprint in the region through large-scale labor transfers to residential factories and forced sterilization and birth control. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Robert. I have only two questions interrelated, so I ask them together. In your opinion, what triggered the massive reaction by the PRC to the Uyghurs' aspirations in and around beginning of 2017, bearing in mind that by that time, the general population had become more timid and to a large extent compliant? There were no further resistance as such and very little incidents reported. Another related question is that why, in your opinion, the PRC accepts the heavy cost of building massive detention camps, monitoring them constantly, creating international outrage and resentment for seemingly little gain by subduing a small proportion of its population? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think my answer is also interrelated in some ways. I think one problem is it's often very difficult to define the actions of states in a singular way. I think that the turn that happens is really a perfect storm of factors. We do have a history of violent resistance happening in 2014-15. Then we also have the urgency of the Belt and Road Initiative. And we also have, I think, Xi Jinping's general authoritarian turn and its influence on the party, which includes very much a policy of trying to change the concept of ethnic minority and ethnic identity in China and push an idea of a unified Chinese nation. So I think these things all come together at once. Now, why the Chinese government would do this at a time, why they would do it to great cost is another question. And I think that in my mind, it's kind of like reading tea leaves to understand the thoughts of a state. But I think that the Chinese Communist Party in its present configuration believes that it can get away with it. And I think that it felt that it was strong enough globally that it would not have much pushback from the international community. And I think the jury's still out as to whether they were right or not.
Thank you. Now, the panel members may have some questions for you.
And can I, Jeffrey Nice here, you can't see who's speaking to you, but can I introduce you to Professor Ambrina Manji, who will be asking questions in the first place on behalf of the tribunal members.
If I may, thank you very much indeed for your very illuminating report. If I may, I'd like to draw you out on certain aspects of it, and I'd like to start by asking you to elaborate for those who may not be familiar with the literature on settler colonialism, what you mean by that analogy. If you could specify, for example, why it is that a place that is already a part of modern China might still be a target of settler colonialism. That would be very interesting to hear.
Thank you. Yes, this is something that I, as I was writing my book, actually, I started to look at it because it's a question that arose for me as well. And as I started to look at other examples, I think it's not very unique. Because we see in the case of Native Americans, for example, we don't start to see we don't begin to see the removal of Native Americans until the colonists need more land. So I think that really what drives the push to remove indigenous peoples from the equation is economic growth. It's something that we saw in the 19th century, maybe the early 20th century. And I think it's a question that faces the international community now, is that kind of behavior still acceptable in the 21st century? So if we look at the Native Americans, it's not till the 1820s, 30s until we really start to see a push to remove them partially from the East. And the process goes on into the 1930s. And so I think it's not usually an immediate transition. And also, I think it's important to understand this distinction between frontier and a zone of settlement. For a long time, the Chinese state viewed this area as a buffer zone, as an area to keep out external influences. And really, it's only in the 1990s where we see, I think, the Chinese government thinking about really making this core part of the state and core part of its international engagement.
Can I ask you, however, that it seems to me, and you make this point in your report, that there is a material difference between settler colonialism and what happened in the region, for example, in the 1990s, because you elaborate on how in the 1990s there was actually a liberalization and a flourishing of culture. That's not true, is it, with settler colonialism, where we understand it's either marginalization or attack? So how do you explain this period of liberalization and cultural flourishing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's really the situation should not be seen as zero sum. I think that this region could be integrated into China even today in a way that would be inclusive of the indigenous populations. And I think that the issue really gets down to the degree to which the Chinese government has given up on trying to integrate the indigenous people on their own terms. So indeed, most of the 1990s and really up to almost 2017, the state strategy in the region was, I kind of call it a carrot and stick. there was incentives to assimilate, going to China to study, to work. And at the same time, there was a massive clampdown and suppression of religion, any kind of political voices in the region. And somewhat successful. Some of the people who got caught outside of China after 2017 were actually from the Uyghur and Kazakh elite, and they were studying abroad, and their parents and themselves had really bought into the Chinese system, and had learned the Chinese language, had studied in Chinese schools. Parents were party members, and there's almost a switch that happens, I would say, starting in late 2016, where the state starts to target these ethnic groups writ large, and it begins to look very much like a situation of settler colonialism.
I think it would be very useful for the tribunal to understand whether you discern a bifurcated policy in relation to assimilation. So, is it the case, my reading of your report seems to suggest that there, to some extent, has been a dual policy in which there is an urban assimilation process, almost an assimilated class, and a rural underclass. That's in very broad terms. We can come on to the migration issue in a second. But would that be correct? And is that true in the present day? And if so, how might that inform our analysis as a tribunal? In other words, should we be alert to urban-rural policies, practices, which are quite differentiated from each other?
Yes, I think this was the shocking part of the change that happened in late 2016, early 2017, is that up to that time, that was very much the case. I mentioned earlier on that, a lot of the inroads of the Chinese Communist Party had been in the north, and there was a lot of development in the north, and that region was connected by rail to Beijing. And in those locations where there was more assimilation, acculturation, where Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other ethnic groups were essentially becoming part of China, speaking the Chinese language on a regular basis, maybe better than their own language. And then in the South, which really was, I guess, from the Chinese perspective, kind of a terra nullius, right? Where they saw this as a place that they had not penetrated. And they also saw it as a place where the rural population was particularly religious. And I think a lot of what the state's trying to do now is to colonize that area, which had never really been penetrated to a large extent. It began by developing the city of Kashgar in the earlier 2000s, but it's also gone on to develop cities alongside that. And I think they want to urbanize the entire region to a certain degree and get rid of a lot of villages and rural population that they felt were an obstacle to state aims.
Related to that, then, could I ask you about, again, a geographical question, what the implications are of the region being what you call a frontier polity since 1949. So how does its distance from Beijing impact state capacity and reach, and how does it impact governance? What I'm wanting us to understand is, to what extent is there a certain amount of tolerated impunity, and to what extent is there a direct, strong governance line that can be shown and demonstrated?
Yeah, I think that it probably depends on the time period we're talking about. But certainly, get the early PRC period through the Cultural Revolution. Most of the research on that suggests that the head of the Communist Party in the region was trying to shield the population from a lot of the most kind of egregious parts of the Cultural Revolution as a way to ensure that there were not revolts in the area. I think that's also part of acknowledging that the state did not really have a strong reach beyond the northern areas, in particular, Urumqi. You know, I think that by the 1990s that changes, but even so, when I first went to the region in the 1990s, I was coming from Soviet Uzbekistan, and I was shocked at how much more cultural conservation had existed on the other side of the border. Uzbeks and Uyghurs have very similar cultures and languages, and there had been much less assimilation, acculturation on the Chinese side in 1990, the first time I went there, than there was on the Soviets. And so I think that continues even into the early 2000s. You know, there's an attempt in the 1990s for the Chinese state is just starting to begin to capitalize on its export-oriented economy. It's pushing development everywhere, but studies show that development in the West still lagged behind what was happening in the East, even though the government wanted to catch up. And it's in the 2000s that they announced a massive development program called Open Up the West, which is really focused on developing this area and integrating it into the state. And I think this brings us back to Xi Jinping, who really seems to have an attitude that anything can be accomplished by state-led efforts, and just wants to create that link urgently and make sure that the state has that reach and that there is no impunity in it.
Given your great expertise in international development then, what is your assessment of how development in that region is envisaged? So you say in your report that it's founded on a model in which there will be a proletarianization of the population, and alongside that, a general segregation of the indigenous population. And I'd like you to elaborate on that economic underpinnings and whether you think that is a concerted policy or whether it's simply a byproduct of development as it happens to be taking place.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think that the labor programs in many ways are more about population transfer. And I think that there's a sense that, well, the state does not want to eliminate these people entirely, and wants to make sure that they're useful and productive citizens. And so we see this very deliberate attempt. And again, this is really only, you see hints of it earlier on in the 2000s, but we really see it click in with the programs that start around 2016, 17, in terms of creating factory workers from peasants, from rural workers. and that seems to be not something that is necessarily spread throughout China, although the other question is whether that becomes a new model that the Chinese state considers useful elsewhere. But, you know, I think that it's important to note that the Chinese models of development are very much stuck in kind of a retro idea of modernization as far as development studies goes. I mean, it's about top-down infrastructure, industrialization, and all of that will lead to development. You know, the thinking in development today is much more human-centric, and in fact, places where you have an indigenous population, the critical point to ensure that development doesn't become disruptive and creating conflict is to ensure that the indigenous population of the region has a major role what kind of development is done and actually in the processes of development. And that's been, I think, the key thing lacking from what the Chinese state has been doing in the region since the early 2000s.
Thank you. I have two further questions which are related to institutions. So they're related to each other in some senses. And the first question is, you describe in your report how since 2014 there's been a concerted attempt to disrupt social capital and to break collective solidarity and break people's sense of collective identity. And you link this very clearly with an increase since the war on terror, that it's framed in the language of the war on terror, has been. What I'd like to ask you from the point of view of institutions is this concerted attempt to disrupt social solidarities being played out, in your professional assessment, being played out through the institution of the family? And does that account for how much we're seeing, in particular, reports, allegations of violence, including sexual violence towards women?
I think it is being played out through the family, but it's also being played out through other institutions like religion, obviously, and also through village, informal structures in villages. I mean, so one thing that's important to understand about Uyghur culture is that it's very much surrounding location. The community, whether it's a village or an urban neighborhood, becomes a source of social capital. It becomes the location where you hold life cycle ritual celebrations where everybody's invited. It becomes almost a sub-governmental level of organization, and they'll even work together to take care of community problems and so on. And I think that's those are the things that are being targeted. I mean, in my professional estimation, I think that the sexual violence in the camps is more related to humiliation. And so, I mean, there's a certain extent where I think a lot of nations view the reproduction of a nation through a gendered lens, and so kind of the humiliation of a nation's woman becomes seen by the entire nation as a violation of the nation. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the goal with that is in many ways humiliation, and I think that the narrative of terrorism, which I talk about a lot more in my book than I do in my report, I wanted to focus on these particular points, but the narrative of terrorism really serves to dehumanize the peoples of the region in a way that allows that kind of atrocity, I think, to be carried out.
Can I offer you an alternative perspective, and I'd be interested in your reaction to this, which is that if we say that the violence has an end of humiliation, that that's its aim, then we might miss what its material basis is. And its material basis is that you target women because they do certain sorts of labor, and I don't mean labor that's widely recognized. I don't mean, working in a factory. I mean, for example, they do certain types of kinship labor, don't they? They maintain social ties. They keep in touch with their daughters or their mothers. And if you attack that point in social solidarity, you attack the material basis on which the solidarity is built. Is that not an alternative explanation? In other words, a material explanation over a cultural explanation?
Yeah. No, I think that you have a good point there, because also women are very much the people who reproduce culture. They create the socialization for children in the community, right? And I think that we've seen, one of the labor programs that's connected to the programs that take people to residential factories are daytime factories that are meant for stay-at-home mothers. And they're essentially have daycare attached to them. And it seems that there's a concerted effort to separate parents from children so that the children can be socialized in the state institution, and through Chinese language rather than at home, and reproducing kind of Uyghur cultural norms and Uyghur language, which is also a carrier of culture itself. So I think that that is a potentially a part of why women are being targeted in different ways through these complex of policies.
Thank you very much. My final question, before I'm sure my colleagues have questions that they would like to put to you as well. My final question is really about what you see as the relationship, the nexus between inside the penal institutions and outside the penal institutions. And the reason I ask that question is I think we would like to understand as a tribunal the way in which some of our witnesses are expressing we are imprisoned even when we're free. We are out, even when we are out, we are in fear and we are unfree. So what is the connection between the penal and the non-penal in that landscape?
Yes, I think that's really important. That one of the first people I was able to meet in person who had been in the region when this first began, and I met them, I think, in 2018. The person had not been in a penal institution. And they told me extensively what it was like to be outside of it. And it was essentially an immobilizing experience, because there was a sense that at any time, authorities could come knocking on your door and take you away, which is very reminiscent, I think, the Stalinist purges in the Soviet Union, where people would have a suitcase ready. This person said they had a suitcase ready in case. But also, there was a complete breakdown in trust, which is also another part of this breakdown of social capital, where the person said that they didn't feel comfortable speaking with anybody about their fear. And part of that is the mass surveillance, but also it's an inevitable thing that happens in these situations. And we don't really have many stories of this yet, but I imagine if the dust ever clears on what's been happening and things change, we're going to hear stories about how people had to essentially sell out their neighbor or their family member. I mean, we've seen already people who are forced to do video testimonies against their children abroad and so on. But I think that happens as well in a community. Like your neighbor may decide to report you because they may feel that may keep them out of a penal institution, but that may end up putting you in a penal institution. So I think that fear is immobilizing in many ways. It's silencing. Nobody wants to talk about it. One of my colleagues who went to the region in 2018 told me a story where, basically she would meet with friends and informants she'd known for a long time, and they would be absolutely terrified to talk about anything except, the weather and sports or something like that. But they had to leave the city in order to have a discussion about anything else. So there's this incredible fear that I think is immobilizing, silencing, and it basically pacifies everybody in this ethnic group or this nation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roberts. Very illuminating. Thank you.
Professor Raminder Kaur, please. 3 questions, I think.
Good afternoon, Dr. Roberts. Policies don't have intentions. The people have intentions. So who are the people or bodies behind these policies that emerged or crystallized in 2017?
That's a difficult thing to pin down completely. My feeling is that to a large degree, it comes out of the center of the Communist Party in Beijing, because we see already. First, Beijing calls these 2 successive Xinjiang work committee meetings that happened after the 2009 riots and then again in 2014. And they seem to be an attempt to bring in central party members to kind of map out what the strategy should be in this region. And we see already in 2014 the state starting to put into place a lot of the things that get implemented in 2017. So one is the procurement of what's called the Integrated Operations Platform. It's a database that contains information about all of the population in the region that has information about, where they've been, what's been communicated by them on electronic devices, reports from the workplace, neighborhood committees, and so on. That starts early on in 2014. Also, in this People's War on Terror in 2014, we see the the implementation of pilot programs in re-education. And they don't look like the internment centers that are in place in 2017. First, they target a more limited number of people. And secondly, there's several different types where they seem to be experimenting with, residential versus non-residential, daytime re-education versus re-education around the clock in all different forms, and this is done in different regions. So determining who kind of laid out the plan for these policies, I think it can be very complicated. But that said, it's very clear that the Communist Party brought in the party secretary for the region in 2016, Chen Guo, in order to implement this. So I mean, he's certainly, I don't know if he is the architect of these policies, but he is certainly the main manager of them and implementer of them.
And related to this, can you discern any policies that are similar to those enacted in Tibet when Shen was party secretary in Tibet before he moved to this region?
Yes, certainly. The main one is immediately on his arrival to Xinjiang, he implements this kind of, they called convenience police stations, which is points of police stations around urban spaces, every 300 yards or so, that are able to do policing, is what he calls a social grid management. To ensure that the state has the ability to manage society at every grid on the geography of a place. So he replicates Xinjiang almost immediately after he finishes having done it in Tibet. And I assume that is the main reason that he is brought to Xinjiang. I think that there was some re-education in Tibet previously, but certainly not these mass internment camps. I would suggest that I think you're interviewing, Adrian Zenz, a colleague of mine, is giving testimony, I think, one of the days of the tribunal. And I know he's done more work on comparing what Chen Guangguo did in Tibet and what he's done in Xinjiang. He might be more appropriate to access.
Thank you. My final question. Do you discern a softening of these policies in recent years because of the attention, the international attention on the region and or successful colonization of indigenous people in the region?
I do see a certain amount of softening, and I don't know if I would completely call it softening, because I think it's more I think it's more in response to success or perceived success than it is a response to international criticism. I think that we don't know for sure how active the re-education centers are at the moment. There's been reports by government officials saying everybody has left them. There's also been other reports suggesting that they're still very much being used. They may be used in a slightly different way, more as a way to funnel people into the residential labor programs. But the residential labor programs, if anything, have ramped up. And we also see an attempt to move people who had been in extra-legal internment centers and these re-education centers, move them into prisons and give them actual prison sentences. So I don't know if it should be seen as completely softening or moving in a different direction, a different stage of what the state's trying to accomplish, and also at the same time being able to cover up the traces of the worst things that maybe took place previously.
Thank you for your contribution.
Two very short questions. Your observation that the PRC does not want to eliminate the Uyghurs forever means that any genocide, legal genocide, based on that, the elimination of the Uyghurs altogether must fail, correct? On your opinion.
Well, I'm not a legal expert, but
it's just, just the intent. If your intent,
yeah,
if your interpretation of intent is right, then there can be, if it is right, then there can be no genocide based on elimination of the Uyghurs altogether.
Well, if you mean the physical extermination of all Uyghurs or the elimination of the group itself.
Are you asking?
Which do you mean?
Well,
yes.
you used the phrase elimination forever. Which did you mean?
I meant the physical extermination.
Well, then,
of
my
all
question is
Uyghurs.
correct, is it not? If your opinion is right, there can be no legal genocide based on extermination, elimination of the Uyghurs altogether.
I'll leave that to the lawyers.
And the second question is this, also about intent. Genocide, your version or the legal version, is a process that continues over time. It's not an instant event. Your account of the reforms in the 80s and 90s means, does it, that there could be no continuing intent of a genocidal nature, either way, starting before those reforms and continuing after? It couldn't be continuous.
Yes, I mean, I suppose, I don't know what the continuous part of that is, but I would say that my impression is that there's really only been an attempt to eliminate these people as a collectivity since about 2016. I think that prior to that, the approach I mentioned was this carrot and stick of trying to separate out loyal Uyghurs and Kazakhs and so on, and disloyal ones. However, I think that 16, the intent is to destroy the collectivity, the collective identity of these groups. And ideally, you know, over time, maybe their complete erasure in the sense that promoting inter-ethnic marriage would dilute the entirety of this population.
I think there are no further questions, and if not from Council, then Dr. Roberts, thank you very much for spending time and assisting the tribunal. We're indebted to you.
Thank you, Professor Roberts. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
The next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Asiye Abdullahad. She's giving evidence remotely from Holland.
Thank you.
Can we have Asiye online? Hello?
Asiye Abdullahad.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Asiya Abdullahat was born in December 1973 in Urumqi. She has lived in Netherlands for 11 years. She is the source of very important internal documents of state of China. She is the one who has distributed China cables and Caracas lists. Of course, she cannot openly discuss about the sources of these leaks, but can provide you with a general idea of how these documents had reached her hand. Ms. Abdullahat. Asiya, can you please give the tribunal a brief...
Assalamu alaikum.
Sorry, you speak in English or...
Uyghur.
Assalamu alaikum.
Asiya will be speaking in Uyghur. I will be translating.
Yes, can you provide the tribunal with a very brief background as to how you came into possession of these documents, bearing in mind that they have all read your statement?
Asiya, sizden ait bir muhim materialni dunyoga tanıştırıpsız. Siz elbette siz hazır muşu sot mahkemesinde sizninki bütün ahvalınız haqida bizning xabardar ekanligimizni esingizda tutgan ahval astida siz şu muhim materialni qanday qo'lga tushadingiz, qanday dunyoga tanıtdingiz, bu haqida qisqacha o'zingizni tanıştırıp o'tsangiz rahmat.
Bo'ldi. Yaxshimisilar, xonimlar, afandilar, sotchi afandilar, xonimlar. Bugun bu yerda mushunaq bir so'zlash fursatiga erishganimdan aytdi. Xushalman, hammaga rahmat.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and good day to tribunal community. I am very pleased that I have given this opportunity to talk today.
Would you make your statements very short? Would you please make your statements very short so the interpreter can translate them? Thank you. Please go on.
Gap so'zliga vaqtida so'zingizni qisqaroq qilsangiz, shuni tarjiman to'liq tarjim qilishga ulgursa rahmat.
2019 yılı 6. ayının ahiri hüccet bana bir tanışım tarafından avatildi.
I have received the document at the end of June 2019 from one of the known person.
Ben onu bir qancha axborot o'rniga avatdim. O'sha bo'lgan kunning o'zida uni bir ko'rib chiqqandan keyin bir qancha axborot o'rniga va bir qancha men taniydigan muhim shaxslarga avatdim.
Soon after I have looked at the document, I have sent it to a few media groups and a few the people that I know immediately.
Birdam saqlagandan keyin bu to'g'riliq men rozi bo'lgandek bir uchur topshirib olmadim. Shuning bilan jiddiyleşib bu hujjatningki eng muhim bir qismi bo'lgan Juhaylining imzosi bo'lgan bir betini o'zimning Twitter akkauntiga qo'yib qo'ydim.
After waiting a while, I did not receive any positive response. Therefore, I got a little bit nervous and I decided to distribute into social media. I particularly distributed one of the pages that the Juhaylan signed on that document onto my Twitter page.
Uzun qalmayla Uyghur işleri mutaxassisi Riyantan bilan Adrian Zenz ikki mutaxassis meni izladi.
Not long after I have distributed the document onto Twitter, two Uyghur experts contacted me, which is Ryan Thum and Adrian Zenz.
Ular mendan to'g'ridan darhol bu hujjatni o'chirib etishimni, ondan keyin o'chirib qilib ular bilan so'zlashishni talab qildi.
Soon after they have seen the document through the social media, they immediately told me to take down the document. And after that, we have communicated about the document.
Thank you.
Ular menden hüccetniki başka kısımlar var mı dep sordu. Ben hüccetniki cami 24 parça işgalligini aytmadım. Hem ularga her ikisiga hüccetni avatmadim.
When I have talked to them, they asked me whether I have any more documents, any other parts. And I told them that the document contains 24 parts. And I sent the document to both of them in full.
Riyantam efendim, mağluba New York Times'taki bir muhbirine tanıştırdı.
After Ryan Thum introduced me a reporter from New York Times.
Muhbir men bilan darhol aloqalashdi. Men ham muhbirga bu hujjatlarni avatib bo'lgandan keyin orliqda Adrian Zensmo men bilan ko'rishib, shu hujjatlarning nihoyatda muhimligini, ya'ni kimlarga bu hujjatlarni berganligimni so'radi.
After the New York Times reporter contacted me and told me that the importance of the document, and also Dr. Adrian Zans also contacted me and told me that it's very important and asked that whether I have shared the document with other people as well.
Bu arlıqda New York Times'taki muhbiri bana dedi, bu hüccet nayt mühim hüccetken, bizdeki merkezimiz bunu yalğız ilan kılamaydı, hem avval bu hüccetninki rast yalğanlıqını ispatlaşımız gerek dedi.
The New York Times reporter told me that this document is very important, and however the New York Times cannot publish it alone, and also they said that we have to testify the legitimacy, the genuinity of the document first.
And then Adrian Zens efendim bilen bu doğruluk sözleştim, şu New York Times'ta geldiğimde. And then Adrian Zens efendim bu New York Times'taki muhbir bilen görüşüp, onundaki bu hüccetlerini delilleş ve bu hüccetler üstü tədqiqat qilish hizmetlerini başlap ketdi.
I also talked to Dr. Adrian Zans, and the Adrian Zans also communicated with the reporter of the New York Times. And from that time onwards, they start to assess the document, whether it's genuine. And from that time onwards, the research on the document began.
Şunun bilen, şu hüccetni iki bir media Adrian Zans'a bergendan tartib, taki hüccet e'lon qilingan obrajaniki axırgacha bo'lgan 6 ay vaqt ichida men nihoyat ko'p masalalarga yo'liqdim, ya'ni Xitoy hukumati tarafdan.
From that time onwards, which is one of the New York Times reporter became known about the document, and Adrian Zans know about the document and start to research about the document, which is from the end of November, within 6 months' time, I have faced many threats from the Chinese authorities.
Bana kelgan bu problemlar birisi şu Erkin Asiya Radyosu'ndaki iki Uyghur mas'ulining nomidan yolg'on ilxat avatish bo'ldi. Uningdagi yana Amerikadagi bir taniqli jurnalistning nomidan bir ilxat avatildi. Yani Erkin Sidiq efendimning nomidan ilxat avatildi. Bu 4 odamning nomidan avatilgan ilxatlarning hammasi shu hujjatni mendan so'ragan.
And that problems is they are the one is two Radio Free Asia reporter responsible people contacted me. I mean, with the name of the reporters from the Radio Free Asia, and also one very famous journalist with the name of that very famous journalist, and also another person called Dr. Erkin Sidiq. Yeah, they were all just fake, these people, and contacted me. And the question was whether it's okay for me to share the document with them.
Bu xatlarning ichidagi dastlabkiga men diqqat qilmaylam javob qaytarib ekanman. Keyingi xatlardagi grammatikalik xatoliklarni payqab qoldim. Shuning bilan bularni surishtirdim. Surishtirgandan keyin Erkin Asiyadan avatilgan xatlar ham Erkin Sidiq efendimdan avatilgan xatlar hammasi yolg'on bo'lib chiqdi.
At the beginning, I was a bit careless. I didn't really care. I just directly replied to the emails. But later I have realized that, especially the email came from Radio Free Asia reporter, was there are many spelling mistakes and the mistakes. And then from that, I kind of realized that that may not be a genuine email. And the same applied to the email that came from Erkin Sıdık as well.
Kendim mening kompüterim, elxat adresim ve barliq sosial aloqa bastırımның hammasi o'g'irlandi, hacker hujum uchirdi, bir kompüterim buzildi, bir telefonim buzildi.
And afterwards, my computer, my email account, and my phone are all attacked by the hackers. So one of my computer broken, telephone is broken, that I faced attacks.
Men Facebook akkauntimni asli keltira oldim, lekin elxat adresimni o'g'irlanib toki 2 oygacha asli keltiramadim. 2 oydan keyin uni asli keltirdim.
I was able to recover my Facebook account. However, it was very difficult for me to recover my email account for about 2 months. After 2 months, I was able to recover my email account.
Facebook akkauntimda ondan keyin bir tahdid xatti topshirib oldim. Bu tuyuqsizlar menga telefon uribdi. Vaqtida men normalda Facebook'niki Messenger degan appni ishlatmayman. Men kompüter chiqqan chaqda ko'rman uni. Shu Messengerda menga telefon uribdi. Shu olamaganligi uchun menga xat qoldiribdi. Uni bizniki Konyezaq, Uyg'ur Konyezaqida yozibdi. Agar qo'lingda qilayotgan ishlarni to'xtatmasang, seni o'ltirib jasadingni eshiging oldidagi qora ranglik konteyner, ya'ni axlat chirikiga tashlab etamiz. Sizlar sening pashlangan jasadingni shu qora ranglik konteynerdan topalaydi deb shunday xat yozibdi.
The first threat I got was from through the Facebook. Since I don't really use Facebook Messenger, I normally just access my Facebook account through computer. So since I don't use my Messenger, the person, the first one rang. Since I didn't reply, I didn't answer, the person left a text message. And the text message was written in Uyghur, Arabic script. And in the text message, they written that if you don't stop whatever you have been doing right now, we are going to kill you, and your dead body can be found from the black trash bin in front of your door.
Ondan keyin 9 ay mezgilde meniki sabiq yo'ldoshimga vatandagi aloqasi uzilib qolganiga 3 yildan oshgan bir yaqin do'sti tuyuqsiz telefon qildi. Telefon qilib uni Dubayga taklif qildi.
And another one is, it was on September. Suddenly, my ex-husband's friend, who has not been communicated for 3 years, contacted with him and invited him to come to Dubai.
Meniki sabiq yo'ldoshim shu oraliqcha meniki kompüterimni hacker uchirgan yoki qo'limga o'tkazishga hech qanday ishlarni.
Sorry, can I interrupt you, Ms. Abdullah? The story about your husband's visit to Dubai is fully reflected in your statement, and the tribunal has received it. Just to save time, can we move ahead? I have 2 questions for you. First of all, the Chinese government claims that the Caracas list is false and is generated by Adrian Sense. What is your answer to that?
Kechiring Asiya Hanım, vaqtning e'tibori bilan bizning sizningki yo'ldoshingiz, burunqi yo'ldoshingizniki ahvollari haqidagi butun narsalarning hammasi sizning yozma topshirgan materialingizda bor. Shunda bo'lganligi uchun sizning ahvolingiz haqida faqatla savolga o'taylik. Shuning 2 savol. Birinchi savol bo'lsa, Qaraqash listi, ya'ni Qaraqash dokumentini Xitoy hukumati bularning hammasi yolg'on, bu dokument, bu material yolg'on. Uni faqat Adrian Zenz o'zi yasab chiqqan shunday bir material deydi. Mushu qarashga siz qanday qaraysiz? Mushu so'zga.
Bu qanday mumkin bo'lsin? Chunki Qaraqash listda 137 betlik hujjat u. Onun ichidagi odamlarning soni 3 mingdak Uyg'urniki oilasiga münasibetlik uçurlar var bununda. Hem her bir adamdaki kimlik numara, uyuna adresi, isim, familiyası, uruk tuqqanlargacha bular her birisi türlerge ayrılıp, kulum koşullardan tartıp, kimden qanday koşunusu var, koşunusu ismi nime, dostlar kim, uruk tuqqanlar kim, bularning madaniyat saviyasi, uyiniki adresi degandek muştaq tafsili uçurlar. Hemsi yazıqlıq. Bunu Adrian Zenz efendi bundaq bir çoğun bir hüccetni Adrian Zenz emas bir Uygurlarmı yasap çıqanmaydı. Şu bunu yalğan deyiş akılga sığmaydı.
It is impossible. It is just absolute false because that document is contained 137 pages. Approximately, it listed approximately 3,000 people's detailed information. The information contains every person's ID number, address, relatives, and also even the neighbors' information. It's such a detailed information that it is just impossible and it's just unthinkable that not let alone Adrian Zenz create such a document, even a Uyghur or anyone, it's just impossible to create such a detailed information and compile such a huge document.
Thank you. You also mentioned that you have compiled and you're about to publish a new report on the intent of the PRC from 1949 based on the internal documents. When do you expect that book to be published, and would you give the tribunal a copy of the book once it's published?
Siz yana depsiz, siz bir yeni doklad tayyorlabsiz, yani şu Xitoy Xalq Cumhuriyetining siyosatlari haqida, yani bu materiallar taki 1949-yildan mabaynida yuz berib atgan shu chaqda materiallarning hammasini o'z ichiga olgan depsiz. Bu dokladingiz qachonliq nashrdan chiqdi? Agar nashrdan chiqsa, buning bir kopiyasini shu sud mahkamasiga beradimsiz?
Bu hüccet belki aldığımızdaki iş güç ayışçıda çıkışı mümkün. Çünkü ben bir kasbi akademik bulmagalığım için bir Uygur buluşumda hem şu Uygurlar uçurgan 70 yıllık bu 40 yıllık neki zadı qandaq payda bolğanlığı bir aktivist üstüde bunu üstü tədqiqat edip bakalığım için hem muşu 70 yıllık 40 yıllık dair uçurlarını jıqqınım için bu dokladını tayarladım. Bu yana bir kasbi akademiklarki tekşürüşdən, korrektorluğundan, təhrrirligindən ötüş gerek. Şu hazır muşu basmış durmadı hem bunu biz ingilis tili tercüme qılımız muşu təhrrirlikdə ötkəndən keyin. Şu bununla biraz vaqt ketişi mümkün. Eğer təhrrirlik nəşr qılınğaqda mən çoxum bu Uyghur Sud Kollegiyasiga əvət vermə bir nusxanı.
I am foreseeing that it probably will publish in coming 2-3 months' time. I am not an academic. As a Uyghur activist, I just have compiled the documents that show the Chinese government's 70 years of atrocities committed against my people. Right now, this document has to be reviewed and edited by the professional academics, since I am not one. So after the review process, and I am planning to publish it, absolutely, yeah, I will submit one copy to this tribunal.
Thank you very much. The tribunal may have some questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Siz köp rahmet, mahkemenin sualı var.
Dame Parveen Kumar may have some questions for you on behalf of the tribunal.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the short history you've given us. Can I just ask, what was your occupation when you were at home, and what's your occupation now?
Siz vatan vaqtınızda nim kasb bilan shug'ullanattınız? Hozir nima ish bilan, hozirgi kasbingiz nima?
Men vatanda oldida jurnalistdim, bir jurnalda ishlaydim. Kendi kasb Sayat kasbiga almashdim. Sayat sistemasida yil ishladim. Mushu vatandan men shu sayat idorasiniki bir direktor edim.
I worked as a journalist before. I was back home, and then later I worked for the tourist industry about 1 year as a director for one of the tourist company.
Thank you. And do you live alone now with your 2 children?
Hazır siz özünüz yalnız yaşamsınız iki balanız bile.
Men 3 balam bilan yalnız yaşayman.
I have 3 children. Yes, I live with my 3 children together.
Thank you. Why did they choose you to send the file?
Ular nemişki siz o arxivni yoki o materialni sizga avatishni tanlabdi?
Meniki vatan o'qigan kasbim Xitoy terjimoligi. Shu men 2016-yili bizniki vatan bilan aloqamiz uzilgandan keyin bu masala zodi qanday kelib chiqdi degan nuqtadan aytib ko'p izlanish qildim. Men izlanganlarimni o'zim bir jurnalda ishlagan inson bo'lish sifatimda bu yezishchilikdami oz to'la xabarim bor. Shuningga o'zimni izlanganlarimni ko'pchilik bilan o'rtoqlashib keldim. Shunga meni sosyal medyalardan ko'plar Uyg'urlar taniydi. Meniki hozir tilimni yaxshiligini dastlabki yezishchiligimniki Xitoy tilidagi materiallarni tarjima qilish bilan boshlanganligini hammadan bildi. Shuningga menga hujjatni avatgich uchun meni shu hujjat Xitoycha bo'lganligi uchun buni tushunadi, joyiga yetkazoladi deb ishonch qilib avatgan.
While I was back home, I studied translation and translation from Chinese into other languages. Since I came out from my home country, especially since 2016, our communication with our homeland completely cut off. After these incidents happened, I started to observe the situation as a journalist, as a writer as well. And I have good writing and translating skills. Since I have those skills, I shared whatever I thought, my thoughts as well as my research and observations through social media. People who follows me on social media, they knew clearly that I am deeply involved in the writing and also translation. Another thing is definitely people would know that my Chinese is very good. And definitely they understood that I am able to understand the document because the document is in Chinese language, and it is I am able to deliver the document into the right place. I believe that they truly believe in those skills.
Thank you. Do you know which department these documents might have originated from? Do you think they came from the central government?
Sizce mushu materiallar qaysi o'rindan chiqqan? Sizce markaziy hukumatdan kelgan yoki markaziy hukumat asosliqqa kelish manbai bo'lgan dokumentlarmi?
Markaziy hukumatdan kelgan bir tutash hujjatlar bo'lishi kerak. Ham bu Uyg'ur avtonom rayonidan chiqarilgan, tasdiqlangan degandek mana hujjat qarsak bo'ldi. Chunki uningda Ruhaylimniki ham boshqa rahbarlarniki imzosi bor, hukumat tamg'asi bor degandek.
I believe it's been originated from the central government. However, it has been approved by the regional autonomous government as well, because there are stamps, signatures of the regional governors or authorities.
Thank you. And can you tell us what years the information covers?
Mushu uchurlar qaysi yillarni o'z ichiga oladi?
2017-yili agar xato esim tutmasam 2017-yili chiqilgan odamlarniki uchurlari yana Qarqash noyisiniki ahvoli yozilgan hujjatda.
From my memory, it covers 2017, and it covers the information of people from Qaraqash County.
Thank you. And do you know what the files say? Is it about abortions or sterilization or separation? I mean, what's the data in the documents?
Siz aşı materialda deyilgen yanlıqı tuğutunu düşürüp etiş, yani tuğutunu toqtutuş, yoki tuğmas qilib etiş, yoki ailelerini ayırıp etiş degan aşındaq ahvallar şu materialning nelerdi sharhi qilingan?
Qarqash tizimlikida bo'lish kerak, chunki bu hujjatlarni yil burun bo'ldi, mana e'lon qilindi. Shunga mazmuni to'liq esimda deb aytamayman. Lekin Qarqash hujjatida Qarqash tizimlikida bo'lish kerak bu to'g'ri.
From my memory, it should be listed. It should be in Qaraqash list. It should be in there in that document.
So is it the same data as in the Caracas list, or is it different?
Sizning davatınız şu Qaraqash tizimliki degan şu material to'g'riliq davatımızmı yoki boshqa uningdan boshqa material davatamiz?
China Cables'niki bu hujjat Qarqash list degani shu China Cables bilan ikkisi bir hujjat amaliyotda. Birisi hukumatning tomg'isida mana xat hujjati, keyingi tizimligi. Amaliyotda ikki hujjat birlik kelgan hujjat, lekin ikkiga bo'lib e'lon qilingan.
Although it's just a one document, but it was published separately. One called Qaraqash list, the other called China Cables documents. But in reality, it's kind of one document, but it's published separately.
Before you published it on Twitter, or one page on Twitter, what other ways were you trying to publicize them?
Siz aşını Twitter'da bir betni çıkarıştın burun qaysı yollar bilan qaysı usullar bilan onu köpçülükке e'lon qilishni planlagandingiz, o'ylagandingiz?
Men asli sosyal medyada emas, bir axborotda, ya'ni muxbirlar orqali bir davlat medialarda e'lon qilishni o'ylagan. Shuni bir necha men o'zim taniydigan, ya'ni muxbirlarga avatgandim. Lekin ularniki bir qismlari sayatda qo'lda jiddiy ish bor degandek, shu sabablardan uni darhol ko'rib qaytarishga imkonsiz qoldi.
My plan was not only just to publicizing it, through social media. My plan was publicizing it kind of prestigious media outlets. That's why I have sent it to my some known reporters. But however, when I sent them the documents, some of them were out of office. That's why they didn't reply my message immediately.
Thank you. Apart from Adrian Zenz and Rian Thum, was anybody else who was genuine who contacted you via the Twitter?
Aşı Twitter'dan keyin Adrian Zenz bilan Ryan Thum'dan boshqa yana shundaq ishonchlik kishilardan siz bilan aloqa qilganlar bormi?
24 pach hujjat e'lon qilingan vaqtida men faqat Adrian Zenz bilan Ryan Thum bilan aloqalashdim. Keyingi vaqtlarda Adrian Zenz bilan aloqada bo'ldim. U Qarqash list e'lon qilinganda haqiqatan jiq axborot vositalari meni izladi.
About the 24 parts of document, I only have contacted with Adrian Zenz and Ryan Thum. But however, when it came to Qaraqash list, there were more media contacted with me.
Thank you. You then sent them to the New York Times, and you said they didn't want to publish them because it was too hot, so to speak. Who eventually published the articles?
Siz dediniz New York vaqtiga evetga vaqtimda ular keng doirlik cho'nkan buni nem qilib o'zimizla nashrdan chiqolmaymiz deb nima qilgandikin siz yana oxirida shu kim nashr chiqadi bu materialni kim
Buni şu ICG degan xalqaro muxbirlar birlashmasi shularning nomidan chiqdi. 24 parcha hujjat shularning nomidan chiqdi. Kendi xarqashlis har qaysi medialar o'xshash vaqtida e'lon qildi.
The group called ICC published
ICEG.
Name?
ICEG.
ICEG. EG published the first 24 part of document, but the Qaraqash list was published by many media at the same time.
Thank you. So moving on to your husband, why did he go to Dubai despite your telling him not to? Sorry, your ex-husband.
Sizningki burunqi yo'ldoshingizni o'tayli. Gerçi siz yo'ldoshingizni borma desangizmi, nima uchun yo'ldoshingiz Dubayga bordi?
Meniki bu sabiq yo'ldoshim, meniki o do'sti, buni chaqirgan do'sti, bular kichikni tatib birga o'ynab cho'ng bo'lgan, birga o'qigan, munosabati nihoyat yaxshi, shunday aloqalar. Shuningga 3 yil aloqa qilmay, tuyuqsiz aloqa qilib Dubayga kelgan, sana deydigan jiddiy gapim bor degandan bu boshqacha o'ylamadi-da, endi bu meni og'ayna muhim ishi bo'lishi mumkin, balkim vatandan biror uchurlarni menga yetkazmoqchi bo'lgan degan shu vaqtda.
The person who contacted with my husband is his childhood friend, and also they studied together. They used to be very close, and that person contacted with him after 3 years, which is no communication within 3 years, and afterwards he is contacted with him, and he kind of trusted him, and also he thought that he may get some information from him as well. That's why he went.
Right. And the Chinese security people who met him, were they from outside Hong Kong?
Xitoyning bexatarlik qismidan kelgan odamlar ular nimaniki Shanghayning sirtidagi odamlarmidi?
Yo'q, vatandan chiqibdi, shu Uyg'ur do'sti bilan birga chiqdi.
Those security people came from our homeland with my husband's friend together.
Right, thank you. So you got the USB stick, but you didn't open it. What were you frightened about?
Sizlar USB-ninki nemisini olibsizlar, USB-ni, lekin uni ich ochmabsizlar qo'rqib. Nimadan qo'rqdinglar uni ich?
Chunki uni bergan vaqtida sen shu USB stickni sening kompyuterga solsang, uni sep qo'ysanglar biz ham buyuraymiz deb degandan keyin biz uni ichida bir kontrol qilish yoki bizni nazorat qilish sistemasi bo'lsa kerak deb o'ylab shuni kompyuterga solmagan.
When they gave that USB stick to my husband, and they told him that, if you just put this stick into RCS computer, and we were able to monitor everything. So we afraid to use it or put in my computer because, soon we put it in, we will be watched or observed by them.
Okay, thank you. So, you say you were a hot topic on the social media. How did Holland get to know about this? And also, what do you mean by... Sorry, let me answer that question first, sorry.
Siz depsiz ijtimoiy taratqulardan aytilib bir qiziq temaga yoki qiziq bir ashundaq umumlashib qolgan ashundaq bir odamga aylandim deb jo'shda aylanib ketdik deb. Mushu nima demoqchisiz, qandaq yuz berdi? Buni Holland qandaq bildi? Uni tushunmadim.
Gollandiyada biz saqchaq ma'lum qilgandan keyin meniki sobiq yo'ldoshimniki boshlig'i, ya'ni idorasidagi boshlig'i bu ayol endi maslahat ko'rsatibsizlar, buni chiqaringlar, bu bak cho'ng xabar. Agar chiqarmasanglar sizlarniki bexatarliginglar tahdid ichida qilish mumkin deb taklif bergandan keyin shu meni sobiq yo'ldoshim buni mediaga chiqaraylik, baribir bizni bo'lib ketgandan keyin dedi. Men shunday o'yladim, chunki undan burun Xitoy hukumatiniki endi mening qo'limda bir hujjat borligini hukum bölüdü dep men onda karmaganlygym üçün men bu höjjatni Adrianzga bergendim. Hiç kimge Adrianzga mundaq bir höjjat berdim demegen endi. Hatta şu balam datsygymı demegen. Keyin endi Dubayning vaqasi yuz bergandan keyin meniki özümni yoşurup yurdigan hech qanaqa imkoniyat topmadi endi. Şununga sosyal medyaga chiqishga majbur bo'ldim.
Even if I didn't tell about that I have received that document and I have shared the document with Adrian Zenz and everything, despite that my husband doesn't know anything about what I have been doing, but he was still invited to go to Dubai, and we have received that stick. But after we receiving that USB stick, and we reported about what happened to the police in Netherlands. And my ex-husband's workplace and his manager advised or suggested him that we should report about it since we probably in danger. So it's better to report because it's just a big event, a kind of big thing. So anyways, although I didn't really tell what I have done to my husband, but it's already kind of became known to Chinese authority that I have such a document on my hand. So at that point of time, and we realized that it's no point that we can keep not talk about it. So we decided to disclose all the process to the media, and that's how we became a hot topic or popular on the social media as well.
Thank you. So why do you think that appearing on the social media would ensure the safety of your children?
Beg your pardon, can you just rephrase?
Yeah, sorry, she's written in the document that appearing on the social media would ensure the safety of her children. Could you explain why?
İctimai taratqularda aşındaq körünüp bilinip ketkenliginizning nemisi sizniki ballarınızning bexatar bo'lishigi kapolatlik berdi deb aşındaq yezipsiz yazmangizda. Nima uchun unda dedingiz?
O vaqtida men unda demedim. Media chiqqan vaqtida aşındaq yezilib qaptam deb, bu tarjimaga xatolik bo'lsa kerak, chunki muxbir kelgan vaqtida biz Xitoycha paranglashgan, muxbirniki Xitoycha so'z yaratgan. Lekin nima deymiz, balki mana shu so'z eshitdiki bir xatolik bo'lsa kerak. Men uni mediaga chiqarishdagi sabab faqat bizniki o'zimizni yo'shirib yurishimizdan hech qanday ahmiyat qolmadi. Ham shu Qarqash hujjatidagi rostligini, bu dokumentning rostligini isbotlashga bizniki mushu Dubay vaqasi yana bir isbot bo'ladi degan nuqtadan social mediaga chiqishni qaror qilgan.
I think there is a mistake about myself saying that being popular on the social media may ensure my children's safety. Because when I gave interview to media at the time, I have used Chinese translator. Maybe there was a mistake in translation. But the purpose of talking to media or just going on, being popular on the social media is about my ex-husband's Dubai visit is that incident that happened after his visit is another proof that the documents are truth. So I just wanted to make sure to tell the world that the truth, the document that I have is genuine.
Thank you. What do you mean by red documents?
Siz qızıl material depsiz, red document. Bu nim degan gap, bunun ma'nosi nima?
Bu qızıl başlık hujjat deydi o. Xitoycha bu hukumatdan chiqqan üstüde qızıl hukumatniki mesela Şinjan Uyghur Abdunum rayonida xat bo'lsa, shu yerdan chiqqan bo'lsa, shunda xat bo'ldi. Ya'ni qizil xat va qizil tamga buni xunfu bo'yicha hamzam hukumatniki nomerlik, manchij nomerlik hujjatda hukumatning degandek mana hujjatlar bo'ldi. Shuni qizil başlık hujjat deymiz. Shunda hujjat.
Okay. The red document means it's an official government official document. Most of that kind of documents, on the top, the titles, the headlines, everything written in red, and also stamped in red. It's authorized by the government, so we call it's red document, which is kind of another way of saying it's official government document.
Okay, thank you. Last question, you'll be relieved to hear. You say you've been getting some threatening messages, and I just wonder, are you frightened of investigating it yourself, which is what you said you want to do, particularly as you've got 3 children at home?
Siz depsizlikle tehdit işte uçurlarını aldım depçü. Bu sizin hazırmış ballarınız bile yaşavatkan boğan ki siz özünüzün öz aldığınızga muşu tehditlerini tekşürüşmüş dağınım kılışkı ensiremsiz, korkamsız. Korktunuz mu müşahide?
Korkmadım desem hata buludu, yalgan buldu. Lekin korkuş hiç kandak el kılamaydı. Ben korksam bu tehditler tekimmo küçüğüşü mümkün. Bu tehditler beni yoqab ketmeydi. Meni korkmağanlığım sebebim yoqab ketmeydi. Lekin meni korkmağanlığım sebep vatandagi nurg'un millionlar Uyg'urlar uchun haqiqatni dunyoga yetkazguli bo'ladi. Buning uchun menimcha bunchalik qurbonlikni berishga arziydi deb qarayman.
It's going to be wrong if I say that I'm not afraid of it. I do concern and I do afraid of doing search or just protecting myself. It is concerning and frightening, but when I think of the millions of people in my homeland, for the sake of them, I think it's worth it to not afraid of and stood up.
Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. We're most grateful. And can I also thank you for interpreting?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for attending the tribunal to give evidence. There are no more questions from the tribunal, and I apologize for the fact that we must have reached you later than the time you originally expected. Thank you.
Köpten köp rahmet. Mahkemenin başka sual yok sizge. Keçirin biz siz bilen belgilengen vaqtdan kechikib ko'rishganligimiz uchun uzr.
Yo'q, sizlarga ko'p rahmat.
Thank you very much to you too. My pleasure. It's okay.
Mr. Sabi, the last witness in public today is again with remote translation.
Yes, sir. It's Abdul Wali Ayub giving evidence remotely. And Mr. Abraham will be...
Yes. Can I encourage you, Mr. Abraham, to include in your summary as much as possible of the material in English language, because time is now short. Some of us have trouble listening to the translation in any event, and the more we can get done in English with this witness who's got a lot to say and move to the panel members' questions, the better.
Is Mr. Ayub online?
He's in person.
Oh, he's in person.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, audience. Thank you for having me here.
A male Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity was previously a Chinese Communist Party translator in Kashgar to party chief Zhu Hailun. He promoted the linguistic rights of Uyghurs, for which he was incarcerated as a political prisoner in 4 separate detention facilities over an approximate period of 15 months. In detention, he suffered severe ill treatment, particularly when interrogated by police and/or state security officials and other prisoners of both Han and Uyghur ethnicities. The ill treatment included electrocution, sleep deprivation, and sexual violence at the hands of a group of inmates facilitated by police within the detention facility. Prisoners in charge of punishment received rewards for bad treatment of fellow prisoners. Treatment of Uyghur prisoners like the witness was different from treatment of Han Chinese prisoners who were not mistreated. The witness was subject to extensive medical examination in a hospital which involved taking samples of bodily fluids and examination of internal organs. The witness gave details about the discriminatory attitude and practices of party chief Zhu Hailun towards Uyghur Muslims, and also verified names on the Karakaks and Aksu lists. The witness has confirmed the signature of party chief Zhu Hailun in the China cables. Mr. Ayub, I have a few questions for you before I hand you over to the panel. As I understand it, in your witness statement, your witness statement states that you currently reside in Turkey. I understand you wish to make a clarification about the country of your current residence.
I'm currently living in Norway.
Thank you. You were designated a political prisoner. Could you tell us whether that was an official designation or what you had learned as a result of being detained?
It's not the official designation. Official designation is illegal fundraising, but it changed 3 times. When I got arrested, and it said like a false report the investment, and the second time is illegal fundraising. The third times it's illegally own public investment. It's 3 different accusations. But during the interrogation, nobody asked me any question about those allegations. Like every questions, every interrogations, all are about separatism and being a CIA spy and incite people to separatist activity.
Was there any pattern to who were political prisoners and who were not?
There is a difference between for example, first of all, the uniform. We wear different uniform. For example, that if you are a political prisoner, there is a red and orange uniform. If you are not political prisoners, you will wear the gray and blue uniform. It depends on. And when I got arrested, I wear orange uniform, and then when I transferred to Urumqi, I wear red uniform. It means that the allegation is so-called illegally fundraising, but the uniform I wear, it's red and orange. Yeah. And another thing that the guys who came to Kashgar to arrest me, they are the guys from National Security Branch of Public Security in Urumqi.
You were kept in 4 separate facilities. How many other political prisoners were there in each of those 4 facilities?
First, I detained in Kashgar, August 19, 2013. And at that time, I was with another Uyghur political prisoner. And then I transferred to Urumqi. And in Urumqi, I stayed with 3 political prisoners. And then I moved to another facility in Urumqi. It's Ludovan. And there I have seen several political prisoners, because they always move people from place to place. So I can tell you that one facility, for example, they move every week or every month from cell to cell. So I don't know how can you answer this question, because can you clarify your question?
Essentially, it's okay if you don't, but do you know what proportion of the prison comprised of political prisoners?
The political prisoners means that the people arrested like me because of your speech, because of your and religious belief, and because of your idea. And if the guys arrested because of their, for example, that thief and like drug users and drug addicts and like crime about corruption, those are not political prisoners. And the political prisoner, it means that it's related to your ideology, your culture, your belief.
You stated that Uyghur political prisoners were treated differently from prisoners of other ethnicities, and you gave 2 examples. Can you explain further how the Uyghur political prisoners were treated differently?
I can make you one example that like it's in 2014, it's in September, and like I stayed with the political prisoners. One is he burnt a Buddhist temple in Urumqi. He's a Christian, and he burnt a Buddhist temple in Urumqi. And another Uyghur, he got arrested because of he recited like a Quran, and they are good friends. And like the Uyghur who wear like a red uniform, the Han Chinese, he wear like a gray uniform. And depending on their like accusation, both of them are political prisoners. But one, because of his Uyghur, he wear red uniform. The another, because of Han Chinese, he wear like a gray uniform. It's different uniform. And of course, depending on your uniform, you have different treatment.
And can you explain what do you mean?
For
by
example,
that?
the different treatment means that like if you are a Uyghur and the political prisoners, you have to sleep on the floor. And you have to wear a handcuff, and you have to wear like a chain on your feet. And like if you are Uyghur political prisoners and you have to like interrogate most often, if you are Han Chinese, you don't need to. And like, for example, if you are political prisoners, you will not order. In detention center, we have different kind of food, like police food and prisoners' food. And if you are Uyghur political prisoners, you cannot order police food. If you are Han Chinese political prisoner, you can order police food. It's better quality.
And my final question, before I hand you over to the panel, Mr. Ayub, you know that you worked for Zhu Hailun for about 6 months in 1998. Do you know during what period he was the party chief of Kashgar city?
When I appointed as a translator in Kashgar city, he was already there. So I don't know when he started to be like a chief, but like I appointed there January 13, and when I went, and he was already there, and in 1998, about September, I left to Urumqi. He was still there. So that period of time, he was the chief of like local CCP branch, Kashgar local CCP branch.
Thank you, Mr. Ayub. I imagine the panel has some questions for you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. When you were arrested in 2013, the police were investigating and alleged that you'd been engaged in separatism and that you were a CIA spy. On what grounds, if any, did they come to that conclusion?
Could you rephrase your question?
Sure. You were accused of being a CIA spy and engaged in separatism.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they think that?
It's because of I studied in the United States, supported by a Ford Foundation. And like like during the interrogation, they told me that because of Ford Foundation is in Chinese, in English it's anti-China organization. And they said that you trained in the United States, supported by Ford Foundation, and you received email from UHRP, and you are friend of the journalist Radio Free Asia, and it means that they sent you to like incite people take action against the government, and that's your goal, to come to China, to come back to China, and that's about that, like a CIA spy, something like that. And I started my mother language campaign to preserve my language, and during the interrogation I learned that it is the beginning of the independent movement. They make one example that because of Dhaka students in 1971, it's a mother language campaign, and at the end, the Bangladesh become independent country. And they make that example that your mother language campaign, it's not simple mother language campaign. It's the beginning of the separatist movement.
Thank you. You have a master's degree from the United States. Were you targeted because of your education?
I couldn't. Could you rephrase the question? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. You have a master's degree from the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Were you targeted because you are an educated person? Were you targeted by the police and the authorities because you're an educated person?
Yes, I think so. Because after I returned to China, I had my first phone number, and from that time, I always can feel that I'm not, when I call somebody or somebody called me, and we have the same feeling that there is a third one talking to us, there is a third one listening to us. After I came back, I already became target. And then I think it's in October 2011, and state security came to Kashgar from Urumqi. His name is Enver. He came, and another Han Chinese come, and they together interrogated me about why I came back from the United States and what I have done in the United States and something like that, those questions.
Thank you. When you were on your, in July 2014, in your trial, there were 3 defense lawyers. Did they defend you?
Yes, they didn't, because that trial is actually we practiced before. We have a practice, and then it's official one. During the practice, we already signed every paper, and we already answered all the questions. We recited those questions, and we recited all the answer. And then the second term, it's official one, and my family members invited, and my friends' family members invited. There is no any defense. We just play game. We just play the game. Everything is prepared. Everything is practiced. And then when my family members come, when my friends, I have another 2 friends, and they come, and it's just we play the game. For me, it's just repeating something I have done before. That's all.
So from that, would you say that the outcome of your trial, the verdict of your trial, was predetermined, was already, was predetermined?
Yes, it's all, we have negotiated. And I remember the names of those guys, and Abdurazak and Aygul came from the prosecution, and they came that, if you accept this allegation, we will say that you are behaving very well during this detention time. And if you say that I have nothing to do with this, legal fundraising or something like that, and we will say that this guy's during the detention, and he behaved worse, and we accuse you about separatism. Which one do you prefer? Which one do you choose? I said, of course, the one illegal fundraising or something like that, because and they said that if you accept that, we will punish you in 2 years. And if you keep that I always keep this that I'm innocent. And if you keep saying that you are innocent, and then you will have life imprisonment, which one do you prefer? I said, no, the second one. Yeah.
So, as you've said, you signed a 100-page document at the end of your trial. Did you read that document before you signed it?
No, because we already practiced it. And I have already signed once, a week ago. So when the official trial, I haven't even look at it. I just draw something like my signature.
Thank you. Eventually, your friends, as I understand it from your statement, appealed. Given the lack of legal due process, as you've described it, how did that work? How did that come into effect? What process did they go through?
Before the trial, the guys from prosecutor told me that you don't need to appeal because it's already we gave you fair treatment. Don't need to appeal. But I don't know why my friends appealed, and then the second trial is in October 2014. And the second time, because the first time we were cheated. Like I said that you already told me that you punish me in, the first they told me that we punish you only a year and you will be released from the court. And then they sentenced me 18 months and they didn't keep the word. And during the second time, the trial, I said, you guys, because they are there, you guys didn't keep your words. You said you are going to release me at the court, but you haven't. And everything you told me, it's false. And you cheated me, and you forced me to accept this, this illegal fundraising. You lied. And both three of us say that it's not fair. And we make an example that we stayed with the other economical criminals, and that depending on the Chinese law, if you illegal fundraising, your investors should be more than 50, but our investors is only 18, and that it's this one and this 18 months trial is not fair depending on Chinese law. We said. So, and maybe it works, or maybe what worked, and then it cut 3 months. First of all, they sentenced me 18 months, and then I don't know why they cut 3 months. I learned that when I going to release. They came and asked me to come out, and with the handshake and the chain the feet, and asked me to out, and then they told me that we release you. I said, I have more than 3 months. How can you release me? They said, you are already finished, and this is the trial, and this is your verdict, and gave me the verdict. And I learned that day, it's finished. Yeah, exactly that date. It's November 20th, and gave me that verdict. My release date is November 20th. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
When you were in the hospital in Urumqi, you were medically tested. Do you know why?
It happened to everybody. After you arrested, it's at the time the interrogators told me we have to send you to a medical test and those things. I think it's okay, and for me, because they told me it is a medical test, I have never suspect there is something special reason, so I didn't terrified. I think it's because I worked as a professor in different 2 universities. I never feel that they have done something to me. Yeah, I trusted them. I don't know why at the time.
Thank you. Mr. This is a difficult question for you, but in your statement you describe torture and sexual violence. Are you able to tell us more about that?
If you would prefer not to, or to put it in writing, that can be done.
I don't want to. It's I already I already told different media, and I don't want to tell that story. I don't want to cry.
Fair enough. That's perfectly reasonable. Thank you very much. One last question. Could you let the tribunal know what Zhu Hailan's attitude to Uyghurs was in general, from your experience as his translator for a period of time?
From my experience, like in 1998, when I was appointed as a translator, and like it's my first time I meet him, and it's the Ramadan time. And because of the Ramadan in Kashgar, we have like a culture that like people don't open their restaurant during the Ramadan. And then like because of that, like at that time I didn't fast, and only Juhailan and me, we didn't fast. And others like because others are Uyghurs, and they fasted. And then we have nothing to eat. And then we talked together. And at the time he think that because I graduated Minzu University in Beijing, and he said that I am the same level with him, like from Beijing and from the prestigious university, something like that. And then said that you are educated, you are different. Those people are feudal, backward. Because of that, they fast. At the time, I didn't feel happy because of they are my people, and that's my culture. Even I didn't practice that culture, but it's my culture. So for me, it's disrespect. It's not it's disrespect, and it's discrimination. I said that don't say this. It's disrespectful. And then first I learned that he doesn't like Uyghur culture. It's my first impression. And second, and we I think it's in May, and we started to search Uyghur home, house by house, because of we searched the books about Uyghur history and the culture, especially the book we call 3 books. It's written by Turgun Almaz. It's Chinese government banned that book, and we just searched those books house by house. And during that time, we have a small conversation in the room, and it's about 15 Uyghurs, and he always praise himself that he is the expert of Uyghur culture and he is expert of Islam. And he said that, and these people keep religious books and the Quran at home, and what Quran means, and Quran is bullshit. He said that. And the worst thing that he asked me to translate that. I know, because the first time I told him that I don't like discrimination, but he deliberately forced me to translate that, because he knows who am I. And then third time, after the searching house by house, and he treated us in the restaurant, and we are just eating, and he said that he provide us the alcohol, and said that some of them don't drink. They said they are a Muslim or something like that, and your God is shit. And at the time, I really wanted to punch him, but I didn't. But I still feel regretful that I didn't punch him. Yeah.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There are no other questions apart from this. What did China, state government, or CPP, or all three, seek to achieve through its treatment of you?
Could you rephrase your question?
What did China seek to achieve through its treatment of you?
I think the main reason is they want that enemy, educated in the United States, supported by a US-based organization, and Uyghur intellectual, writer, and influential. And they want that ideal enemy with the US background, and then have some ambition, and can mobilize, can inspire the people. In that case, the government can show that, look, the guys who are educated in the United States incite people to separatism. I think that's the reason.
I think there is one more question, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Can I just ask, you give a very vivid description of the changes you found when you came out of the final detention. And you said that effectively it was like a military scene, that in Kashgar there was a tank or armored car in every village. And that was it literally? I mean, that's a huge number of tanks, isn't it, to have around? But that was the case, was it? That there were this number of military vehicles in the countryside?
Yeah, like after I released, like I feel that the detention center is safer than outside. Because for me, in detention center, no one checked my ID card. No one stopped me. No one asked me to like come in another room to ask those questions. Yes, I'm in detention center, but I feel safe because I don't feel that somebody arrest me every day. But after I released, like everywhere is surveillance camera, and every 500 meters there is a police checkpoint. And like I visited like Yingsa County, and I visited like Konisha County, and I visited Kashgar. We have a township, Nazarbagh. I visited those places, and because I want to know, like in the city, it's very like restrictive, and it's very like everywhere is camera. I feel like take a rest in the outside because like I feel that countryside is much more better because it's not very that kind of populated. And I found out that every village there is a school, 3 floors, and there is a big yard. In the yard there is a tank stop, and like all Uyghur young guys like enlisted as a soldier, paramilitary, and they have to like practice call Yi Arsen, it's Chinese practice, like ask guys to walk at the street and stroll at the street and like ask them to like behave like soldiers. And like I'm thinking that you have already tank and you have already PLA in every village. Why do you want those Uyghur guys just train outside calling, asking them to call in Chinese Yarsan? Why? What do you mean? 1, 2, 3. What do you mean by that? And I feel that, like in the city, people are under the surveillance camera. In the countryside, people like young Uyghurs forced to become paramilitary, and like female forced to dance in that school and in the yard. And just it's very ironic for me that there is a tank and there's a people dancing. What kind of dance is that? How can you dance in front of the tank?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adewale, thank you very much for coming to give your evidence. I hope the delay in starting wasn't an inconvenience. You're now free to go. Mr. Sabi, we are now going into private session.
Yes.
I need, so that, ladies and gentlemen, means goodbye to you for the time being. But before you go, just one thing that ought to be explained. Although we have no procedures, as I explained first thing this morning, if the tribunal does any work in private session, which it's going to do now, and if anything that's considered might become evidence, it will only ever be considered as evidence if it is possible to leave an adequate record of what the evidence amounts to and an adequate record of its source. Without that, anything that happens in private will come to nothing. But for the time being, and tomorrow it's a 9 o'clock start, with, I gather, no fact witnesses first and straight into the 5 experts talking about various things with a great deal of experience. Good afternoon to you all.